Made in hell. Welcome to the Pgl Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Pgl score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Teams, they start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
bitch. knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better put it in queue. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome everybody to the Pgl Cs2 EU Rmr and also the last chance qualifier. Boy, oh boy, am I excited to get the show on the road. But first things first, introductions are a must. My name is Veracity and I'm joined alongside some legends, some might say. I've got Blair and Maniac here on the desk. Fellas, I want you to talk to me. How has the RMR experience been so far for you?
It's been great. You know, one thing I love about RMR is just the amount of emotions you see. Tears of joy, of sorrow, of pain.
Tears first of all.
And we're going to see a lot of tears. I like tears, but I like drama.
You are black in this idea.
Yes,
the tears, metal.
a little bit of Schadenfreude as well. Did I get that right?
Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude? There we go.
There we go. You have it. No, it's been great. We've seen a buttload of Counter-Strike, left, right, front, center. I've kind of lost track of all the teams. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of graphics to show the people at home. We've sent 16 teams already to Copenhagen, and now we're looking for 17th.
Well, speaking of those 16 teams, the EU RMRs have certainly delivered some amazing storylines, so revisiting the ones that have already qualified for the Copenhagen Major. I want you to talk to me, Blair. Anybody that really stands out here for you?
I mean, apart from the usual suspects, right? You have your Navis, your Vitalities, your Heroic Spirits, teams you kind of expect to go on through. I think a couple of surprises would be someone like Amcal, a team not many people expected. Saw, for me, what a story they had. 0-2 and winning 3 best of 3s back to back to make it to the major. And of course, you can't forget Movistar Core as well, one of the other Iberian teams. And of course, yesterday, Ents Glaive getting it done.
That was great to watch. I also think that most of the favorites, actually, as far as I'm concerned, all of the favorites are currently already in Copenhagen, have punched their tickets for Copenhagen, the likes of Vitality, Mouse, Cloud9, VP. Love to see the reaction from VP after the rumbles in Katowice.
Yeah.
I say almost because, of course, Astralis is still in the last chance qualifier, and it could be an absolute destruction. I see you smirking, I see you smiling. This could be happening today.
Well, you guys spoke about the tiers that we've witnessed so far, and speaking of those tiers, Dupree not making it to his first major as well. Either of you have that on your bingo card?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, because the romantic in you is thinking, oh my God, may the streak continue. Please, please, Dupree, deepen this incredible legend that you have. But then you think about how this Breezy project came about and some of the limitations they would have individually. I know there's quality. A guy like Roy, for example, I kind of like it. What Artex did in Astralis, the little time he had was pretty decent. But all in all, it would have taken a tremendous effort for them to make it through. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I feel like the personnel, so to speak, maybe not to the highest caliber they needed to make it through, and they tried their best. And I think Dupree individually, at the very least, he gave it his all, so you can't take it away from him. He went down kicking and screaming.
Well, let's go ahead and focus a little bit more on the LCQs at hand, fellas, as we take a look at our bracket. Now, for anybody that's unfamiliar with this, the LCQ is split into 2 stages. Stage 1 is our single elimination bracket. All of our matches will be a best of 3, and the winning teams will be making it through to stage 2. Now, out of those 3 teams that win their opening series, the team with the best Pgl score gets to skip round 1 and go straight into round 2. Blair, explain this whole Pgl score thing to everybody at home.
Bookholes, buttholes, I don't know. Listen, what's going to happen is very simple, right? It's a single elimination bracket, as everyone knows. So of the 6 teams, 3 are going to be moving on.
Adios.
That's it. 3 are going to go home. And tomorrow, so the team who has the highest Pgl score, basically the team who's had the toughest run, right? The toughest run against teams who have qualified, so to speak, will get to skip the first game of the day tomorrow and go move on straight to the grand finals. But two teams will be playing best of 3 early tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
And they have to play another best of 3
That's rough.
back to back. And I believe FaZe did that last time and they pulled through.
Can you imagine there is a world in which a team will qualify to Copenhagen playing 3 best of 3s in the span of 30 hours, basically? That's a huge ask. But also, at the same time, brother, it's a luxury that you are already here in the last chance qualifier. In my days, there was no last chance qualifier. You were out. You were out.
Yeah.
So we're casting this net, trying to save a team here out of the 6, but it is going to be through the harshest way.
It's going to be harsh. It's going to be fires of tribulation. But this is where steel is forged. This is where you show up, put up, or shut up.
Well, as we take a look at our schedule for the matchups that we have here today on the broadcast, I want to start the discussions with Fnatic versus GamerLegion. Fnatic, having only previously played GamerLegion in a best of 1 on CS2, they've been increasingly struggling, especially when it comes to their best of 3s. Why do we think that might be?
Well, I mean, for Fnatic, look, the black and orange, legendary org and all of that, but this team, in all honesty, I feel like it hasn't had much time to coalesce together. Even some of the individuals, I'm not very sure about it. This is not the Fnatic we know of old. Sure, you have someone like Crims, for example, in the lineup. We know what he's done and whatnot. But going up against GamerLegion, who, in my honest opinion, they've been punching well above their weight. I think Snax has been calling fantastically. The team overall looks so much better considering the pieces. It's a classic case of, you know, the pieces together is bigger than the sum of its parts, something like that.
No, I'm right there with you. I think they will be strong favorites in that opposition versus Fnatic. I was a little bit disappointed by the 0-2 loss that they suffered yesterday.
Especially overpass.
Yes, I gotta say I was hoping for a little bit more out of GamerLegion because they will have, at least they've had recently, have some of these games where they take down mega names and they force you to respect them. They force you to pay attention. Like, hold on a minute, something's happening here. Snax is having some Renaissance games, Acor is popping off, but then you have the floor is a little too low for my liking, and that's one of the reasons why they're actually here at the last chance qualifier amongst these 6 teams to stay alive.
Well, we also have a BetBoom team as well that are going to be going up against none other than the Eagles. Yet another team, BetBoom, that have not managed to win a best of 3 in their respective RMR. The real question is, what is the win conditions for the Maniac to go up against the likes of the Eagles?
Ooh, it's kind of complicated because I think both these teams are very eerily similar in what makes them and what breaks them.
Yes.
We are far from the perfect Counter-Strike. There's plenty of questionable decisions that are made. I still think that the Eagles probably play a more proper CS to an extent. It's very aggressive, but if I really had to nitpick and be out there sort of dissecting mistakes, I'll probably find it a bit more in BetBoom. But it is very much a case of super momentum-based Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Whoever's got the upper hand on the other, whoever's going to push the other, and whoever's going to be able to mentally stay in it. We saw Eagles yesterday completely have a meltdown after that MP9 loss round in their final map. And this was very Eagle-esque. It was hurtful to watch, and I'm sure for the fans as well. But let's be clear, BetBoom can do exactly that. They can also liquefy after a bad round. So it's going to be a matter of, I punch you, you punch me, and who is standing at?
Who's standing at the end? Yeah, I 100% agree. If I'm looking at these 3 matchups we have here today, this one's going to be the most street fightiest of them all. This one's going to be the ugliest. It's going to be messy. But I guarantee you, this is a Blake guarantee, it's going to be entertaining.
Well, we heard Glaive say yesterday that he wants to see Astralis qualify and make it through to the Major. The real question is, given the performances, underwhelming performances we've seen from Astralis so far...
Underwhelming is an understatement. It's an understatement. And I do like you said, Glaive wants his old team to qualify. Then here, Tessus on the other side is like, yes, I'm enjoying them failing, right? So different, fans and some people who are not enjoying the success. But keeping all of that aside, I'm looking at the caliber of the players on this team. I'm looking at Blamef, I'm looking at Device, I'm looking at Stavn and Yab, and of course Stare as well. And I'm like, how are you here? Why are you still playing for survival? Something is off in this team.
Oh yeah, that's
mentally.
That's a statement.
Quite a statement. It is mentally off as well. Even tactically speaking, some of the plays are making, I'm like, what are you guys doing? This is not a caliber of Counter-Strike we're expecting to see from a team like this. Questions are there, and I hope they found a few answers, because now you slip up once, it's over. It's done so. Astralis will not be in Copenhagen.
It's very rough for me to evaluate them correctly. I feel like I keep shifting the goalpost. I keep giving them more chances. Right? I keep being so forgiving. It's like, no, don't worry about it. It's only Katowice. Don't worry about it. It's a rough match versus Ents. And I keep shifting them up until the point where I'm going to have to accept that maybe something is deeply wrong. And I can't really explain it because from a purely tactical and structural standpoint, it should work. You give Stan the roles he wants, the move, the the autonomy within his game. You put Yabi in his position, he had in Flames, a little bit more anchory, headshot oriented, and none of them are currently delivering. But I also think that if our analysis is just, ooh, Stabby isn't really playing well, I feel like we're missing part of the picture. We're missing a very apparent lack of cohesion. This is also where a player like, or a captain like Blamef, is supposed to stand tall and say, listen, guy, I know this is bullshit right now what we're doing, but we're gonna be fine. You know, let's believe in what we're doing. I'm not really feeling it. It's very disjointed. It's very individualistic within the loss, and that is extremely worrisome.
It is very worrisome, and I think you hit the nail on the head. We are obviously not privy to their comms and what's happening there, and we're seeing, for example, Stan, you know, towards Cave, towards Jaguar and Ancient, he's getting over. He's trying to prove himself. He's trying to get his multi-kills instead of playing a little bit more safe. It feels like he feels unsafe in a team right now, where he's like, I need to deliver or else I'm out. Same with Yabi as well. Now, is it because of them individually? Is it because of the mental condition? Or is it because of Blame's calling and what he's telling them to do? We're not too sure, but it has to be one of these two, and I hope to figure it out right now.
Well, we've spoken an awful lot about Astralis now. The real question is, what do 9 Pandas have to do in order to take them down? Is it going to be an awful lot?
Well, had that game been immediately after the RMRA, which is where 9 Pandas is coming from, I would have been a little worried, because I think that the game they lost, the last one against Amcal, was it was hurtful to watch. Like, you're talking about a possible 2-0 on Overpass, plenty of rounds that are basically circus Counter-Strike going all of the way, and then they sort of fall flat in the third. But because you've had this whole time, I don't really know how they've used it. I think it would be an interesting content for interviews. Maybe James can talk to them at some point, how they've used that week that they've had, or these few days they've had here in Bucharest. Accommodations provided, they've been able to practice and all. But I still think that it would require an overperformance for them to beat Astralis. Then again, I've been singing the same song every time Astralis is on the server, and I've been wrong every single time. So maybe I'm just wrong.
No, I'm going to echo your sentiments. I'm looking the results as well, right? They dispatched Saw 13-1, such a convincing showing. The opening game against FaZe. It's FaZe, you lost, it's fine, boohoo, you move on. A very close game against Koi Movistars, and then, you know, you go up against 3D Max, where the 2 maps they won, it was pretty convincing. Then you go against Amcal, where everyone's thinking 9 Pandas should have this, and then they falter. I don't know which 9 Pandas we're seeing, and that for me is a conundrum here. For Astralis, I know it's been struggle city throughout, apart from that one map which they lost to Spirit. I think they played the best Counter-Strike there, but for Pandas, it's like good or bad, we don't know. And if it's good, it has to be their best, because Astralis, make no mistake, despite the trials and tribulations right now, they are still 100% the favorites.
Do we think the opening matchup is going to deliver? Is it going to be the full distance in this best-of-3 series? I
think it's possible, in a sense of Astralis haven't provided me any safety on a wide map pool so far.
Yeah, like, you're still loyal.
Yeah, because somehow, maybe I'm just an idiot, right? That might just be the conclusion of this. But I still think that we're going to go 3 because there are very definite weaknesses in Astralis' map pool, and I'll be a bit more specific. I think their CT side on a few maps are so complicated. The saving grace for them is that 9 Pandas aren't going to punish on the Vertigo. We've seen Astralis' CT side on the Vertigo struggling. That's not going to be the case here. Maybe the map pool is a bit more favorable to Astralis?
Yes, but I think Inferno is where Idis Balance and his men are going to take this one as their first pick, I feel.
When is the last time we saw Astralis on
I
Inferno?
don't remember.
I struggle to find it.
They haven't played it at all this time, and I've been surprised that not many teams have been picking it. But then again, not many teams like to play Inferno.
So where do you go if you're Astralis here? They go for Overpass. Now, the CT side of Astralis on Overpass is almost immaculate. Like, it's one of the best that I've seen in quite a long time. It's one of the only certainties that I have. Okay.
That's a curveball.
So this, out of 9 Panda, has to be a call of, you guys, you don't know your rotations. You don't have the game plan. If we apply enough pressure, if you get opening picks left, right, or center, you are going to be lost. Your 5v5s are going to be, or 5v4 rather, are going to be completely chaotic, and that has to be the reason why a Nuke has been picked.
And the thing here is, like, for the Overpass pick coming from Astralis, I'm a tad bit surprised. I feel like they're Ancient, even the losses suffered. I think Ancient is still their best map right now. And Overpass is a map that, even though 9 Pandas have not that great a win-loss record on, it's a map they usually pick first. They're very, very happy with Overpass. Even if they lose, they're like, this is fine, we can play this map. So Astralis right now are allowing 9 Pandas to open things up with a map they're very comfortable on, and then we come into Nuke, which 9 Pandas picked, and then Ancient is a decider. It's kind of swaying a bit to 9 Pandas.
You're gonna start your day basically going up against Idis Balance on Overpass. If he puts his hand on AWP, he's delivered with 9 Pandas.
Which is why Astralis picked it, and which kind of is surprising.
I know.
It could be a confidence pick as well. I don't know.
Is there any confidence left? Don't you need like confidence to do a confidence pick? Is that how it works?
Listen, if Astralis aren't feeling confident, call this a dunzo, wrap it up, send them home.
How would they feel confident? That's my point.
They need to manufacture
They're operating on air supply right now. Like
manufacture it. Lie to yourself.
okay, I dig that.
Pick up a watch. It's like, you know, you have device. You got blade.
Hypnosis.
You can't lose, right?
Mental imagery.
Yeah, you know this.
You are
one.
strong.
So you're
You're
talking
strong.
about their
Meditation.
confidence, but what about yours, Maniac? Are you still feeling confident? Are you still going to be cheering for the Astralis?
At this point, it's more like cognitive dissonance than it is confidence, honestly. No, I've said it a couple times. I think Astralis are in a make or break situation, and if, and that's a big if, it's a gigantic if they make it through this last chance qualifier, and if they can grab a couple of confident games, I think they might just play much, much better than they are. They are the personification of doubt and uncertainty right now, and half-assing decisions and being caught between the rock and a hard place. They have no clear vision, but that can the clouds can open up a little bit. You just need a couple of reference games. Maybe it starts here.
How about you, Blair? What's your prediction on this one? You rooting for the Pandas?
I don't root for anyone. I just look at, you know, who I think's gonna win.
I'm just here for the Counter-Strike.
Just here for the Counter-Strike, guys. You know, all the vibes and whatnot. Jokes aside, I think I have to side with Astralis. I just feel like the pedigree, the players they have, it should get the job
Yeah, it
done.
should, right?
I have no faith whatsoever right now, but it should get the job
We
done.
keep doing the same
Well,
mistake.
I'm super excited for this one, boys. Without further ado, it is over to Dinko and Moses.
So the Astralis last chance run to Copenhagen begins now. Up against 9 Pandas, a matchup that Astralis should be taking. But the results have not been so pretty coming into this.
Not
but we have to talk
pretty at
about
all.
9 Pandas' run here, Jason. I mean, look at the teams they've beaten to get into the last chance qualifier. Saw, they lost to Koi, they beat 3D Max, they lost to Amcal. So it's not like 9 Pandas have been on a bit of a tear.
No, it's not pretty at all for 9 Pandas, and I think that's probably the biggest reason why you look at Astralis and you're like, you better win this game.
You better do it.
You better win this game, and I think the map pool for them, I think, is going to be. I think they're going to be very happy with it. Even this Nuke pick, it's going to be map 2. 9 Pandas doesn't have any kind of crazy record on it whatsoever. So here's the pistol run, exec through Monster.
Diladez with the Julies. Oh, it's not pretty. Stown able to come around the corner, flashed and still gets the kill. Advantage picked up for Astralis. Second kill in for Stown, and Monster has fallen. Astralis looking good in this pistol round is seized. Steps back out of connector. Good kill on device as I disbalance makes his rotation down from A to heaven. But Astralis into the post plant. 4 players still up. Just a moment before we see Astralis take the first round here.
Yeah, this is basically an impossible pistol round to lose at this point. No kit either. Seas is going to come out on top. Some good shooting from iDisbalance. I mean, that's iDisbalance coming out from on top. But still, no kit, no time, and Seas falls over towards short. And now there's simply no way to progress into the bomb site. Pistol round to Astralis.
And we've seen many a team go into the last chance qualifier since its edition at the RMRs on the way to Paris last year. The 2 teams in particular last season was obviously FaZe Clan and Cloud9, who made their gauntlet run to try and make it to the major. And we've seen the idea of Carrigan coming into the last chance qualifier was to bring so much more energy than was present in the early stages of the RMR. Because when you come in as a team that is Astralis-esque or for FaZe Clan, you're going to be very confident that you're going to get through the major qualifier. And then when you don't, you maybe feel deflated. So you have to bring in the energy after most round wins. And that was the philosophy of FaZe Clan that got them through that last chance qualifier. And it's good to hear Astralis celebrate the pistol like that.
Yeah, I think this Astralis team is someone who's going to have to. I think they're going to need to win some rounds to build up to that point where they can provide that energy. I think that a lot of the conversation on the desk I agree with. Of, you know, this is a team that has some confidence issues, that doesn't have full belief in themselves. You know, on some level, it's kind of like. It's almost a little bit sad through the original RMR stage that they played. I think that's a completely different trajectory for Astralis if they end up winning that game against Spirit.
One round difference.
I think the fact that they lost that after playing such a good game as well had to have just been so deflating.
And again, they go up against the 2 teams that have beef with them, right? They go up against Heroic and they find Ents again. And those are the 2 teams that knocked them out of Katowice. So Astralis, back-to-back tournaments, having a tough time.
Device better be careful. He's wandering here. His team knows it's going to be a stack at the A bomb site. All he's dinked up. He's going to go down. Does get 1. And he's been a big talking point as well. He's been pretty vocal on social media, not perhaps enjoying himself as much as you'd like to see.
Not having fun.
One of the top 20 players last year and obviously struggling in this RMR and needs to figure it out. And needs to figure it out right now. Good kills from Stare, who's been wonderful for Astralis, but this is a big loss of weaponry.
Yep, AK, thank you very much for that. USPs, trying to run away. Yabby's on the chase, he's on the prowl. He might be able to get rid of them, and they know that letting 9 Pandas save these rifles is not a good idea, but losing everything for Astralis would be devastating here. But at this point, sunk cost, you just got to go for it. Mactan coming around through the lawn bathrooms. Should be cleared here by Stown. Lines one up. AK goes down, and Mactan trying to get it. Should be a nice little upgrade right at the end there.
Good find to make sure that there's no weapon saved, but I don't think that was worth it in any way for Astralis. Losing 4 players in a round win against just unarmored USPs. I think 9 Pandas is going to be super happy about how that turned out. First gun round coming in hot. They'll be upgrading into M4s. Astralis is going to have to rebuy, and an awkward economic situation for both teams moving forward if they are to lose.
This is definitely time to strike for Astralis' gun round, and for 9 Pandas, they've got the op out early for IDIS balance. Device is taken down to Galil.
No armor on IDIS balance, so he's got to be really careful about how he positions it. Nades are going to be painful. Galil headshot is going to be painful. Dilladesh and Kallax to handle Monster. You've got C's at the B bomb site in support. The op is out towards long at the moment with Glowing handling the banana position on defense for 9 Pandas.
Overpass the pick of Astralis. Nuke next. This gun round just getting going. Stown playing towards Party. Yabby will fall first, so 9 Pandas have the player advantage off the Ripper.
I'm assuming it looks like he walked through that smoke on the mini-map. I thought they might have blown it open, but kind of a solo investigative play from Yabby, and Astralis is going to rotate right back towards that B bomb. So they say, okay, you got this kill, you cleared it out, you probably feel no more pressure because we're not applying any, so let's come right back to it. And it's a decent call. There is a window of opportunity. Seized is going to be up in heaven.
Yeah, not the best round so far from Astralis. 4v5 down, not really making a lot of headway towards this B bomb site.
They're second guessing as well.
Yeah, you can see the lack of confidence at the moment, and they're going to start getting some of these kills back at this point. 25 seconds to go for Astralis. Are they going to go for a last-ditch effort to the A bomb site? This could be a disaster. Glowing's waiting for them. IDIS balances the op at the dice box, and Astralis getting absolutely nowhere. Oh, this round is not pretty to watch.
No,
not pretty to watch at all.
Even if they get that kill, look at the time on the clock. There's nothing. Device has to back away, but he's going to get shot in the face. The op rings out and Stare backs off. There's been a couple of criticisms, and pretty fair criticisms, I think, of Astralis in this run, and part of the reason why we haven't seen a stronger Astralis with this lineup. Obviously, the statistical drop-off from Stown and Yabby after their time in Heroic to this Astralis roster still feels like it got comfortable within this system, and then the kind of brainchild of that system being Blame F and his in-game leadership and whether that can truly be effective. And I think those two things combined are making things very, very difficult for Astralis.
Yeah, I think it's a fair criticism, absolutely. When you have the skill of Device and you have Yabby and Stown coming in, still not looking solid at all. You have to question some of the reasons as to why you're not getting the best out of these players.
Well, now we have Astralis in that weird place where they force spot, but it's not pretty. 2 rifles, AK and Galil, and 3 Deagles picked up around it, and they've got no utility, so everything's just contact. Glowing spots it out, early smoke put down, good find. Right through the wall, they had him trapped. And Stown finds the opener.
Stare boosted up, missed shot from IDIS balance, but he's got information. At least 2 players still committed towards bathrooms, and Astralis have the player advantage and all the time to work with, so they're going to back away, slink on down through the connector, and reposition to the B bomb site.
Well, the question is, can they actually hit this convincingly? Again, there's no utility, so they can't set up and execute. Everything's got to be kind of quiet contact and go for a cheeky boost. See if they can just pick one player off with a little bit of cheese. No one is going to be exposed to this danger. Because of the rotation to the A bomb site, they come back in and they're passive, but now noise cue's made. Yeah. Dilladesh knows what's coming.
Goes into panic mode, sends down the smoke for some extra cover, and his teammate IDIS balance makes the rotate down to take them out inside of the site. Dilladesh with a double. Taken out by Yabby eventually with that Deagle, and Astralis look to try and plant the bomb. Problem is, Device and Yabby don't have the premium weapons in hand, and Device goes back with the Deagle, dishes out damage towards CT, and a headshot towards Connector. Device is lucky to still be standing, but his teammate Yabby not so fortunate. And Device now tries to separate them into 1v1 fights. Information would have been passed on that IDIS balance is low on health now. And Device is looking for that body shot. But good discipline from IDIS balance. letting his teammate in Clax make his way through short, making this round more difficult for Device. Body shot, lands one bullet left, has to go for the reload. And Device knows that tap on the defuse, doesn't see the player sticking it, and Device just running back around the corner. Deagle will not do it. Back to the defuse for Clax. Limited time, so close, right at the end, and the bomb will go off. Device will clutch it.
Nice clutch from Device as well. Tough situation to be in, and he plays the time. Used the bomb as a teammate just perfectly. Forces Clax to spend precious seconds hunting him down behind the bomb site. Really nice work with some movement, some repositioning. And Device comes up with a big play early on in the map, so it's 3-1. Off Device's Deagle and 1v2.
He needed that one, Astralis. You mentioned the awkward force buy. It doesn't look too pretty for either team at this moment going into round 5. It is an investment again for 9 Pandas. SMGs across the board, couple of rifles sprinkled in. Same for Astralis. Awkward start here into Overpass, but whoever wins this round can at least get a little more comfortable. And it's going to be somewhat contact here for Astralis. Monster Dilodes with a flash play. They're blind, they line up. And Dilodes and Clax combine together to stop Astralis from finding success through Monster. Early second flash, double dip is successful, and this B play for Astralis is destroyed.
And I think this is a call. I mean, obviously it looks silly now, but you're trying to kind of bust through Monster. Good counter flashes from 9 Pandas, but I think it's a call born out of the fact that Astralis doesn't have any great weapons. Or they have a couple, but right, there's 2 MAC-10s on the board. You want to do something a little bit shocking. You want to get those in positions to kind of overrun a bomb site and move up quickly. And I think BlameF just felt like he couldn't open up the playbook with so many diminished weapons.
Now BlameF in a position to not do too much. 40 seconds. He'll send outside that monster smoke. He's not going anywhere here. If he walks through the tunnel, Clax has the perfect angle to spot him early on, and then BlameF will fall. So 2 rounds for 9 Pandas. The B play ends. And Astralis, once again, given a round where they don't have too much money to play with.
And remember what Maniac said on the desk as well, talking about the CT side of Astralis and Overpass and how strong it is. That's the side I think we'll really see the strength of Astralis if you go by that statement. And for this T side, it's can you put enough rounds on the board to make things doable? And at the moment, sitting at 3, not bad. Obviously, some of the ways they've been handicapped. Again, they're going for a force buy here. Tech 9s, 1 Deagle on Stair. They haven't really had too many pretty buys in this second half. But it all comes down, to be fair, the mistakes made in round 2 after winning the pistol. They lost 4 players to unarmored USP, and they have not been able to establish their economy ever since then. We're going to try it one more time. Massive number of bodies through Monster, 4 of them to be exact. Device with utility. Here it comes.
They really want to establish the fact that they can break through Monster, but again, great utility from 9 Pandas.
That's the 2 flashbangs Astralis had, so now it's all got to be done dry in contact.
And it doesn't feel too likely that that is going to be successful for Astralis. So they'll pause, they'll wait for a mistake. 9 Pandas unlikely to give anything up. We look at this last chance qualifier in the lens of recovery for Astralis, trying to make their hometown major. But for 9 Pandas, they've been following the storyline of Seized, looking to make his first major since Boston in 2018. He was tweeting today about the fact that he has one more chance to do it. I think they realized, you could see on their faces after they lost in the regular group of the RMR, that they probably missed out on their best chance.
Sure. Well, they lost that game to Amcal, right? And Amcal's not exactly world beaters, so I think you're exactly right. That's kind of an admission on Pandas where you're like, that is probably going to be the best team that we could have asked to play for a qualification. Little bit of pressure on this A bomb site. We'll see if Astralis want to keep pushing it or turn back, and they are going to commit.
Yeah, Glowing sees a couple of players out to the right side. BlameF overruns the back of the dice box, and somehow with contact, they have found themselves into the bomb site with the bomb down now. Seized, big kill to collect on Device. 2v4 set up. The Tech 9 not getting enough done inside of the bomb site itself, so it's just BlameF alone in this clutch. Time ticking on that plant. BlameF peaks to his death. And that will be Astralis losing the round, but collecting a bomb plant at least.
Close though, and I mean, you could see Astralis, I feel like they had no other options than to be hyper-aggressive after that bomb plant towards Bank, towards the headshot angle, just because they have Tech 9s and no utility. They wanted to get close up and try and take one of those guns away. It just kind of gets stalled out. Stuck in this middle ground of where they're not aggressive enough and not passive enough finding position to play in the post plant. Tied at 3.
good job from 9 Pandas to stay competitive early doors. You know, there is a world in which we come into today expecting Astralis to have the capability of running away with this one. But the reality of the situation is this isn't the Astralis we want it to be, and 9 Pandas have risen up to the occasion so far. Holding his Astralis players back. BlameF coming through the back of Fountain. Spotting anything too aggressive. Most aggressive play from the CTs is inside of Connector. Glowing heavily committed here with the MP9. Runs down the stairway, sees one going short. Diletaz handles Yabi. Advantage collected here for 9 Pandas. Shouldn't really go the other direction. 9 Pandas are searching for that lead.
You have to say this is such a good half in terms of keeping dangerous guns out of the hands of Astralis.
Yeah.
I feel like they've had just crap buys ever since round 2.
Yeah, they've barely had any of the premium weapons to work with. I can't remember a full round of if everybody's had an AK.
Yeah, and that goes, I mean, everyone, obviously, since the switch to MR12, economy's been such a huge conversation point in how to fix it and how awkward it can be, and I think we're seeing some of the results of that right now.
Ooh,
Glowing's got a big job to do.
Yeah, he loses half of his health, steps up at the truck though, and recovers what could have been an absolute mess. Device has the weapon of choice in hand. 40 seconds left, plenty of players now bombarding him with utility, and a big shot from Glowing straight through the cranium, so Device unable to get that miracle clutch. But yeah, it comes back to that USP round. Obviously, they give up way too many kills to the USPs that led to weakened buy in the follow-up round for Astralis that 9 Pandas were able to pick up, and from that point, it's been absolute chaos when it comes to the money. So Astralis looking to try and sort that out, so a timeout taken.
You touched on C's in the last major he played being at Boston. It's crazy to think. I mean, some of the new generation of Counter-Strike viewers probably don't even really know the name whatsoever. He's played in 12 majors. The early stage of his career and the early stages of CSGO, C's was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this would be a huge accomplishment, especially when you look down the line of his teammates. None of them have ever been to a major. None of them have even gotten close to a major. Crazy
to think about, you know, C's having to take a step back. The last time he was at a major, bro, he was playing with Blade, you know, and the coach of Navi, Waylander, names that we remember from the past, but haven't seen in a very long time. And now in 2024, he looks to make a run again, and he's in the last chance qualifier. Ahead, actually, of Astralis at the moment, 4-3. Finally, AKs on every player for Astralis. This is the real test now for 9 Pandas. Glowing gets aggressive towards Fountain, looking to be disruptive. He'll play out towards Party. Yabi in short water.
Aggressive op. 9 Pandas have shut down any play towards the B bomb site Astralis have tried to make, so now they stack up aggressively towards Fountain and Party. Op on Idis balance.
Oh, it should be getting this one. Oh, leg shot on Stown. Stair goes down in Connector. AK's looking to chase back Glowing, but it's still looking so good for 9 Pandas. All of the early kills, all of the early advantages going the way of the Pandas, and now Device has to bring it all back because Yabi dies on the other side of the map, and there's a minute to do this for Device.
This is crazy. What a setup. Well done from 9 Pandas. That aggressive stance, and Astralis can't bust it up. They lose every initial engagement. Device never going to expect Diletaz, so this is going to be a freebie, and it's 5-3.
I'm not seeing anything confident from Astralis right now. It looks like they can't make a decision at this point. They're just losing those early fights. Obviously, it goes against you completely, and there's no chance of a position to be in the mid round to actually compete for the round.
None of these are traded either at the moment. Like, none of these have a second player nearby to even kind of address the situation. It's Astralis' default is getting absolutely wrecked. And the hard part is kind of their pocket openings that they've done to try and bust through Monster a couple times have been shut down as well. And we're back to Deagles. That was Astralis' best buy since round 2.
And it just went so badly.
And they get one kill, and it was never even in question.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little worried about this start for Astralis. 9 Pandas look honed in at the moment. Mentioned the strength of the CT side for Astralis. Will they have to do enough on this first half for that to become a factor? You want a few more at least here for Astralis. But great work from 9 Pandas. Minus balance. Ooh, it's definitely risky though to keep re-picking the off like that so widely, but Stown gets away with it. Now a minute left, they'll group up into the bathrooms.
Yeah, he's moved the op back.
think one of the most competitive rounds recently for Astralis is a round like this, right? Where they had Deagles and they pressured that A bomb site.
This one I don't think is going to get anywhere close. There's so much counter utility. Smoke is going to stall things out. There's 45 seconds left. They might have to go through that, or might feel like they have to go through that, and Glowing with the M4 is going to be right behind it. Smoke blown open. There's a little bit of spray down through it. BlameF falls, and still Yabby hasn't made the move. Still Astralis hasn't made the move. There it is. Stare finds Glowing. And up next is Seized, and he's going to spray down 3. Beautiful job controlling the AK, and it's all on device.
Yeah, great work from Seized. He goes out again, and Seized can get the final kill. But his work shouldn't be enough to close this one out. No, I disbalance. He'll send the bullet straight through. So 6-3. As predicted, they do not get the bomb down. They don't even get close to it. Seized just mows them down. Good spray control.
That seems to be the theme. Astralis not even getting close to taking over a bomb site, really. Outside of a 4 Tech-9s and a Deagle round where they planted at the A bomb site, 9 Pandas has shut them down so far away with their initial aggression.
Yeah, they've introduced a new tool to the play, though, and Astralis have the op for Device. And when you look at their T side, quite often Device will get in position at bathrooms early and punish peaks from Dicebox, punish peaks in Connector. We'll see if that can turn the tides of this T side for Astralis. C starts in con. Diladez down low, straight away. That spam, I believe, from Device straight through the wall. And now Stare getting confident, getting aggressive. And he's going to be traded out 1 for 1.
Okay, what does Seized do from here? He now controls the middle of the map, and he probably feels relatively safe as well with that smoke down at the moment, and he's going to stay parked in the stairs. Over towards Monster, Yabby finds an opening kill. Almost traded off by Diladez, but him and BlameF were content with the 1 kill. So they're going to back away, and now Seized activates out into short.
Doesn't feel comfortable staying in con. But short is a strong position to control for the meantime.
It's so much information as well. He could actually, you know, at any point, he can call for Diladez to just rotate over to the A bomb site. They're probably comfortable at the moment with the op having some deep angles, 50 seconds on the clock. But if iDisbalance spots anything, Seized is in such a good position to allow a cheat on the rotation.
iDisbalance more advanced in his spot now with the op. BlameF about to walk around the corner. Shadow given away. Device goes down. And iDisbalance with the advanced spot on the op pulls this one back to a 3v3. 30 seconds remain. Astralis have to get close to a bomb plant now. They have to get this kill. And iDisbalance steps up again. Stown unleashes himself from long. There's a fight in the bathrooms going down, and it's so important that Yabby picked that up because he had the bomb on his back. And now look at Seized. Once in short, now on the flank. And he is so quick to peek here. He won't be able to deny the plant immediately, but should be getting this kill. Not so clean, but recovers it eventually. And now 1v1 that Stown has to win, and he absolutely will.
Big round for Stown. Double kill, but give props over to Yabby, picking up the op with low HP and having to hit a no-scope over in bathrooms to even make that work. It seemed like Seized was eventually going to shut it down, but couldn't find the timing coming behind them. Good job from iDisbalance, but Astralis finally crack into this bomb site.
I mean, look at the situation it comes down to as well. It's a very losable 1v1 that not comfortable at all for Astralis. So a second time not coming through.
They're going to drop down to a MAC-10 on BlameF.
So the problem with this event is, you know, you look at Astralis, and you realize that this is probably their main goal of the year. To get through the major, of course, but not only that, it's the Copenhagen Major. And Astralis, obviously, one of the most famous organizations in Denmark. And when you look at Astralis, they like to apply pressure to achieve these things. And they don't exactly have the players on the team that deal well with pressure. I mean, that's probably the biggest criticism of Yabby and Stown coming into the team. You know, we look at the results of Heroic last year. They made it to a lot of finals, a lot of deep runs in the playoffs. But when the games matter most, you'd often see Stown disappear as the star and Yabby not have the greatest performances. And that's definitely been the criticism here in the RMRs too.
Well, I think the counter argument is that is like you've basically put together a Danish super team. Like those issues shouldn't be there. You have all the best players you could ask for. In Denmark, what a shot from Yabby. Now he's stepping up. He's not fading away so far. Traded off. Difficult to find that second fight. Nobody committed to it. And Nades rein in on his position.
Yeah, the rest of his teammates have to get the job done now. It's a double stack at long. Seized plays at the tree, Glowing close rock, and they come around the corner. Oh, BlameF sprints into it. C steps up with one and goes in for a second. Astralis fall apart. They break apart. And there's so much time still left in this round, but it's a 2v4 for 9 Pandas.
That's so lazy of Astralis. That round is so lazy, watching them just kind of casually jump around corners, sprinting the whole way to the corner, letting the defense know you're coming, letting them set up. And Device, oh, that's an odd missed shot.
Oh.
A missed shot you don't expect to see out of Device, having known there was another player still at long. So Stairs left on 24 HP. And he's not even going to get away. No breathing room, and 9 Pandas have 7.
Yes, Astralis fortunate to have limped through to 4 rounds here. This T side has not been pretty to watch. Haven't been in control at all throughout this half. There's an opportunity here to grab 5, but the most likely scenario now is 8-4 for 9 Pandas. Good to see what they do on the T side. A tactical timeout, the first use for 9 Pandas, looking to secure this extra round at the end of the half.
Not a bad call whatsoever, especially considering it's their first time out used. And they're probably talking things over, trying to read the money situation. You can see Coach getting involved, finger pointing. He's doing the Paula point.
Yes, doing the Paula point. We missed it. Paula will return at some point, I'm sure, down the line. The timeout for 9 Pandas looking to secure 8, and it's got to be a good feeling to come into today. You look at Astralis, you know this isn't the team that you should fear just in this event, but you also have the respect of knowing how much skill is on the other side of the server. It's probably a great feeling to be now challenging for an 8-4 half, to have a 4-round lead going into the second on their map pick. And look at the bar that Astralis has been able to muster together here. It's Galil's, Mac-10s, and a single AK.
It's always so ugly, isn't it? They've really wrecked their economy early with that second round chase. Here we go, coming through the smoke.
Yeah, BlameF gets towards short.
Remember, these B hits have not really worked. These timings to attack into the B bomb site have been shut down time and time again. Usually they come through Monster, now coming by sandbags.
BlameF sprinting past the initial fire, but it's Yabi that has fallen at short, so Astralis not really too committed to the bomb site just yet, and they're losing members left, right, and center. Just Device left. And he gets 1 on the grenade, but 4 more players to collect. Astralis do not enough going into that B bomb site attack. Yet again, unsuccessful. Device spot-eyed his balance towards heaven. Will he clear barrels? Klax keeps his head covered. Device slips through smoke. He's isolating these fights quite well at the moment, Device. He gets a little closer to Seized. Here's the water steps from Glowing. Now that cover of the smoke is gone for Device, but he's got the bomb on his back once again, so he sees the chance to maybe get out of here.
He's allowing time for a rotation to occur. He wants them to think he's going up the stairs. Actually, he himself hasn't really decided quite yet what he wants to do.
They're getting aggressive.
He's going to get away just in time. Just at the right moment, he disappears up the stairs. However, now 9 Pandas know what's up.
Yeah, they don't see him. They don't see him around short, so they've got to be aware of this A play. And Device knows there's limited time to get there. So he's going around long to try and minimize sound made on the steps.
It's such a long route. Look how much time this gives Panda to
shifting
rotate.
now too. Yeah, they're going to be getting into position at the bathrooms. As soon as Device gets to the bomb site, Seas might be there before he even crosses. And that's exactly what has happened. Device has to just jump across Dice. He doesn't know where it's safe to plant, and he's going to plant on the opposite side of Dice and die to the hand of Seized. 8-4 half for 9 Pandas. The opening half of Astralis' map pick does not look pretty.
I think the part of the problem is, like, I mean, look, it's always a difficulty of actually playing inside the server. But every time Astralis tried to hit that B bomb site with the timing, whether it was through Monster, whether it was through short, they did it at like such an early timing that there's still all the utility available for the defense. You have those defensive smokes, you have the pop flashes towards Monster. They never kind of spread out and fell into it. And that's such a hard thing to make work when you call it 3-4 times and a half, constantly going against full kits of nades, smokes, Molotovs. I think Astralis is going to be very disappointed looking back on that T side and how it all played out.
Yeah, T side did not look pretty at all. We talked about the strengths of their CT side though, but it's got to be mighty from Astralis to pull this one back. And they're hoping for the first step to be taken in the pistol.
You would never say this looking down the rosters, just reading the names, but it feels like 9 Pandas out-skilling and out-shooting Astralis at the moment as well.
Definitely so. Double Julies. Yabi and BlameF have them with Kevlar. Stan was the lovely donor. He's got Flash into this round. Good connector setup. This trap looks deadly. So Device can take initial contact to try and set up those Julies, and then you have the door hit, but instant shot from Klax. Door swings open, sets up BlameF to come mowing down, and they've got the bomb inside of connectors, so perfect call from Astralis.
Such is the strength of that trap that you can lose Device to one bullet right at the get-go and still destroy the round, still demolish it. So good luck, Cs. No armor, Dooley's in position. BlameF bides his time and waits until he can see everything. And iDisbalance is left in a 1v4 with the bomb drop, so both pistols going to go to Astralis, but they're still going to be back by 3.
iDisbalance is just waiting around, waiting for someone from Astralis to make a mistake, walk into him, but I think they realize at this point, no mistakes can be made. We've got the bomb safely inside of connector, let's just all sit around it. iDisbalance has to eventually walk to them if he wants a bomb plant out of this, and he will die. So Astralis win the pistol.
And he will die.
He definitely will.
Get stuck in,
right
baby.
now.
Get that P250. Oop, little tag. Now he sees the dualies. He wants none of that.
Yep.
It's the pistol round where you know you can't win.
But you still want to give it a
You
good
gotta
go.
give it the old college try.
Send the P250 in. Use your utility. Might as well. You bought it, and you use it, and you're dead. So 5 rounds for Astralis. You don't see the bomb plant, of course, so no solid force by it in this follow-up round. Likely to just see the eco.
Well, if the story of Astralis is going to be that this team has no confidence and no real momentum at this event and just have not looked like they're on the same page whatsoever, let's see if they can dig deep in this second half and make the comeback happen. CT side's supposed to be their strong side. You have a really good setup on this map. You've picked it as well. Let's see what they've got to make this comeback happen. Second round should be nice and easy. No armor picked up for 9 Pandas, no plants, so no rifles.
Yeah, you would imagine this is going to be a very comfortable round for Astralis. Yabby, MP9. Oh, not the first step you want to be taking. Yabby down first. Device equal out those numbers inside of connector. BlameF watching for it. Oh, they line up beautifully for BlameF. 2 Glocks now left alone. And Astralis will be up to 6. So they've dragged this one back. 2 rounds separate them at this point. I want to see Astralis make sure they build money on the CT side early because they threw that out the window in the first half.
Well, don't lose Device. He's got low HP. Off angle behind the rock. Ooh, can't connect it. It's just a shot with the Glock. So BlameF slides up. Gonna make sure he's got the timing, and if they cross long, which hasn't happened, and 9 Pandas, one more kill would be magnificent in this round.
Possibility now picking up that MP9, right? Rapid to kill. Could make it happen. Seized. Using up all the time on the clock.
All right, Dylan, go down first. I'm going to bet you.
Exactly. It's the better move.
Yeah, no, it is the smart move. It is the smart play. Timing. Stair finds it out a little bit early and just sprays down with the M4 swings. He had Stound coming downstairs as well, so no danger. And Astralis get away with it. Only 2 players go down. And next round is going to be a buy for 9 Pandas. AK's on the board.
So this is the first step of the real comeback for Astralis, or utter collapse. Good to see what 9 Pandas T side looks like. I mean, in this event so far, we've seen a lot of overpass picked by some of the weaker teams in the RMR. And I think the problem is their T sides have been very much lacking. I think we've seen that for a lot of teams. Amcal, NIP. There's a lot of teams that struggled on the T side of overpass, and Astralis have a great opportunity now to build back into this. So it's Galil's on 2 for the side of 9 Pandas, 3 AK-47s. Klax trying to get this early short fight going. Yabby, oh, blinded, it's awkward. He's having a real tough time on this map, Yabby.
His timing on that push is just not strong. He's kind of trying to wrap around and move in towards short right as the Molotov fades, and that's exactly when the flashbang is coming in. 9 Pandas are like, okay, the Molotov's gone, flash now. And Yabby's been in the open 2 rounds back-to-back and just gets deleted. 5 kills for Yabby in the map, and Stair misses an opportunity on the swing. Tough shot to hit. Gonna smoke things off and just play it defensively.
Oh, he's very fortunate that Molotov will not spread to him. And he's realized, okay, I got a little bit of a chance here to get back to safety. I'm gonna take it, run back into the B-bomb site. And now worried about Monster.
But a 5-on-4 in the first gun round. And you're leaving Stair at the B-bomb site alone for this moment, and he's got no utility.
Yeah, it's not pretty, is it? It's fortunate for Astralis that the bomb is currently looking like it's going towards this A side, but there's always a chance to go back down connector. Device Had a look towards Long, realizes he doesn't want to get involved in that fight, and his teammates making an aggressive maneuver straight through middle, just 1-for-1 though. BlameS spotted, has to stay alive, and now with the amount of players that they've seen towards the A-bomb site, they realize there can only be one player on B, and Stairs rotated off. He started rotating back up to the A-bomb site, needs to sprint down into B to get here in time, and Stairs spots them coming through short. Good damage, he lines them up. And builds the stairway back into the round, but it's still a death fighting with 10 seconds left. Finally brought down by BlameF. It was panic for Astralis, but Device will celebrate the fact that Stair got back in time.
He can only just crack a smile because that round had to have been so chaotic. He spots one out towards Long. They spot Plenty trying to come up Banana on the peak. And then Stair's got to hustle. And good on Stair because he's been the massive impact player for Astralis throughout this tournament. He's been their most consistent performer. And he lines up a triple kill here to save the day. Astralis 1 round away from tying things up.
Nine Pandas down to Deegs. An opportunity now for Astralis to try and stabilize the economy. If they lose too many members here, it's still a problem going into the next gun round. So
yeah, they have to be really cautious. Let's not have any pushes in towards short. I think Yabi is like, it doesn't work twice. I'm not going back to it this time. Smart decision. Play to keep yourself alive in this round. Nine Pandas are getting that message as well.
yeah,
No deep peaks whatsoever, no deep presence. Defensive smoke deployed.
allows you to creep up a little closer here if you're Nine Pandas. Actually, the goal here would be to inflict some damage, but also get a bomb plant. Doesn't look like that can happen, but a mistake inside of the bathrooms could perhaps unlock it. I think Device and BlameF have realized, damn, we've taken probably way too much damage here. Device is down to 28 health. BlameF could have fallen on his swing out. So they adapt, they take their second opportunity in the round to stay alive here. Stone's gone down. Remember, Device is also low. BlameF has to clean up. He's run out of ammo in his primary weapon and goes swinging with the dual Berettas. Device has to step up from the back of Dice. It's 1 on C's. Rotation coming up. Device is so low, 1 health. Very lucky to still be standing, but that rotation from Yabi should be enough to secure this, but the damage being done again. We said about stabilizing. We talked about the fact that you need to keep most players alive, but Astralis lose 3 players.
Yeah, that's painful. That set up Nine Pandas nicely if they can win this next gun round to just demolish the economy and get back on top in that sense. There's money for the AWP, which Nine Pandas haven't had to go against yet. BlameF had 6,400. I think Device is at 5,900. I think BlameF likely to drop one over. They'll exchange rifles. And let's see what kind of impact that can have. And look, I mean, this defense has won every single round in the second half, but it's not pretty. It doesn't feel solid. It doesn't feel confident. It doesn't feel dominant.
Yeah, a problem for Astralis is they don't really have a proper coach to go to at the moment either in these timeouts. So
That's
waiting for
another one,
Rugged
yeah.
to come in. Currently, they've got Ronick. I mean, he's not really going to be the coach. You look to 23 years old, you look at the teams he's being a part of, it's Astralis talent.
It's more of someone who probably knows the system and knows what kind of plays they want to run, who can come up with a couple ideas. But those timeouts, I would imagine BlameF and Device are going to be the more vocal guys in those
Yeah, you don't have someone
action.
with experience to look to behind you.
He'll have suggestions, he'll have some ideas. Utility out, the op is in the hands of Device.
So they're looking to knit away that boost. Fortunately for Astralis, no one playing that. Clax getting through short. Yappy not aggressive this time, so Clax is given the position. It's a luxury for Nine Pandas to kind of assert dominance in this area early on, because a big part of the map to control for the T's.
Sound just used a Molotov very, very early. Misread the progress of the attack. It's hoping to molly people out of the corner. Opportunity wasn't there. Very passive from Nine Pandas to begin. They're going to let this utility get spent and fade away. Another defensive smoke deployed before Nine Pandas is applying any pressure. That'll fade around the 40-second mark.
Nine Pandas going through Monster. The setup designed to break this apart is stare at the barrels. Yabby beside him inside of the pit, but the flashes come up and Clax just absolutely annihilates Stare. So it's Yabby who must step up, and he absolutely won't. Bomb plant goes down for Nine Pandas. 3v5, and because of the damage sustained in the last round, they don't have the option to go for the retake.
That sort of aggressiveness is what Astralis was really kind of lacking. And look at the difference when Nine Pandas wait this round out towards what, the 30-second mark when they pull off that monster hit. Astralis trying that at like the 1-minute mark, and you had two players playing aggressively with pop flashes, with the smoke and monster. Clax is so aggressive, he beats the defensive smoke at the B bomb site. That's something Astralis was never, they weren't even able to get to that point. Weapon's going to be saved. AWP is still in the hands of Device, but again, the money situation, not pretty. Set up nicely in the last round of 3 kills. Another buy's going to come in for Astralis, but they're going to scrape some guns together on these last 2 players, FAMAS, MP9s, and still that AWP hasn't been able to have impact quite yet.
Yeah, we're not seeing that big CT side, the blue wall we were expecting to be erected. Clax just crushes Stare. Yabby's having a rough old time. Clax just runs in and claps them.
And freedom. So much freedom to get there. True. He's not harassed by any flashbangs. He's not like half blind when he's running up, maybe forcing him to miss a shot. There's no nades in his path. Just a very passive defense with 2 players, and they get beat.
Device's AWP is out in force, looking for that opening fight in middle. A great utility to just kind of neutralize him instantly. Device couldn't do much with a flash in his face. Clax is confident, and he should be 15 and 7. Clearing short. They've got so much control already. If you're Nine Pandas, you're loving this. Oh, it's a free kill.
Good find. Yeah, he was posted there. Remember, they've punished Yabby pushing aggressively in short twice, so he's kind of been forced away from it. Mentally doesn't want to take the battle that he's been beat on a couple of times early in this half. And I disbalance with an AWP posted up at Sandbags at like 1 minute and 15 seconds has all the time in the world to wait for someone to wander into his crosshair. And now, that opens up so much of the map. Nine Pandas can challenge elsewhere. There's 48 seconds for them to work. That's a shot I expect Device to hit 10 out of 10 times.
You've seen too many of those throughout this tournament of Device missing shots that usually would be sitters for him.
And Astralis is forced due to not knowing what's happening on the map, seeing presence out towards long. They have to like gamble stack towards the... This isn't going to work. Yabby's going to come back, and they've already called the save. Nine Pandas have an easy 10th round. They're up at double digits.
Outplaying, outworking Astralis at the moment. Nine Pandas see double figures first, and Astralis are forced to save to give this one last big try. But there's no signs pointing towards success at the moment.
They need to start denying some of this control for Nine Pandas. They need to actually start working up the courage to slow this down, to harass it, to do some damage, find some early kills.
They tried to play for the opener through mid, but Device was cancelled out. They didn't go for any short aggression, and then when they do, it's a peek into an AWP, just waiting for them. Everyone from Nine Pandas is showing up today. Everybody's hitting their mark. Everybody's fragging out. And you know, you started the second half by mentioning it's strange when you look at the names on the server, but Nine Pandas are outmatching Astralis on firepower. And that is an absolute fact.
Outmatching them in terms of firepower. They've had the economic advantage through the entire first half, and they're kind of on the verge of getting it. And then, yeah, tactically outplaying Astralis. This T side is looking much more well-drilled, much better at moving around the map.
It seems like Nine Pandas are playing with more confidence than Astralis, so yeah. Very cool to see from Nine Pandas' perspective. Astralis start with 4 players at the B-bomb side. They'll send Device out for a solo pick middle, and now they're taking some control of short. They deny free access for Nine Pandas, but Nine Pandas this time are sending the majority of their forces up through playground, out towards long. And Device isn't going to detect that.
No one's home. Flashbang to turn the corner.
They could scale so fast up long here, and Device is not really in a position to stop that from happening.
No, but he knows the timing. He's going to start backing away. He realizes they can come in towards front bathrooms. So good map control for 9 Pandas early on in this round. 1 minute and 10 seconds still on the clock.
Has been a rotate up to help Device. It's in the form of BlameF. Usually this A setup is unbreakable.
This is a tough angle, though, for Device. There's 3 choke points he's got to worry about.
He has to be very lucky here that you only come from one side. Glowing. The Shadow could betray him here. He walks into Device. Shot lands with the AWP. Device sticks around. In fact, he goes for a double dip. Seized is close by. Missed shot from Device, and he's down. Now BlameF must step up. It's only 1 kill from BlameF, so they line up for Stown. And now a 1v2 for eye disbalance set up off the back of that. Already Astralis have a 3rd rotated player up towards Truck. It's Yabi that's got the free headshot. Astralis needed that one.
Yeah, they desperately did. They desperately did. BlameF and Device do just enough. They had a 3rd player there just at the right moment to be able to hold on to the bomb site in the follow-up. And then obviously Yabi arrives in time as well to ensure the round, to be the insurance policy. Not pretty, not as strong as we'd like to see, but Astralis get it done. Oh, look at this.
Double Mac 10s.
Yeah, but Dilladas and Glowing have 5,000 and 4,700, and they've dropped to the Mac 10s. This you imagine is going to be fast-paced. It's going to be an uppercut towards this B bomb site, but it's a 4-man start here for Astralis.
Yeah.
Should be able to handle it.
They've got the numbers, but will they be able to handle it is the question. Glowing clearing out the barrels down. Very fortunate to still be standing. Yabi making sure he stops his B push, and they all line up. This round comes to a crashing halt for 9 Pandas. Astralis going to tie things up. It was an interesting call for 9 Pandas. They nearly break through. You know, if that kill goes against Down, maybe there's an opening that...
Look at the difference, though. This time, they still scale up very, very quickly because Astralis send 2 players towards short. But this time, there's that flashbang from BlameF. That Mac 10 gets that kill on Toxic Barrels if that flashbang isn't there. He just lost track of the head at the last second. I don't even mind the call. It's a little bit crazy, but I don't mind an attempt at an uppercut. You have plenty of money to play with. And a 3rd timeout used from 9 Pandas. It's bold, but that's a back-breaking call. If that one works, game's over.
Doesn't work out though, so Astralis survive. They'll take this 30 seconds to chill out and refocus to try and get the job done here on their map pick. So like you said, lots of money for 9 Pandas. They were able to throw caution to the wind in the previous round. Can't exactly do the same here because money is now at the breaking point. But they've got AKs on every player bar Idis Balance who has an AWP.
Look at Clax's opening duels. 7-1, 0 lost.
Incredible from Clax. Device once again going for the mid-peak and not finding anything. Idis Balance attempts his shot on Stown, and oh my god, shot lands, but Stown stays up. That would have been a devastating blow to kick off round 21.
Yeah, pretty decent damage in return, though, with that grenade. Stown's going to have a very tough round ahead of him with only 14 HP. Got to be very careful about his positioning, about when he chooses to move. Double flash towards Banana to activate Device. He sees absolutely nothing anywhere. 9 Pandas playing this still very passively to open up these rounds. Nade should do a decent amount of damage, and indeed it will.
That's perfect. Max damage nade, 40 at health. Dilladas, not a fan of that one. Grenade goes into stair. Another big grenade, this time from 9 Pandas.
We landed nades in this round.
It's dodgeball. Not doing a great job of dodging them. 45 seconds remain in this round for 9 Pandas to work something. Device has been often spotted towards bathrooms. This time, he's got the AWP out long. Passive at long though, so he can adjust his scope very quickly to deal with the bathrooms threat to assist BlameF. In fact, he can support BlameF with utility, and now he goes out for the peek, but Device misses it, and he takes some damage off the top. Once again, only 1 from BlameF. That's not going to be enough just yet to feel super comfortable. You need Device to step up. Good one shot, but straight through the dice box. He's nailed by Dilladez. Limited time though for 9 Pandas. 13 seconds. Stown has found a dangerous spot. And that rifle chips away. 8 seconds. Bomb goes to the site. Big headshot to eliminate Stown. And he was the last player alive for Astralis. 11 rounds stepping up here for 9 Pandas. They're into the lead in the late game.
It feels like this aggressive stance from BlameF and Device isn't really panning out. And BlameF has actually played that spot a couple of times now. And he's always pretty much gone 1 for 1.
Yeah, he's never been able to get a multi-kill.
Really good trading. And obviously, Stown at the end, it's a very cool play. He needed his teammate to survive. When he's the only one left, there's no other options for him. There's nowhere to go after you're in that corner. And Astralis have to call their final timeout because they must buy here.
And look at the money. Look at the situation over there for Astralis. They don't have a lot of cash to go around. There's not going to be a super pretty buy here.
They've at least got the AWP. Not that it's been super impactful in this game. Yeah, Device hasn't really been able to influence the map the way he normally does. They're unafraid to come right at him. And C's going to be calm and composed, chasing after his first major in 6 years.
The last chance qualifier.
He's gotten second place twice at 2 majors, at Cluj-Napoca in 2015, at Columbus in 2016. Looking to return and chase after a trophy finally.
They'd stack. Oh, it's perfect to call it this time. Stown and Yabby receive the brunt of the damage. Their health is lowered. BlameF forced out of his position in connector. Klax goes down to the spam, though. That's a massive kill to find for Stown.
Yeah, that's the first open engagement Klax has lost.
He didn't even see his opponent.
Yeah, calling it engagement is maybe a bit much. All right, Yabby.
Oh, glowing. What a peek down. Sees Stown aggressive short. Eradicates him. Minute 10 seconds left. Astralis' opening kill is now equaled out. They're drained of utility. Smoke and an HE grenade left for Astralis with a 4 minute left. Device blinded, forced off the angle, so there's no kill there for Device. Yabby gets aggressive towards short, realizing they don't have the utility to delay, so they need early information at least.
It's a good position. You can see him looking at the wall. He hears these footsteps. It's a really good position to gather information, so they're able to pull a third player. That's Stare who just arrives at the B bomb site. And Yabby's just saying, watch Monster. I have short. They can't come here unless I'm dead.
So it's all about this monster hold for Astralis. Will they be able to drag us through to 11-11? BlameF, this time, not even one. Stare has to step up again. Damage done to Glowing, eliminated by Stare, and the bomb now commits into the fight. Dilladez wins it, and Yabby's so low, and he's out short. He's smoked out, and 9 Pandas are about to get map point on Astralis' map pick. Bomb is down. Yabby running in. MP9 detected. Good damage done. They line up, but not enough to bring them down just yet. And Yabby so desperately needs this clutch, and he's 1 bullet away from getting it, and Yabby steps up when they needed him most.
That's spectacular from Yabby. He's had such a tough time in short, and what a brilliant clutch. Has to come through the smoke, but he comes on that right side, so he's covered by the pillar. And boy, did he have to do some damage. I disbalanced, missing a couple shots in all the chaos, but this is so well managed. So well done from Yabby to save the day for Astralis. A beautiful final shot, and he keeps them in the fight.
And he hasn't had the best map here, but what a round to have impact in. Yabby comes back, low health, damaged goods, up against 2, and the MP9 still able to pull through. 11-11.
God, they needed that.
No secrets about Astralis' wish here. Searching for map point, and they might just do it here. You look at 9 Pandas' money, it breaks if they don't get a bomb plant, and they lose this round.
Flash right after the Molotov, here it comes. Glowing gonna turn the corner. Ooh.
No flash yet, it's dry.
Okay.
It's sneaky, and no one from Astralis here, so that risk is paid off for 9 Pandas.
It's all right. I don't think they have the guts to attack this dry right now, or even with utility at this moment in the round. Oh, yes, they do. Here comes the exec.
Utility upstairs, blinded. He's taken out. Yabby's still at Monster, and he is so needed once again, but he's traded out after 1. A 2v3. 9 Pandas once again knocking on the door of map point. Bomb plant coming through, and it's the 2 heaviest hitters on paper here of BlameF and Device, but they have been paper tigers throughout this first map of play.
They might have to save. I mean, Device is even already considering if BlameF can't get a kill, and there's no mistakes. No one from 9Pandas is even moving. No one's considering aggression.
It's not looking good at all. They're still committed, but yeah, no chances given to them, so they're going to start to back away. And 9Pandas break through the B bomb site, and they're up to map point on overpass.
There's even 3 players at that B bomb site. They can only muster 2 kills on the exact. Great flashbangs, great utility from 9Pandas. Good shot from Device to preserve the AWP. Dilladez was going hunting. And now for Astralis, it's overtime or bust. Overtime or down 0-1 in this elimination series.
Who thought we'd have to be looking at Astralis force overtime from behind just on to get into a winnable position on their map pick?
They felt so diminished since that loss to Spirit. Like, ever since then, like, that Spirit game on Vertigo was such a good game, and everyone was playing so strong. And ever since that loss, they've just seemed a shadow. And they got to reverse that right now. Round 24. Again, a little bit limited. Deagle on Stair, MP9 on Stown. Lack of utility, lack of kits. And BlameF is going to be all alone and has 3 players coming to his direction.
Seized about to round the corner. BlameF has struggled to pair kills together. It's always been 1-for-1. And once again, it is that exact scenario panning out inside of Connector. That's not enough to put Astralis in a comfortable spot. Device is so uncomfortable right now. He has no help, no support.
I think he kind of feels the weight of the situation. Final round, overtime on the cards, but also the diminished weapons on his teammates, and he feels like he has to make a play. He feels like he has to have impact in this round, so he's staying aggressive for the moment. A little overextended, but he wants the opportunity to win the round.
Device senses his timing to get a little further back to more cover, but he's worried about them creeping up past Divider through Banana.
He's got no utility to get out of this situation either.
He's committed now. Dilladez, what a shot! Device is down, and Astralis to 3 players. Overtime seems so far away. Yabi burns at the back of Dice. His cover forced away. He steps into the open, and 9Pandas step into map 1. Victory on overpass. Astralis fall on their map pick, and now 1 map away from elimination on the road to Copenhagen.
They outplayed Astralis in every single way on this map. They outplayed them economically, tactically, and individuals were there. We've got the desk to break it all down.
Well, there we have it. The Pandas, rather, have reigned supreme. Maniac, I'm going to come to you first, bro. We mentioned at the very start of the day it was very much dependent on the CT side of Astralis. What did you make of their performance?
It wasn't exactly the city side that I sort of propped and praised, wasn't it? You're talking about a gun round 1 for Astralis, a conversion, a first gun round, and from this moment on, it is very lackluster. I'm going to do my best to not make this segment just about indicting Astralis, but there are certain elements that we need to address. First of all, this is still just a shadow of Device. Like, the guarantee that the AWP is supposed to be on the A side just isn't there anymore. Secondly, the multi-kill factor of BlameF was 0. Never capable of having multi-kills in any of the setups that they have. It was always 1-for-1-for-1. Yabi being thrown like an offering to a mythical god to the B side for some reason, just being completely sacrificed multiple times. Yeah. What the hell is going on with this defense? Help me.
Great question. I don't have the answers. It was so like Yabi to its short was just a liability. It's like, all right, 9Pandas, here you go, a free 4v5. Don't let the scoreline fool you. It was a 13-11 for sure. You know how many rounds Astralis were able to steal by clutches? 4. They won 4 clutches. Sure, Yabi had that 1v2, which he was able to pull out, you know, from the hat. We had Stair with a great shutdown towards B. But these are hero moments coming in. Device had a clutch of his own as well. These are hero moments bailing out Astralis. The better team in virtually every department was 9Pandas, have no doubt about that. Even the individuals, right? Everyone was chipping in, and none of those are like cosmetic frags. All of the impact frags coming in, the kill spread is so very solid as well. On the side of Astralis, there was only 1 player I look at, I'm like, yeah, you're doing a job, buddy. Stair was great. Everyone else, they were missing, man.
Now, speaking more to the incredible performances we've seen here, on the side of 9Pandas, was there anybody that really stood out to you as you take a look at the scoreboard?
I don't really think it's about individuals. I think the quality of the game was just really, really high for 9 Pandas. And they showcased diversity in how they could win rounds on the T side, which is one of the hardest feat that you can put on Overpass, right? They were able to execute onto the A side. They were able to be careful enough to avoid the punish from Device with the AWP. They were closing the gap, and then their executes were pretty clean. The last round is a super good example. The protocols they use to just take map control step by step towards bathroom, and then once they're in position, here we go, we put out our util. Even if Stone is already in position, he gets mollied out of default, pulls back, he's being found by... it's just very well put together. And of course, Glowing had a good map, far away from me to take that from him. But I do look at it as a team victory, both tactically and in terms of skill.
Yeah, shout out to Klax as well. He won 7-1 in opening duels, and a lot of the opening duels were won on the CT side. And just to add on or build upon what Maniac just said about their T side, right? Even when Astralis had short control towards B and they knew it was going to be a monster hit coming in, because the protocols and the utility and the spacing was so very good, Astralis, even with the read, even with the stack, struggled holding off those hits. On the other side for Astralis, I see them, they really kicked themselves in the nuts with some of the force buys they had. From the get-go, going for hunts, losing a lot of players, just going for these force buys time and time again, and the force buys were very one-dimensional. Monster hit, and by the way, the monster and short CT side control from 9 Pandas was exquisite.
Well, you know what? I think we should go ahead and take a look at that Astralis control that you were mentioning with round number 3, and you can take us through that.
Yeah, round number 3 is a classic. It's a classic mess up here from Astralis, right? Look at the clock. 25 seconds. They have no eyes, no control towards bathrooms, towards long. They have no idea what the setup is. 20 seconds, they still are setting up the utility right now. And because they haven't really cleared it out, the CT right there glowing, getting 2 kills, and at this point the round's done. Even if they get the trade, round's over. There's nothing you can do. This is a classic example of a panic play coming in. They try to go for the B hit, and listen, at that time when you feel like your B hit's not really working out, either just go for the save, in my opinion, hold on to your weapons because you had 4 players alive, or just brute force in. But going for a 25-second rotation without having gotten a single kill yet, with no information at A, is a rookie mistake, something which I guess set the trend for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was also a good shout out to the util usage from 9 Pandas on their CT side. Like, the reason you see this panic rotation is because a smoke pops at like 32 seconds left, and Astralis are just shying away from crossing it. Either you could do it with a nade that opens up the smoke, you could do it with a couple of flashes. They don't have that. So the indictment is also about, hey, if you wanted to finish B early on, just put some pressure early in the round. Like, have them use that util. Force them to use the util instead of just waiting around, and then as you're about to execute, it's like, oh, well, actually, there's a smoke. Never mind. This very round, there is a literal salsa, a tango that happens between Stone and Blamef, where Stone is running in first, doubles back in the smoke as he's about to cross. Blamef is behind him. He's like, oh, shit, actually, he's not crossing. No, I'm not crossing either.
I'm not going to be the first guy going inside.
And that's 29 seconds left, and the round is just basically a salsa.
I feel like, you know, we talk about utility economy quite a lot. You know, it's a terminology where on the CT side, you don't burn your util early on. The way to, like Maniac just said, the way to avoid that is by making some plays, maybe throwing a flash, maybe a Molotov, forcing the CT to use their utility. Instead of Astralis, it was like there were no real fakes, there was no real forcing the CTs to expend their stuff.
If you compare with 9 Pandas as well, there were different ways. With 9 Pandas, we're getting either map control or kills on their T side. Like, what is the last one as well? It's a crew towards connector with 3 people. It's pretty simplistic. It's not rocket science Counter-Strike. Just a crew of people, trade potential, boom, they clear bathroom, they kill Blame if they know they can scale up. Astralis was very bland in how they were starting the rounds. And whenever they were trying to cross too long, there were situations where no flash was used, seized is right there, multi-kill immediately. It's like, come on, there are a couple of these forced utility you have to use. They didn't. They got punished.
Well, fellas, we're going to be having Nuke coming up next. The real question is, why are you sighing already?
Oh, because I can see it coming. I can see the catastrophe coming.
It's also a bit of, it's confusing for me why 9 Pandas went for Nuke. I really thought they would go for Inferno. I felt that was the obvious pick coming in. They're in a 4-map losing streak, and currently in the past 3 months are 1-7. On this map, on their mapping. They're 1-7. Astralis have a better win rate on it, and even Astralis are pretty garbage on this map. So I, honest to God, have no idea what to expect on Nuke. Matthew is seeing doom and gloom, I guess.
Well, it's just at this point, like, what am I supposed to base my hope on for Astralis? Like, what am I supposed to do? The contract, the mission was accomplished on the T side of Overpass. They move on to the CT side and we say, okay, all they got to do is win the pistol round and have a conversion. All they have to do is be in a financially favorable position on the CT side. They get there, they have all their need, and they still lose. Like, at some point, I got to be French. I got to fucking wave the white flag and just, that's it.
But they're not French.
I should be in that moment.
Hey, he could do it for that. But I agree with you. I share the frustration, the pain, and honestly, if this is the Astralis you're going to be seeing for today, and even to win this game, if this is the Astralis you're going to be seeing deep down the line today, tomorrow, they're not making it.
Well, you know what? The pressure is certainly weighing in heavy on the shoulders of Astralis. This is the EU last chance qualifier, the last chance at redemption, and the last chance for them to play in front of their home crowd in Copenhagen, of which will be decided after this break as we head into Nuke.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time to guess the CS team using the emojis. Astralis' Stare is with me here. Are you an emoji user, an enjoyer? Not so much?
A couple of emojis, not too many, but I have a couple I like.
You have a couple you like? Well, we're going to see if you've got a couple you can guess on here. The first one though, Stare, this is so easy. Just look at this.
I would go for Vitality instantly.
Nice and easy.
Yeah.
But it gets a lot harder from here. We'll just warm you up.
I mean, I would guess so. I would guess so. That was a good one.
Next one.
It's a baby and a... I don't know.
Medal. So a baby being born.
Yeah.
And then a winner's medal.
Yeah.
And then there was a GOAT player on this team. Or the GOAT, the greatest of all time in CSGO. That should make it very easy for you.
Yeah, but then I would go for Navi then. But I don't see where the baby comes.
Born to win. So the baby's been born. And then a win, you see?
Yeah, okay. I mean, if I get this much help, then it's gonna be easy. I like it. Let's keep going then.
Okay, next one.
I see a lot of stars, I guess, and then a mermaid or whatever that is.
Yep, it's a mermaid.
Yeah. I mean, from stars, I would go for Astralis, but I don't know about the mermaid. I'm not
you don't know about the mermaid?
No, I don't know.
You're from this country, you're from this organization.
Oh, like this, but that's not the organization, I would say.
No, but it's that Danish team.
Okay, if you're gonna go like
stars.
that, okay, then, okay.
Yeah?
Okay, I see. Then I get it.
This one, though, should be super easy.
I mean, I see a bear, I would guess VP.
Boom, nice and easy.
This seems like Bad News Eagles.
Boom, correct.
Yeah, that was just like almost written on.
They just share pretty much every single one.
Yeah, I was pretty confident. Okay.
So what do you see?
I see a croissant, and I see the devil's face, and I see Japan, I think.
Okay, so the organization is European. They used to have French players on their team.
Okay, I would go for 3D Max.
No.
No?
Used to, in the past.
Okay.
The mask represents like what their logo is, their organization's logo. And the Japanese flag is because it's like a Japanese samurai.
Ah, it's G2.
Hey, okay, you understand. There,
Yeah,
well done.
I got it, yeah.
Okay, you got that faster than a lot of people, Star.
Yeah, I mean, when you said had French players, and then
Okay.
I said, you heard the samurai, I was pretty confident.
You know your stuff, I like this.
This one's interesting. I have no clue.
Really? I thought you would like insta get this.
Really?
Yeah. What do you see?
I see eagle, I think. And then I see, what's it even called in English? The Statue of Liberty.
Yes.
And then some water drops.
Yes. So think of what team represents America and water.
Team Liquid.
Boom.
What do I see? A superhero or something. And then a knife, and then a mermaid.
You said it. You said the word.
I said the word?
Super. What? What do you say after super? When
I said hero. Hero. Oh, heroic.
Okay. You were so close. You had it. You had it.
I don't know. It's gone worse from the start.
I know you were doing so well.
It's going downhill.
You understood?
It's going downhill.
Last one.
Okay. Angry emoji. Is that a sun or a flower?
Sun.
Okay. And then a football. Football. Now I'm just thinking, which of the top teams have an
Someone who's heavily into their organization and team is a very famous football player.
Furia.
Boom!
Okay,
There you go. Well, you did pretty well, man. You were quite quick. A couple of shaky
I got some help, but I take it.
We take it. Thank you very much, Star.
Thank you.
You enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. It was fun.
He learnt some emojis. I'm impressed.
I really did.
Counter-Strike's most successful major organization, Astralis, could be about to miss out on their third major in a row. They're one map down versus 9 Pandas in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, we better see a complete reversal from Astralis. That was an ugly first map. And all that being said, with how kind of disjointed it felt on the T side at times, the lack of confidence that we felt throughout, the CT setups that were weak, not being traded, not multiple players at the point of attack. All that being said, it was still a 13-11 loss. So, yeah. I mean, they were right there. But this is a shadow of the Astralis we kind of expected to see in this tournament, and they don't have any more room for mistakes. This had to have been a real conversation during the break of like, guys, confidence. Everything needs to be done with confidence. It needs to be a complete change of how we approach this mentally as individuals. I don't even care if they talked about tactics in this break. Get some attitude and energy back into this team. And then the question turns to, which one of them is going to deliver it? Because Yabi and Stown had a tough time finding impact. Device is off. I've never seen him miss so many just standard fundamental shots. That has been his bread and butter throughout his career. Blame F never really able to double up on gun rounds. Like, there's so much missing. Stair's the only one who's come into this game and planted his feet and said, I'm going to deliver. And you need that to spread across the rest of the team heading into Nuke, because you're about to be eliminated from the RMR, from the last chance qualifier, in what is going to be embarrassing fashion.
Yeah, this will be remembered. This will be a storyline for years to come if Astralis lose to 9 Pandas in the opening round of the last chance qualifier. 9 Pandas, one map up. We now head into the 9 Pandas map pick of Nuke. Astralis have had pretty bad results on Nuke. As of late, last 3 months, they played it 5 times, lost it 3 of those times. Stown getting aggressive. Joel Beretta's heading towards Clax, just about spots him. Blimf aggressive through Hut. Sees a couple of players on the other side of it, and now this ramp push continues for Astralis.
Yeah, but good call from 9 Pandas. They see all this aggression in lobby. They've already got a player over towards Secret, and Astralis is going to press the issue. Pushing all the way in. Stown needs this kill. Sees is buddied up with the teammate coming in. Clax has the first kill. He was fantastic in openings on Overpass. A little bit of a rebuttal, but now the pounce comes in from outside.
Yeah, 3v2 established now off the back of this. Still over a minute to play with, but not comfortable here for Astralis. Their lobby crunch has gone against them. And Yabi trying to fight, trying to stop them get down the vent, but they've already dropped down, and Device is called to go back towards ramp, try and get down to B, but that bomb plant is already through, so at a minimum, 9 Pandas will have a solid force buy in the next round, but they are looking to go across the finish line in this pistol. Yabby with an important headshot. C's brought down, but he's still so far away. Needs to fly down the vent and try and join Device, but it's just Device left now. And he does not have a kid on his back. Glowing is just buying time. And Device is not seeing the pathway to a pistol round win here. He goes back towards double doors. Idis Balance is tucked in the corner. Device goes to check it, and he has fallen. Astralis lose the pistol.
What a good job from 9 Pandas as well. That is so nice to kind of stall out. You sense the push. Players outside take space, wrap towards the upper bomb site. And when you're about to take back lobby, they come backstabbing players at door. That is so well handled in a pistol round at this kind of aggression that Astralis came out with. It overcomes the opening kills going the way of Astralis. And a beautiful transition to the lower bomb site. Once again, outplaying Astralis, and it's 1-0.
MP9s for Device and Stairs. A force buy on the CT side. Second round here. It's quick towards ramp from 9 Pandas, looking to try and cut through. Yabby's Deagle. One shot is good, but unable to get a double. Was not in the position to do so. And Device left him on an island. But he must step up now. Device, they run right past. MP9's good. Goes around the corner, lines up a second. And Device drops the bomb. It's a great start to the rounds here. Even better if Stalin can finish off Idis Balance. That damage is certainly felt from the 5-7. And 9 Pandas have to drop back. And as they do so, they walk into Stair, who's waiting for this easy kill on Idis Balance. It should be easy. Low HP, Idis Balance falls, and just like that, it's seized alone.
There you go. There's Device just stepping up when they needed it. Double kill, high impact from Device in this round with that MP9.
Oh.
They know his position now. 1v2 for seized. Okay, he knows one's ramp. He knows one's down at control doors.
They separate themselves into 1v1 fights here. Seized has some time to play with.
This is a really hard situation for BlameF to play. He's got to worry about the bomb site. He's got to worry about control site. He's got to worry about vents as well. He just bails out. He says, all right, if you want to come up vents, I'll be ready and waiting. Stair, take the lower bomb site.
Well, Stair has done exactly that. Finds himself comfort inside of the cubby. Decon swings open, commitment to the plant, seized, at least locks in the extra cash, but is taken out by Stair in response. So Device does step up, Stair closes, and Astralis win the second round force.
Yeah, that's nicely done. One kill from Yabby, Device in a perfect position to be able to help recover, and it looked like he was going to go towards Secret very, very quick, but was able to hop back towards Ramp Room and grab some easy kill. Well, not, the second one wasn't easy. I'll take that back.
It's relatively difficult.
Yeah, just grinding them down as they progress into the lower bomb site. So a good return for Astralis after losing the pistol, the first lost pistol for them of the series. They convert the second round right back.
Last time Astralis played in a major, Jason, the roster was Zipex, Glaive, Config, BlameF, and Farley.
Ooh.
That was the last time Astralis made an appearance. It wasn't their best face, I have to say.
No,
but at least they made it there.
That's a lineup. Zipex hasn't really been seen for some time. AK-47 outside on Glowing, run boosted on top of the box. BlameF gonna take hold of outside at the single box with Device behind him on a vertical stack up at Generator.
Device removes Idis Balance. BlameF, nice tap up to the top. These rifles not getting too close to a round win here, 9 Pandas, but an important headshot back from Glowing. And they're going to be going down ramp with 2. You've got some space here to play with 9 Pandas, and Glowing looks to try and join the rest of his teammates, so he'll be running back through T-spawn all the way through the lobby. He's the bomb carrier. So definitely the most important piece to this, and he's going to hear the drop-down vent.
Yeah, that's a very loud rotation. Stound coming in for a flank, so Astralis can kind of, they can be in a situation where they play this passively, where you can kind of lure them into a trap. You don't need to like stand super strong on the initial defense, but Astralis has a lot of resources downstairs.
Yeah, they're really relying on this flank for Stound to buy them everything. Problem is, 9 Pandas heard that rotation, and they've started to think about a B play now, so they run right into it.
This is all a
charging
fake.
past the window, making a little fake-a-roo, trying to keep players here from Astralis down, and the final plays coming up through heaven.
He's pulled 3 players downstairs as well.
This is sick from Seized.
Yeah, this
and Stound's gone here too, so the flank isn't even committed to the A bomb side. Now that plant's coming in A, Stound can call that, but his teammates now realize they've got to come up and retake this upper bomb site. It's still a very favorable situation for Astralis on numbers, but whether or not they can get back into the site is yet to be seen. Klax and Glowing want to fight. They want to take some of these kills quickly. Yabby coming through main. Down through Squeaky. Good kill from Glowing. Couldn't transfer back, and now it's all on Klax. Will they check the rafters? Will they look for him up here? One kill revealed. Second nearly collected. But Stare is essential in finding that trade kill.
That's a really cool fake from C's, but well done from Astralis. Even though they rotate 3 players down, they stay composed. Good retake at the upper bomb site. Trading all the kills necessary and finding themselves a second. Bomb plant's going to help, though, and 9 Pandas, it'll be interesting to see. What do they choose to do? Do they want to keep some pressure on with that plant with 3 kills? Do they want to keep the pressure on the economy, keep it low as possible? And they're going to take a timeout to discuss the situation.
Device was transferred back from NIP to Astralis on October 27th, 2022. So it's been quite some time. The Device has been back in this roster, and I think many people thought this was the return of Astralis. When Device came back into the team, yeah, Blame F and Device as a combo. Yeah, sure, was a couple of weaker players still on that roster, but you thought this would be Astralis back on track.
Well, you add on to that Device was the 11th best player of 2023 per HLTV, and, you know, came back and had a really good year, and all the talk was, how did this guy spend so much time out and then still come back and be such an incredibly strong player? We're not getting that number 11 of 2023 here in the server today. Haven't really gotten in this RMR.
I'm just trying to get away from it, trying to get out of there. And a quick pop into the upper bomb site for 9 Pandas has netted them a round win. And the scoreline is tied up 2-2.
That's 9 Pandas taking advantage of an early CT side economy on Nuke. It felt like there was nothing slowing them down. There was no Molotov they had to run through, no nades in their face. Nice and easy to get those Mach 10s out into the open. And remember, they tried to do something similar on Overpass. They did call like a Mach 10 rush at the B bomb site through Monster. That got stalled out. This time, it works. And they tie things up at 2. Blame F has utility. He has smoke nade flash, so he can actually drop an M4 over to a teammate. So will still be a solid, strong buy for Astralis. But that upper bust will put him on notice that they got to be real careful about which rounds they're prepared for it. One Molotov over towards door gets smoked out, nothing towards hut, which is where Glowing wrapped around. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication between Stare and Stout on that upper defense. Neither of them was paying attention to hut.
The save at least keeps Astralis competitive into round 5. We'll have the AWP still in hand. The only player that has to take a dip to an SMG instead of the premium rifle is Stare. Outside smokes deployed instantly from 9 Pandas, but no one committing behind it. They've seen a weakness on this top site, and they might just go and try and punish it again. Hut's Molotov's in, flashes in, Stares the MP9, having to step up. They come around the corner, and Stare is down. Stout in the chaos is dead as well. Glowing dies to his own Molotov, but it's absolute chaos. It's bedlam inside of the site. But as 9 Pandas are sending Astralis to sleep, Blame F comes back through hut, low HP on 21, but he's found the perfect timing to slip on out, but immediately traded by Seized. 9 Pandas once again bulldoze their way through the A bomb site.
Man, Astralis, they are not comfortable with those upper hits. That upper defense, you can just see the fights don't feel clean. They feel chaotic. They feel surprised. Stare drops the smoke, he knows it's coming. Dilladez still finds the kill inside the smoke, and 2 players at door just locked behind T-side utility. 2 players over by door and vent that just cannot get involved on the actual defense itself.
And if you're 9 Pandas, you know this is the playstyle that'll kill a team like Astralis. This is your best shot at disrupting them, creating so much chaos, being that team to get in the face of your opponent. And the fact that they're allowed to play this game is so impressive for 9 Pandas.
And it's going to pull a lot of attention on the defense towards the upper bomb site as well. So that's going to open things up outside later on for 9 Pandas. Those kind of effective upper busts in the first 2 gun rounds are going to set you up for like an easier time in the later stages of this half.
We just think about the human element inside of Astralis right now. It's, if you're Stout and Yabby, you've dealt with so much community backlash from your move out of Heroic, how things went down, how you find yourself in Astralis. All of that would be easy to deal with if you started just getting results and everybody was like, okay, fair enough.
Winning would solve that problem.
But the other side of it is now you're about to be eliminated from the RMR against 9 Pandas if you lose this map, and you're not going to go to the Copenhagen Major All of these thoughts start to come into your mind about the amount of backlash you'll get followed up from that. And that is just definitely a human element that will affect your game.
They might not be thinking about it in the moment, but they'll be thinking about it afterwards if it's.
I don't know what's down in Yabby, man.
True.
I think it might slightly creep in with some of these players.
Well, Astralis just going to hunt for an exit kill for someone trying to save at the end of the day.
So that's 4 rounds for 9 Pandas on the T side already. Quite often we'll say, at a minimum, that's enough on the T side of Nuke. We've seen many a team be able to pull back at 4 deficits, but given how this half has gone, it seems like 9 Pandas are set for a lot more than that.
Yeah, and the question is, like, after a really lackluster first map in terms of eye test for Astralis and a really tough RMR is, especially when you get overrun by 2 upper rushes like this early on, do you actually have the fortitude to stay in this game? Let's see if this defense can go lockdown mode. Overpass, it didn't quite get there. It always looked sketchy even when they were putting rounds on the board. This Nuke CT side better be effective. Timeout from Astralis. A conversation early on in the half.
For 9 Pandas, they commit to today with 0 expectations from the community upon them. Everybody is expecting them to lose to Astralis, if you think rationally. So when you play with sort of major to lose, sure, but you don't have all the expectation pressure on your shoulders, it can free you up, especially if you win map 1. That's the map pick of Astralis. You bring it on to Nuke, where you've got to feel like this is your best chance to take them out, because Astralis' results on Nuke have not been pretty.
Yeah, and I think too, like when you look at this team, like yes, they're playing, you know, maybe Astralis, like I don't know, if I wonder what they would say if you ask the players, but like let's say like 70% of their peak. You know, if you let them survive this map, if you let them win this map, who knows what they come into the 3rd map with? That could be a bounce back point for this team that seemingly just lacks confidence at the moment. Early Molotovs out.
So utilities being lined up on T-roof again.
Yeah, and tons of counter nades already towards the upper bomb site, and I think 9 Pandas want to try and take advantage of that.
Just keep going. Oh, this could be absolutely brutal.
I mean, they might be in for a rude awakening. There are 3 players in this upper site, 4 even.
Glowing's dead first, so I wonder if they cancel now off the back of that early death. You can't really commit now if you lose your player straight through the smoke like that. Does burn a lot of utility here for 9 Pandas, but they got a deep belt. Follow up Molotov for Hut. They're still going for it. They're still staying poised towards this A-bomb site. And Stair will descend down Hut and triple up. You mentioned the fact that Astralis are going to have to focus a lot more on defending the A site. That's exactly what happens, and they stop 9 Pandas at the door.
I actually think it's a little overconfident for 9 Pandas to go for this 3 rounds in a row. I mean, Astralis, they really rotated to address the situation. 4 players at the upper bomb site. Even if BlameF doesn't get that initial kill, you've got plenty of players in position to put a stop to that upper site. And importantly, Astralis survived with 5 players. So the economic issue as well, they immediately get a boost in that category. They don't have to worry about being in a reset position in the next round. So they've been given a bit of a gift here.
So a long save of the AK-47. Almost respected in a way, though. Imagine they just break through the upper bomb site for the 3rd time, despite Astralis having all the focus on it.
Yeah, that would
actually would be mentally shattering.
That would be bad. that wouldn't be good.
So he's just chilling on the T-roof, hoping he can get away with his AK, and it looks like he will be. Given that Mercy, the chase just around the corner is going the wrong side, and Seas will collect his weapon for the next round. So 4-3. Stair once again, stepping up. That's
good
that
find.
Opening kill from BlameF.
Yeah, really good slide out from BlameF. Cover of smoke, but Stair holds very strong. Not bothered by any of the utility. And he was their impact player on Overpass as well with some very good rounds. 4-3, and Astralis going to try and build back up into this game. They got money behind this buy. Nades towards Mini. They're going for it again.
Again, an upper Hut again. It's going to be Seas running out. First kill's good. Couldn't quite get the second, but that will be traded by Dilladez. And once again, they're into the bomb site, but the Chaos this time allows Yabby a free kill, but it's a 1v3 ahead of Yabby. And the Molotov makes it uncomfortable. They're going to start peeking him together in a double swing, and I cannot believe 9 Pandas run the upper hit once more. Astralis weren't ready, and it works out. It actually works out.
That's some big ass balls. It's 4 rounds in a row calling for just upper hits. They're just...
I don't know how they move so quick with balls that big.
They're just laughing at Astralis right now. Man, and look at the space Seas has. Two players in mini, blocked out by smoke, blinded, held back at bay. And when the smoke eventually clears, they get both those kills anyway.
Dude, imagine you get eliminated from the RMR. You miss out on the chance to go to the Major, and you're just getting A-rushed every round. Oh, it's devastating for Astralis. They're down to an XM1014 shotgun on device.
And Seas is like, you're going to put someone extra in the upper bomb side. I'm getting down Secret, baby.
He's got up against the shotgun.
And Device is more worried about Vents than Secret at that point. Was worried about a drop down quickly as it was smoked out. Glowing is going to challenge outside. It's only Blame F, stuck out in the open and destroyed.
Oh my god, Device has to step up now. Shotgun, close quarter combat, Seas with the instant headshot. Device is dead. Astralis down to 3 players. And Klaxy's in such a good spot. Astralis is so confused. They're so confused about where the players in 9 Pandas are. There's so much chaos at the start of the rounds. And Astralis not piecing it together. Stair comes down ramp. Look how much damage they've done to the 9 Pandas players, but he can't even go for it.
Oh, Dinko, this one might be over.
I think...
this one, I hate to call it this early, but 9 Pandas are just looking a step ahead every single time.
Dude, if you're Astralis, you're just so tilted right now.
You gotta say too, like the pathing of these players after they make their moves is so good. Like Seas goes to control side, he's got 2 players coming out the control door, and he's just like, we don't need a 3rd player there in this situation. I'll go windows. Yabi might have been able to double up if Seas isn't there in the window, just shoots him from the side for free.
I almost can't believe what I'm watching.
It's great. It's great to see them finally switch into it. I mean, the 4 upper busts are fun. The 3rd one seemed a bit overconfident. You go for 4. No one in the world is going to think you're going to do that. But then, obviously, you see the route outside. Seas just runs behind the wall, feels no danger. He knows they're going to have to respect upper. Glowing, look at all the confidence he has just standing out in the open, not worried about big garage, not worried about a swing from middle. Blame F gets caught, and this is just so perfect.
The atmosphere for Astralis must be at an all-time low.
It's got to be quiet right now, right?
Yeah, it has to be. My Device is having to buy shotguns in back-to-back rounds. Like, we're at that point. Mike 7 for Device. Finally, a moment to breathe at the start of a round. Just balance will fall first. The only rifle in play for Astralis, saved by Stair in the last round. It's got its opening kill. You kind of want them to come into ramp here for Astralis because you've got that boosted player Device, but how much can the Mike 7 really get out of this? It's 1, it's a second, and that's actually really good work from Device. It brings it down into a 4v2 favoring Astralis.
Ooh, risky. Diladez is looking for a flank. Other players already downstairs control side, that's Glowing. Yabi's the only defender
he's got
here.
A USP.
Yeah, he's going to get taken out at some point, you'd imagine, right?
He's got to hope for a dink, and he's dead without even a point of damage.
And we haven't been able to find a situation where Astralis can get Stown and Stair with these rifles involved in the action. Vent's going to be Molotov, Stair has to push in front of it. Here comes the swing! Glowing's got both!
Stown now in the clutch. AK-47 collected off the battlefield. And does Stown just go for it? He's got a no kit, so it would have to be a 10-second stick. And they don't buy it. They don't believe it. They open the double door to confirm he's not on it. And Stown uses the Molotov to try and force Glowing into a peek. And he might actually separate them, but Glowing is able to just stay alive on the top of the stairway. Stown's not getting an opportunity here until that peak. Glowing goes for it. Time is ticking for Stown. Remember, no kit. Needs that kill instantly, and Diladez just runs away. And now time betrays Stown. He can't win this round, and it's 7 for 9 Pandas. Even though Astralis get it into a 4v2, it's not enough to close it. And 9 Pandas continue to rack up T rounds.
That Molotov in Vents forces Astralis to swing at control door, and Glowing took full advantage. What a great play to take control of the situation. And 9 Pandas starting to run away with this one, despite 2 kills from Device with the shotgun. Now, what that has allowed him to do is bring out the AWP in this round. The bonus money picked up from the shotty is going to get that money on the board. Overpass, though, it didn't dictate a whole lot. It didn't see it have the impact we normally do. And if Pandas, I mean, with all the upper rushes they've done, there's only 2 rounds left. But, I mean, if they can bust into that upper bomb set again, the AWP once again is going to be forced into saving situations.
Blame F despite being one of the greatest players in the world for a very long period of time, he's in the top 20 since 2020. He's only been to one major in Antwerp. One major. It's a big indictment on BlameF's career. The fact that you're in Astralis, you got some of the best players, major winners, 4-time major winners on your team. Only attended one major event, and this looks like he's not going to be going to one anytime soon. Glowing makes his way down the stairway. Stound's head spotted. Good shot though from Stound, but the trade is instant elsewhere. And devices change up at the ramp. Missed shot coming in. They get the information where the op is, and they're just running away. Yeah, they're running into the upper bomb site.
And it's only Stair, and he's been your big time player, but he is alone.
Oh, it's rough here for Stair. He's down to Diladez.
Yeah, he's left on an island for way too long. Way too long. Stair, that's an impossible situation. You almost got a feel for him. We've all been that upper player in that scenario. Yabby's going to try and make this work. He needs one more kill before Device feels comfortable getting activated. He obviously needs to find this one and hunt, and he can't do it. And now it's a safe call. But there's someone wrapping behind Device as well. He ain't getting away.
Dropping down, C should hear it. Device will fall to his death. C's locks in the headshot and an 8th round for 9 Pandas. We're going into the last round of this half. Astralis have enough money to sprinkle a buy on a couple of players, but it's not pretty. It's not a good buy across the board. And they so desperately need a 4th round. This is about to be a 9-3 scoreline, unless Astralis step up. And even then, is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it. Their T side was abysmal over on overpass.
I mean, yeah, I don't even know how they would recover. They have to be, like, again, strategically getting outplayed. I think those 4 upper rushes just broke them mentally, especially losing that 4th one. But the idea that you come back on your T side from a 3-9 scoreline, even if it's 4-8, that's going to be a really rough ask. Astralis, oh baby, are they in danger?
Oh, it's a rough scenario to be in here as we head into the last round of the half. Many people, myself included, thought the last chance qualifier was the ticket, the last second ticket for Astralis to get into the Copenhagen Major. No one thought they'd fall to 9 Pandas, maybe at the hand of the likes of Guild Eagles, GamerLegion later on in the competition, but this is rock bottom for Astralis. Stair to take out Clax. Step in the right direction. Device holds outside. BlameF close by. Device shuts down another. And it's better from Astralis. It's their most convincing round yet.
But they haven't even been able to, like, really run that tactic because they've been so concerned about the upper bomb site. Like, it's really effective now, but think of how much concern they've had to have towards the A site this whole half because of those rushes. 9 Pandas is really taking Astralis out of their game in this first half. Can't transfer over. A 4th round for Astralis. They'll love to grab one right at the end, but it's not nearly enough, and now the task just gets harder.
Oh, this task is a mountain, absolutely, and they stand in the foothills of disappointment at the moment. You can just tell by looking across the board here. The body language for Astralis. I'm no body language expert, but I can tell it's not pretty.
No, it's not great at all.
And 9 Pandas look so
How could
chill.
it be? Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you come into this, like, again, you kind of touched on it with the idea of, like, the different pressures on each team, but think of like how that can change your mindset. Like, you come into this in your 9 Pandas and you are calm and focused on the goal at hand, which is beating and upsetting Astralis, ruining this tournament run, ruining this team's chances of going to the major and moving on to the next stage of the LCQ. If you're Astralis, like, you come into this and it's like, okay, which one are we going to get? Are we going to get the Astralis that was really good against Spirit, that looked really strong? Or are we going to get the, like, you know, you've had these up and down performances from Astralis where in the back of their minds, they don't know which team is coming in.
Their peak was a loss to Spirit. You're absolutely right. Nidus bounces. Joel Berettas, oh my God, running back way into him as the first Astralis player leading that charge. Diladez, my God, triple headshot. Looks absolutely brilliant. Draws that one back. Clean entries from Astralis, but they're put down to just 2 players, and that bomb is not down. Glowing running after them. Stair had to secure that headshot and does. So now a 2v2, lots of time left. And 9 Pandas stay composed here. Not overextending, not giving Astralis the fights.
You know you have both players down in the lower bomb site, so they can be pretty comfortable in their positions right now. The more footsteps that are made, the happier 9 Pandas will be tracking them. And Yabby and Stair have to find the end plan? Do they want to go back out towards Secret? Do they want to go jump through the control windows towards ramp and relocate? They've got a minute, and instead they're just going to stick to this lower bomb site, and Klax is waiting.
Just waiting for that tap to come in. Stair fakes it first. Klax now swings open the door, confirms his position, but doesn't die. And every second that ticks on, he's allowing C's to get closer towards the double doors, and they now see him. They fight him together. Damage done. Sprinkles them up. Can Klax clear them out with the Jewel Berettas? He needs the kills quickly. They swing him together. The Jewel Berettas down to a 1v1, and Klax clutches it. Astralis fall over in the pistol at the second half. They so desperately needed that win. And that's another step closer to 9 Pandas staying alive and eliminating Astralis. This is now dire. This is now nightmare scenario.
Dude, look at Dilladez. You're not even supposed to re-peek this. This is like not...
How is he just cleanly taking every shot?
I know, he's just destroying them with jiggles. And just the idea that, like, again, like Stair and Yabby almost like different pages. Like if you're gonna double swing and get the kill. But the first player swings all the way to hide in towards Cubby. Second player sticks around and fighting. And actually, even on a double swing, you've given him kind of 2 1v1s.
This is so rough for Astralis, and it's 9 Pandas taking their second timeout.
This is going to be heartbreaking. I feel when we get to the end of this game and see these player cams, it's going to be tough on me.
It's going to be tough on everybody watching it.
Well, not everybody. I think some people take some enjoyment out of it. Yeah,
a little bit of Kedian sitting at home, but you know, we look at Blame F in particular, and that is going to be the most heartbreaking story for me, because he's 26 years old, man. He's not a super young player anymore. He's been playing at a very high level since 2020. He was in the top 20 4 times, but none of those individual accolades will mean anything at the end of the day if he doesn't make runs at majors or the most prestigious tournaments that we've got in Counter-Strike, and he will admit that. That's all he's been grinding for. One of the hardest working players individually, but in-game leading this team and not being able to find the answers. For Astralis, an organization that have won so many majors, but the one they'll miss out on is the one in Copenhagen.
Look, at the end of the day in Counter-Strike, we can go over all the X's and O's and all the utility and knowing your smoke lineups, but at the end of the day, this game is about out-fragging your opponents, and 9 Pandas have been firmly in that category since the start of this series. They are just demolishing Astralis. It's going to be 10-4, Blame F left alone. And we're taking ever closer to 9 Pandas moving on to day 2 and Astralis being eliminated early.
The super teams in CS2 have not panned out. The Cloud9 move, grabbing Shiro and Axel and putting them together with Electronic. The Astralis roster bringing Stown and Yabby in a controversial blockbuster move. It's been a flop.
I feel like I'm seeing a little ghost of a smile on C's face that he quickly camps down. He's like, let's finish this first. Let's finish this map first, this series. 3 rounds away, 9 Pandas.
They spoke about one more chance, 9 Pandas. A win versus Astralis is going to fuel them so full of confidence for the rest of this last chance qualifier. Some big teams to beat on the way there too, but Astralis were probably the biggest name, the strongest individual players, but it does not look like it today. There's one team on the server, and it's 9 Pandas. 11 rounds collected. Good shot from Stair, but nowhere to go from here.
And just remember too, like a week ago, the image of 9 Pandas when they lost to Amcal to qualify for the major, to force them into the last chance qualifier. C's was crushed.
It looked like it
they
was
felt
over
like
for
that
them.
was their best opportunity, and maybe it was. But he knew the last chance qualifier was going to be extremely difficult. They had a tough draw on paper coming into this LCQ, but they have stepped up massively. And ever since looking at C's crushed in that moment, he has been so composed, so poised here in this series.
11-4, a few steps away. And if Astralis lose this map, which is looking very, very likely, they will do so without a fight. There's been nothing in this. One of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time in Device. The last time he played in the Astralis jersey at a major was in Berlin, He lifted that trophy and it fell apart.
Yeah, there's something to that. You know?
Symbolism.
Yeah, it's coming right back.
It all crumbled in that moment.
All right, Astralis better go on a huge streak here. It all starts now. Yabby's gonna be at door. Device looking for ramp pushes. This is a fully kitted out defense from the get-go.
A tense round for Astralis, just sitting back, no one making the first move. One hell of a comeback needed. Smokes go outside for Astralis. No one will be following through just yet. Stound is the solo player towards Yard.
They have one smoke remaining, Astralis. Sending Stound towards Secret. There is a player downstairs. It's seized with a Molotov, just looking at the crack, not even looking for a fight. Astralis want to hit the upper bomb site off of this.
Clax peeks into the squeaky play forward. BlameF with an effective trade, but once again, it is a step up from the 9 Pandas defense, but not enough this time. BlameF instead with a couple of big shots and Seized is being watched inside a vent. He will not be able to rise to the occasion and come up through the vent ladder. Instead, he waits at the bottom with a Zeus, and he's gonna fly up. He goes for a wild play, but it's the save call for 9 Pandas. They'll drop back and save the AWP. Astralis give him 5, so the first step taken. But a marathon still left to run.
That's a nice little execute as well. Good trade kills from BlameF coming outdoors, able to exchange on Clax after just the first frag. Seas will find a nice AK-47 for the next round, but Astralis is going to be up to 5, so first hurdle is passed.
Plenty more to go.
All utility from Astralis spent to block off main and the CT vent, so they can all focus their attentions left towards the bomb site. And a pretty easy hit. But you can't just have these individual rounds, right? This is, you got to put together a full game plan. And let's see what Astralis can do.
BlameF has the chance to call his team back into the competition. Early utility towards door, the lurk smoke placed from Astralis. Glowing will blow it open. Clear by Clax to make sure no one's standing behind it. But Astralis settle into this one. A lot more utility this time. Yabby clears close door. Oh, that was his chance for an opening. Unable to collect a minuscule opportunity, so he'll drop on back into the lobby. Astralis setting up for an outer hit with smokes.
It's good to see him look for things like that, though, right? To look for that opening kill, look for the opportunity, relatively safe peek as well. Glowing's gonna hear this cross. Eye disbalances downstairs. Stound contended with Seized with a Molotov in the last round. Now it's an AWP and it's a way deeper angle.
This is such a tough shot. If you're the rightfuler, and Eye disbalance nails his chance. Seized on top of the ramp box, drops at the right time because that smoke fades away. Astralis players will soon be revealed and that grenade lands right in the middle of the pack. And now they begin to attack and Seized jumps up, head stuck in the doorway, and that slows him. Eye disbalance makes that rotate down and they know the AWP was down lower. They know it was here. A missed shot just by a small margin, but Eye disbalance misses absolutely everything, but a team kill in the chaos sets them up with an opportunity. Glowing swings open decon, denies the bomb plant, and Astralis so desperately wanted that. This will take one player out of commission for just a moment. Device punching those digits through. Safely plants, good kill from Clax, but now down to a 1v1 and Device has sustained damage. He doesn't know where that player's coming from and he looks into the squeaky door and Diladez delivers death from ramp.
Yeah, he never had the read. Maybe there was a call from a teammate, but he seemed so convinced he was going to be decon. Seemed so convinced he was going to come from that angle. And oh, that's not enough. That's not nearly enough for Astralis. They needed a much larger run before they allowed 9 Pandas to get to 12. And now you have nothing.
That is a bold 1v1 fight to stay looking at Decon.
That's why I feel like there had to have been a piece of communication. There had to have
be
been
some
a call.
misinformation, yeah. Device was so committed towards Decon.
But you got to give all the credit in the world. I don't remember who it was from 9 Pandas. Whoever slid out Decon to stop the plant. That's the round-winning play.
Was it glowing,
That's
perhaps?
the round-winning play that burns time off the clock, burns time, and allows your teammates to rotate over and give them a much easier 2v2.
Incredible play from 9 Pandas today. They're about to deal the most devastating blow in the history of the Astralis organization. The Great Danes, once before, now a shadow of their former selves.
And this was the lineup that was supposed to return them to glory.
Device, the face of Danish Counter-Strike. Currently looking like he's not going to be present at the first event, the first major on Danish soil. Astralis will cross heavily behind those outside smokes, the commitment into the lower bomb site.
They are really light on utility. This is the only thing you can commit to. There's really no falling back unless there's some crazy chaos in terms of fragging. Smoke, 2 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs.
Klax waits at the bottom of the stairway beside the double doors. First head spotted. BlameF rips it off Klax. They sprint into lower. The reaction is seized to come down through ramp. Big headshot, needed that one. And now looking once again doable for 9 Pandas. Still haven't budged from the upper bomb site. And Yabi's looking to hold them there. Glowing's thinking about this. Knows there's likely a player trying to cut rotations from lobby, but where is he gone? And Yabi will answer his question.
It's a save call now, so Dilladez is like, all right, screw the bomb. Let's go find Yabi.
Yabi's out of there.
And he's tracking him as well outside. So Astralis walking downstairs. That's a very clean entry from BlameF. Good find after he crosses. That was everything that allows him to secure the bomb site with light utility very quickly. Astralis needs 6 more in a row. Once again playing for overtime.
It has to be perfect from Astralis from this point onwards. 6 more rounds in a row to force overtime. We haven't seen the necessary steps yet to believe in that possibility. But they must fight against the odds. 9 Pandas don't have the strongest CT purchase here. MP9's on 2 players. The AWP and the utility, alongside 2 M4 still present. Same opening move for Device. Heads outside. No one peeking. Stairs grab that first kill against Dilladez. One of the rifles gone.
Getting a little cheeky, trying to surprise him a little bit with a hut push. And now Device, bang, Glowing slows down right into his crosshair.
Better from Astralis.
Well, they've been given a couple picks here, we'll say that. They haven't forced anything. Those have been taking advantage of some aggressive plays from 9 Pandas, and they'll get a 3rd one of the same fashion.
So they just step back, a round is given to them. That's 1 more. 7 now on the board for Astralis. Money situation is in dire straits for 9 Pandas. The next round won't look pretty, so the best case scenario here is a save call for Idis Balance's AWP. If you can get that into the next round, at least there's a fighting chance. Hard to get excited yet. Hard to believe in a comeback yet. But the first few steps have been taken. Yabi jumping into the ramp room. Spots out both remaining CTs.
Yeah, well, how much does Astralis want to hunt down this AWP becomes the question. Molotov to slow them down towards ramp room. It's got a deep angle. It looks like Astralis want to go for this, and Stare, I think it's a dink through a box. They're coming in hot for this AWP, and they've got it. Device ready and waiting, and now seized. He's taken down as well, so Astralis a little bit ruthless right at the end of the day. 12-7.
They clear out the weapons. They now put them down to a $2,000 average. It's not enough money to consider even going for a half buy here. So it should be the full eco for 9 Pandas. It'll be another step for Astralis taken. And the gap is starting to shrink. At the end of this next round, bar any absolute mania, it should be 8 rounds collected for Astralis, and the gap will be shrunk to needing 4 rounds.
But it's good. I mean, this is what Astralis, you know, you need these kinds of rounds to make this comeback happen. Break their economy, get a couple easy ones in there every once in a while. Although at this point, when you're down this much in an elimination game, I guess in a way, nothing's easy. Every round is full of pressure and stress.
The Zeus of Clax waiting inside of Hut. That's probably the biggest threat right now. Astralis send outside smokes. No one committing with them. Instead, it's going to be an upper bus, and there's quite a lot of pistols here inside of this area. BlameF has to clear them. Double headshot, or rather double kill, make it 3. Clax does get that Zeus kill. Glowing steps up with his USP. And it's cleaned up for Astralis. At the end, 2 players die, but that 8th round is collected.
Yeah, all good. Never in danger, even with 2 players fallen. 3rd and final timeout used by 9 Pandas. This last round, it probably feels like the hardest one. Gonna have another buy in this next round. So talking things over, how to approach the slow pace of Astralis.
They offered them up 3 kills in the previous gun round, trying to get the job done. Trying to close out this map. That's probably the conversation they're having now is don't just give them the round. Don't give them the free kills, free fights early.
Especially with the pace of Astralis, right? They are going to be a little bit more, you know, cautious and fundamental. And I mean, they're starting with 2 players in lobby, looking for pushes towards ramp, hut, and squeak door. Going to be hard to pull off some of those lobby crunches. And you have the op on eye disbalance, so you obviously want that to be in a position to have impact. He's been a phenomenal player for you.
Device has been going outside in multiple gun rounds here to search for that opening kill. This time going up silo. Early Molotov towards Hut. Device will peek off of silo, trying to challenge down eye disbalance. Gets that opportunity, but eye disbalance punishes the re-peek. Device is dead early, and 9 Pandas now have the player advantage on series point.
I feel like Device thought that eye disbalance was going to be trying to fall back. He was way pre-aimed to the left of where eye disbalance would have to run to, but eye disbalance like, you missed a shot. I'm standing and fighting, baby. Tough round for one of the best of all time to be sitting on the sidelines and watching. It's all on his teammates to keep Astralis alive in a 4v5.
Yami comes through the squeaky door. Double kill from Clax, and that might have just broken Astralis' backs. This looks like the end for Counter-Strike's greatest danes in Astralis and their run to the Major in Copenhagen. Glowing sits at the ramp. He will drop on down, plays disciplined, knows this is the best opportunity to close. BlameF is so damaged. BlameF hits the shot, sees, plays at double doors. He's also fallen. Once again, a little bit of life, but that is taken away from them. And 1 HP between 9 Pandas and eliminating Astralis from this tournament. Denmark's most successful organization misses their 3rd major in a row. The 4-time major champions miss out on the 1st major in Copenhagen.
It caps off just a disappointing run through this RMR. This was never the Astralis that we expected to see here. And Device can only comfort as it sets in that they'll miss out, that they won't be there. Eliminated by 9 Pandas, who move on to day 2.
After an 8-4 half, going in way of 9 Pandas on their T side, winning both pistol rounds and closing out this map 13-8. Blair, I know you had your reservations with this Nuke pick. How do we feel about how that went? Just
I don't know. Like, am I supposed to deliver like a eulogy or something, an obituary? Because this is, I genuinely feel bad. I feel sad. This is just unacceptable.
Yeah, it is rough for Astralis, of course. We'll take the time to congratulate 9 Pandas on that victory. They deserve quite a few flowers for this. Now, when it comes to Astralis, I think it's fair to say one of the greatest disappointment of recent history in Counter-Strike,
100%.
right up there with the Cloud9 super team. I have to say that I individually had very high expectations and hopes for this roster when it came together. Now we're just forced to make statement and account of the disappointment and probably start thinking about what has to be done, because this is not an acceptable result for the resources that have been put together, for the caliber of players that have been put together, and some very serious questions have to be asked, whether it is roster, leadership, team atmosphere as well. It is obviously going to be a rough night, but it's supposed to be probably a rough month now, because there are some serious thinking that needs to be done.
I think the question that a lot of people will be thinking, though, is you've mentioned it yourself, the caliber of these players, they should be performing way better than we have been seeing them perform. Why do we think there has been so much of a struggle?
Well, it's always a little complicated from the outside. I wish I was a fly on the wall and I could just really listen to what's going on and observe them. We don't have that luxury. But I think it is pretty safe to say that the heroic duo of Yabi and Stone did not nearly deliver the level of Counter-Strike that we were hoping for on paper when this roster was put together. Huge drop-off. For Yabi, you can possibly make the argument of the positions, although I don't think that argument has legs. For Stone, it's an absolute catastrophe. Having been given spots, places, responsibilities, he did not deliver at all. But again, I think there are some questions to be asked about Blamef's leadership and what comments these results make on his ability to IGL a team that is now star-studded. I'm not going to say that he is responsible for Stone and Yabi not delivering. I think that would be a shortcut. But I think we have seen enough now to ask the question, should he be trusted with the reins of this team because of the results that have been presented to us with this roster?
And we also have the data that Yabi and Stone can deliver. They have delivered in the past team. They've done that. So what worked there differently, or rather what's missing here?
I'm with you, Blay. I know, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to say, hey, Yabi and Stone were good in Heroic, therefore it's an Astralis problem. I think it's too easy to do. I think they bear some responsibility in this catastrophe. They themselves did not assume their position. Stone specifically, we questioned, does he have the shoulders for these games? Did we just foreshadow some of these moments in Heroic? Was he maybe sheltered from that pressure because of the Cadian sort of captainship that was being put here?
Perhaps.
He unfortunately did not deliver anything close to what we wanted in the Astralis. That's just as far as it is. But again, I think part of it is probably on the leadership. Part of it is on the culture of the team and how you help players deliver. At this point in time, like, I don't really see how just time can be used as an excuse. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the window is already sort of closed.
I agree. I feel this is the biggest major disaster we've seen since, I believe, Cloud9 didn't make it to the last major. But the difference being, Cloud9 went up against FaZe in the final game. There's a whole different caliber of opposition. This is just abysmal. Astralis, even the last chance qualify, we put them as I said they were going to be the favorite. I think we all agreed that they should be the favorites here. Maybe apart from GamerLegion perhaps, or BetBoom, who's maybe might be on a hot streak. But we expected them to be playing tomorrow. We expected this one to be theirs, and to lose in this fashion. Even the first map, 13-11, even the scoreline looks close. It wasn't close. I mean, I believe 9 Pandas had full control, honestly. Astralis won a lot of clutches. And then on this Nuke, they just got steamrolled.
And it's more than just a map now. It's more than just a map.
It's not just a map.
It could have been just a series, but we have now back-to-back-to-back events where disappointment is at the end of the tunnel, right? So we're doing more than just assessing, oh, this was a rough series, let's move on to the next one. No, we've had enough to make a big, greater conclusions, and again, different points.
Well, you know what? We can theorize as much as we want here on the desk, but I think we should throw it over to James Banks as he is ready with Stare.
That's right. I've got Stare with me here, who's kindly going to give me some words of this, because I want to start by looking at it. For a lot of the community, and I'm guessing for yourselves, it looked like you would be favourites in the last chance qualifier. Did you feel like that? Did you have that mentality?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have to think like that when we have the caliber of players we have, right? I mean, even in some of the RMR games before the last chance qualifier, we also felt like favourites, but sadly it didn't turn our way, right?
And in terms of it not turning out, it's Copenhagen, right? It's the first major that Denmark will have. How much does this one sting when you think of it and we think of what we expect from Astralis?
A lot. Like even with the old liner with Boss and Borup, it was like the only goal we had, right? Yeah. We didn't care about any other tournament than this. So realizing that we failed and the only tournament we cared about is very tough.
And for you guys, I'm sure there's a lot of pressure when it comes to this, but I expect you, the experienced players, to be able to handle it. Did you feel anything different on the day?
Yeah, I think everyone feels the pressure, especially when like I mean, as you said, it is in Denmark, right? We are the team that's expected to qualify, and hopefully the fans expect us to see us. So I think everyone can feel the pressure, and also off and on the server, right? Yeah. Also on social media after every loss we take. So yeah, it's impossible to not have the pressure on you when you play. So it was, yeah, I could feel it on the server, and I think everyone could, for sure.
And in terms of that, though, we look at the players. You mentioned it, the caliber of players you have. We expect this Astralis to be flying high. What is not working? Because, okay, it's since the start of the year, I'll give you what you've had practice, right? You had Blast into Cato, but still, we thought you'd be able to hit the ground running a bit better than this.
I mean, I don't know what really doesn't work. I think it's hard to say. I mean, if we take overpass in this game, I feel like we on our CT side we knew where they came a lot of times. We stacked correct, but they killed us. I don't know, if it's our aim failing right now. If it's you know, if the pressure is we don't want to take duels. I can't tell. I have to watch the game again to make sure, because I have no idea, right?
Were you ready for their nuke at all, though? Were you predicting that one? Because that was kind of a shock for most people.
I mean, we thought it could be in the decider game, so we were ready for a nuke, but not as a pick from them. So we actually thought it was okay for them picking nuke, because then we could start CT. So we didn't really mind it, actually. But we didn't get things going, and we lost some A-rushes where we shouldn't. I mean, I had a very bad round on an A-rush where I messed up, and that cost the economy, right? That's just how it is on nuke. Then we will struggle when you don't have the economy. Yeah.
And just any closing thoughts and final words here?
I don't know. I just sorry to the fans. I mean, I know everyone expects us to qualify, right? Sadly, that was not how it is, and yeah, I'm sorry for that. Don't know what to say.
Thank you very much for your time, Stair. Jasmine, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, James. You can feel the intensity, you can feel the pressure, you can feel the disappointment. What are your thoughts, mate?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to throw a lifeline at Stair here. Why are we talking to Stair? In an exit interview when Astralis is out of the running at the Major, and Stair is the one that is answering our questions, right? It's very, very complicated position to be put in. Secondly, I think over the last month, Stair might be the only one in that roster that has fulfilled his mission, that has reached his goal. Whatever we were expecting from him, he's reached it, maybe arguably overreached in some of the situations. I'm not going to just stand and say, oh, you know, he was perfect, whatever. Not at all. But I do think that he, and only he, shouldn't have too much to regret. He talks about a few rounds where he messed up. Definitely, probably that's going to happen. But in the grand scheme of things, I think he himself tried his best, and it's a very uncomfortable position to be put in and have to answer, you know, oh, we're out, well, we are Astralis, and we're out of the running. What a position to be put in.
I don't think he should be, honestly, apologizing for anything from his side. I think he's done more than what we expected of him. When he was in this roster, when he picked up Stan and Yabi, you can remember how the internet, the furor on the internet, oh, is it good to keep Stair around? Why don't you keep the other guys around? How are these conversations around that? For me, he's been this consistent rock, so to speak, for Astralis. While you have your stars disappear, you have Device falling off, you have Stav and Yabi just struggling, he has delivered, he has done his best. In fact, I feel like some of his rounds were closer on the first map because of Stair. It goes back to the 3K got in the B-bomb side. I go back to how we played in Copenhagen early in the year. He was spectacular. And yeah, also sending him out for an interview instead of your captain.
So what's really complicated is that obviously we know some decisions have been made, they recruit players, there's some investment being done, and there must be some sort of long-term vision. I acknowledge that, it's fine. The question is, internally, how much do they think time might help to elevate the level of Yabi and Stone, right? That's an internal conversation they need to have. I do not know their perspective on it. What we see from the outside is that it is unacceptable at the time. But I do really much worry about the conversation whether or not it might just be time to consider BameF as a player. When is the indictment going to happen in terms of, hey, this is the roster, this is the result? Yeah. Who are we extending the lifeline to? Who aren't we? What IGL wouldn't we burn at the stake if they were having these conversations? I know the fragging of BameF is incredible, and I was always one of the defender of this guy as a player when people were attacking him. Bait F, non-impact kill, whatever. I was always one of the first ones to say, no, actually, I don't think that's true. I think we're exaggerating. I think he's got a crazy multi-kill ability. He's one of the best CT players out there. I still believe it is true, but that is a separate conversation from what have you been able to do
as a leader
with the cards that you have. How would we judge other people in his positions with the roster that you have? That's a question that needs to be answered.
I 100% agree. I mean, it's been a catastrophic failure at some point. Someone needs to be like, it's my fault or it's our fault, and just fix it. At least you have some time to do it now, I guess. Silver lining.
Commiserations do indeed go in way of Astralis, but our upcoming matchup is going to be BetBoom versus the Guild Eagles. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time for our CS2 fantasy draft, and I've got Zorte with me from BetBoom, and we are going to spin this wheel and pick out your dream players. So, you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Ready? All right, let's get with the first one. Which team are we going to get to choose? Ooh. Okay. First one, you get a player from Furia.
Oof. It's hard one actually, but I prefer Xerato, I guess.
Quesada?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, Quesada's starting. So you got to rifle it in there early on.
Yeah, but he's like, Rafa, he's actually insane. It's
yeah, really good. Ooh.
NIP, so... It's actually hard one because I don't know like much about these players. But it's like, might be... Actually, I don't know, I have a good rifle, but hat trick, in my opinion, is like a decent whopper. But maybe in the future I can pick up a more like a better.
Yeah, more powerful whopper. I can see what you're thinking. Maybe you get vitality, right?
Yeah, and the same thing in like an AGL, because Alex is like he's decent, but he has not much experience in the Tier 1 teams. So maybe it's good for choices like EasyTac, Config, or Res. Who's playing Anchor for NIP?
You're asking the wrong person who was playing Anchor. I think it might be EasyTac playing Anchor.
EasyTac, and actually Config playing the same role like Xerato, I guess, no?
Yeah, probably more aggressive, right? Taking the fights, being the second one in.
So I will pick up a res.
You take res,
Yeah.
okay. So we've got K Serato and res so far. 3 more to find. Ooh. Navi. No, interesting. No, there's no simple on this, so you can't take an offer in that sense, but you might be able to take wonderful.
Yeah, so actually I have a good 2 rifles.
Yeah.
So what I want. So Alexi Pgl or Op Wonderful. So it's no point to taking IM or Beat.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So actually I would pick up Alexi B because like I actually like him. Like AGL, yeah.
Respect to Alexi B IGL. 2 more to find. Whoa! Oh, this is the easy one now.
It's easy, yeah. So actually Zai was my favorite player. So
is he?
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
There
so
we go. So Zyro on AWP.
Yeah.
This looks like a pretty good team already. This is nice. And you get to take someone from Cloud9. You already took one. You got
actually,
your team.
Who I need actually? Anchor? So Rez, Serato.
Rez, Serato, Zyro, Alexi B.
So easy to pick up. It's perfect, I guess.
Perfecto, yeah, that's perfect. That's a great team. Easy. Zorte assembled a really solid team. This could be a team that will make it through to the major, I think.
Yeah, it's like, you know, with football manager, it's like team manager. Kind of easy.
I like it. Good stuff, man. Thank you very much.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Pgl CS2 EU Rmr and last chance qualifier. If you're only just joining us, then commiserations go in way of Astralis. But 9 Pandas live to fight another day. But coming on up, we've got BetBoom versus Guild Eagles. Pim, firstly, welcome to the broadcast. How have you been enjoying the previous game we just
Yeah, I think the first game was absolutely fantastic. You know, the outcome that everyone expected. And yeah, I don't really know what to say. It's a bit heartbreaking, a disheartening feeling I'm sitting back with. Obviously, having no Astralis at the Danish Major. First ever Danish Major sucks, but it is what it is. Let's focus on the game at hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is going to be BetBoom versus Guild Eagles, as I did mention. Maniac, what are your hopes and expectations for this matchup?
Safe to say I'm hoping for a fiery Counter-Strike. None of that boring, wait until 30 seconds into a mega execute type CS. No, very duel-centric, very individual-centric, risk-taking. You have players like Rigon who don't necessarily follow the blueprint of Counter-Strike, will take risks that don't necessarily, in terms of theory, fully make sense, but doesn't really matter. That's the Counter-Strike that he can still play, and we know BetBoom can sort of answer some of the same vein. So I'm hoping for fireworks. That's what I have in mind for this game.
I think that's exactly what you're getting. You're mentioning Rigon, and I agree with you. He's going up against a guy like Chiron who has the same style to him, the same energy.
Right.
You know, he wants to fight, he wants to do all the stuff that you're not allowed to do, all the dirty stuff on the server, so to speak. So I think we're getting a fiery game. I think we're getting 2 teams as well who slowly but surely have played their level up, so to speak. They both came into the RMR struggling massively. I think BetBoom had lost 5 games in a row coming into the tournament. Guild Eagles had lost 4. So it's 2 teams who have found a way to turn it around a little bit, but now find themselves in a rough scenario.
I like that you mentioned BetBoom, because I don't know if you share my opinion, but we had a peak of hype around Sydney last year. Like a peak where they brought together, and then this whole conversation around Nafany and was he the problem in Cloud9, and oh my god, look at what he's capable of doing with these players. Wow, Zorte is so great, Chiron is super aggressive. First of all, I don't think they're capitalized on that hype at all.
Agree.
And if anything, the level of CS hasn't exactly risen. It's even gone downwards. So I do wonder if the win is kind of out of their sails right now, and they look a little flat to me.
They do, you know. I think there's a couple of players who haven't been able to do what you'd expect from them. One being Nafany as an in-game leader. I agree. We saw what he did in Sydney, and I had high hopes, honestly. I think he has the tools as well. Zorte is a great player. Chiron, I mentioned him before. He's sitting at a 0.89 rating, 98 rating, sorry, the past 3 months. For a player of his caliber, not good enough. So I still feel, you know, there's some untapped potential, so to speak, within BetBoom. We just haven't seen it full being, you know, brought to fruition just yet.
Well, as we take a look at some of their previous results, BetBoom having lost versus Eternal Fire 0-2. Meanwhile, we had the Guild Eagles matchup yesterday versus Ecstatic 1-2. How did we think that... Let's start with the Guild Eagles matchup.
So the Guild Eagles matchup was interesting in sense of I feel like it encapsulates who they are, right? They have a way that they like to play Counter-Strike, and it feels like it's adaptive to some maps and it isn't to others. And when you sort of cage them, bird joke, if you cage them on some of these maps, you like that one, it gets really complicated. And aside from the metaphor, I think it is a fact. I think they are much more comfortable on more open maps that are oriented towards skirmishes, trades, and this is where they get a little bit of space and they can have these moves. When you block them on a map like Inferno, for example, or the T-side up overpass, it gets a little more complicated, and I don't really know where we're going to go in the video here.
And that's where I'll allow myself to be a little bit critical when it comes to Guild Eagles, because we have seen them play Counter-Strike for a couple of years now. We know the history and their trajectory and the armors. They always find a way to qualify. It does feel like they're still one-dimensional. It does feel like they're still the same team they were 2 years ago. Yeah, they haven't changed, they haven't adapted, they haven't tried to combine, you know, this flamboyant way of playing Counter-Strike, the dual-centric way of playing Counter-Strike. So it's the same team who's kind of stagnated a bit in their development, and to me, that's slightly disappointing, because I think there's more potential with the Guild Eagles.
I agree with you, and I think both teams share an attribute, which is a double-edged sword, is the amount of emotions and passion they put into input rounds and how they celebrate victories. Sometimes they lack the lucidity to make the right choice right after it. It's very complicated to be so exuberant with your reactions and to be able to calm down and then find in it you to have the right decision making. We've seen that mistakes being made by Eagles for sure, and for BetBoom, I'm not going to say we saw that against EF because they got absolutely flattened, so there wasn't really any opportunity. But you see, the picks that we were talking about, they all make sense. An overpass from BetBoom, this is where for Bad News Eagle, that's a hard one not to forget. The Guild Eagles, a bit complicated, and the Ancient, that's been a pick for Eagles for quite a while.
So how do we think this one's going to end up going then?
Ooh, I think it's going to be a close matchup. I think it's going to be a back and forth affair. I'm a little worried on behalf of the Guild Eagles with the Ancient pick. I know BetBoom have lost the 3 times in a row. They've been struggling, but at BetBoom, as we spoke about, end of the 2023 season, they beat GamerLegion, they beat Cloud9, they beat Prezi 3 games in a row on Ancient. So it's a map they've shown they can play to a high level. So I have a slight edge going the way of BetBoom, but I think it's going to be a close matchup that's going to, you know, go back and forth like a wave all the time.
Really quick, Maniac, what's your prediction for this one?
3 maps, 2-1 Guild Eagles on account of a stronger mentality.
Well, without further ado, I want to throw it over to Dinko and Moses to take us through all of the action.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. This is going to be a fun matchup. BetBoom versus Guild Eagles. Survival on the line here in the last chance qualifier. These are 2 teams that bring an entertaining style of Counter-Strike.
It's 2 teams that don't mind getting stuck into a fight real quickly, real aggressively. And look, it's not in any way going to be perfect Counter-Strike. Let's just forget about that right now.
We haven't had that around here.
It's not always going to be pretty. It's going to be really fun from the get-go, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so as well. We're starting to overpass, though. This is
okay, I take it all back.
Yeah, we're going to take a random back chase. So maybe map 2, we're going to be seeing all of that. But yeah, when we look at overpass coming up first, you know, Guild Eagles coming into this event didn't have the greatest run of results at the event so far, right? The opening game looked pretty touch and go for them versus Mouse. I thought they were actually in a position to win that. The comeback came against them. And then the rest of the tournament, they did not look like the Guild Eagles that were going to be able to get through the RMR. It just didn't look like it.
And the Guild Eagles team that we know, like over the past few RMRs, has caused like massive upsets, right? Like they've always had like, whether it's at the RMR, at the Major, they've always had like that one big upset over one of like the top 3 teams, or a close match against the top 3. In Paris, it was against FaZe. Rio is against FaZe. They've got a long history of causing disruption in the RMR process, and we haven't seen that yet. So let's see how deep of a run they can make it in this LCQ. BetBoom on the other side, and Nathany is trying to qualify for the Major, whereas former teammates have already done so.
Yeah, Rigon, boom, out of there. Zorte with a big shot. Siren fighting back, and it's Chaos in middle, but it's coming out BetBoom at the moment. They're going to be heading their way through middle with a bomb on their back, poised for the attack into the A bomb site, and Zorte knew he would get one. Flasher sticking around, and that P250 is devastating. Insta-goosh on Scenery. He's left on 25 health. They're just running him down, and that's a speedy pistol.
Yeah, stuck into it right out of the gate, so maybe Overpass still has a little bit of life in it. That's nicely done, managing all those fights, managing the aggression from BetBoom. And a good 1-0 start on the T side of Overpass.
Yeah, we've seen Overpass against Ecstatic for the Guild Eagles. The reason they're here in the last chance qualifier, they lost it 13-5. So looking at BetBoom being relatively comfortable on map 1, you would imagine. And that's a good start.
Well, their pick, it could be some comfort for themselves, and obviously they saw that result as well, and probably looking at this as potential weakness that they can exploit from Guild Eagles.
MP9 for Synopsys, the Force buy across the board, 5-7s and Deagles. Guild Eagles go for the second round Force. Will it pay off? We'll have to wait and see. A little bit of typing here for Synopsy. Hopefully not a tech issue. We'll have a team chat. Synopsy's just chilling in the bathrooms. Nafany coming closer and closer. He's got plenty of teammates in behind him, and Synopsy's the only A player.
It's about when he gets the information. He hasn't spotted anything just yet, unfortunately. So now going to back around, and Nafany hears this. Yeah, Nafany's like, I don't need to do anything about utility. I just heard a footstep. Let's get ruthless. Let's get aggressive. And Nafany, he loves taking opening duels in this lineup. He takes a ton of them for this team. He's got a victory here in round 2, and that's going to be a save call for the rest of Guild Eagles.
Yeah, unlikely to make anything happen on a retake, so at least have something to play with into the next round. But 2-0 start for BetBoom, and Nafany's story is certainly an interesting one. You know, he comes from the days of the Gambit youngsters into Gambit, then the Cloud9 side. He stuck together with that same squad of players through thick and thin. They rose up together. They fell together multiple times, but there came a certain point where the results weren't good enough when you have the expectations on your shoulders and you're playing against, playing under the organization of Cloud9, and Nafany was deemed not worthy.
Yeah, it's an interesting comparison to draw with the game we just saw with Astralis getting eliminated as well. So, yeah, Nafany just trying to find a way to get back into the major and trying to find a new team with which he can build up again, much like he did with that Gambit team from the early days. He's got him off to a good start. Clears his throat.
Glad we heard that one.
Yeah, clears his throat, and now we're ready to go.
Yeah, it sounded guttural. Maniac saying on the desk that the mentality of the Guild Eagles will be able to pull them through here. And you look at the experience on some of these guys who have made it through RMR after RMR to the majors.
I mean, Siren and Zorte are really, really good as well. I like those players when from like an individual skill standpoint.
Sure.
Very, very strong.
Zorte can have a very good Paris major. Didn't really have the team to go too deep in it, but certainly got a lot of eyes on him. CS2 hasn't been massively kind to him.
Seems to be a trend.
Yeah, with offers.
There's a few players that have not had a great time in CS2.
Feels like one of the only offers that's really kept the same level or even got slightly better as Monacy. Nafany cuts through Rigon.
Another opening for Nafany.
Yeah, just keep track of that. Against the pistols this time. Walking through monsters. Siren at the front of the charge. Danist just in behind him. Ready to pump into this B-bomb site. Siren looking to engage in battle.
They've got a lot of safety there, though. Siren does swing and get one. GXX coming up. Ooh, ooh. Oh, they're on the same team. It's me. It's me who's
okay,
lost.
Jason?
Oh my God, it's me.
You okay?
It's my brain that's broken.
Jason?
Maybe I need a nap.
The Astralis did take it out of everybody.
Yeah, it's done something. Well, GXX is going to find an opponent, and he easily takes down that kill, and now there's some danger. Now this is a little awkward into a one-on-one.
Oh,
Kyron's going to step forward into the fight. Advantage with the AK, but can't land the shots.
Bravo. That's incredible coming in for Guild Eagles on the pistols. And as usual, the Guild Eagles will be very loud. That is kind of their feature. And obviously winning around like that's a massive celebration. And I think that's exactly what we're expecting in this series, isn't it? It's just, well, it should go this way. It should be nice and easy. 3-0 here against pistols. You get the opening kill, but nope, there's always a way to battle back. There's always a way to stay competitive. And the Guild Eagles come swooping through with the 5-7s.
And the fun thing about Guild Eagles is they are that team that you just said they'll get loud. They get hyped up. They build momentum by building their energy off those round wins. So the more they win, the stronger they're going to get, and they'll keep coming right at you. They won't shy away from a fight. Kyron going to try and step up and get an opening kill where he lost the clutch. He wants to make it right back.
Oh, Nafany spamming down. He's dead early. Opening engagement goes against him. Danist steps up in his stead. 4v4 established, and this is a quick round. It's all over the place in scenario. Oh, he's looking to be a little cheeky inside of the smoke, but he's only got the USP. He couldn't go for the reload, otherwise it would reveal his position. So blocking each other inside of the smoke, it's absolute chaos here. Scenari gets away with one extra, and GXX up against Zorte.
There's a minute to play with. How does Zorte want to do it? He's going to pause and wait. Gonna stick at this B bomb site and try and exploit the fact that GXX wants to have information. GXX, he's peeking with an op. Oh, the timing.
Oh, the timing. GXX, he's got the angle. Sorte is dead to rights. It's a kill for GXX. Ties it up 2-2. And that was absolute pandemonium through the monster smoke. I love it.
That's actually a tough execute to hold on to. Remember, Chiron's challenging from sandbags, and it pulls the attention of both defenders, which is exactly when BetBoom pounced. That could have gone the other direction very easily, but back-to-back clutches, back-to-back 1v1s won by Guild Eagles.
Danists. Did he just take team damage? Yes, he did. Okay. Damage him up, send him in. See if he can be the battering ram on the Tech 9. Danists again takes damage, but he's 3 health. Turns out he's unstoppable. Rigon, ooh, sneaky beaky like inside of the smoke yet again. He could get in behind them. This could be perfect for the M4 up against pistols. Oh god, it's not perfect. It's anything but he'll take 2. Dan is still alive somehow. Dead now, of course. GXX. Well, that all up in the bathrooms.
And no confidence in stepping forward into the next fight either.
What the hell is
Nafany's just going to chuck away the M4. He knows he's got no chance at winning this. Just Glock in hand, and already the SMG's pushing him. Thank God he got rid of it when he did.
How has he got another kill from this? How is Nafany still alive?
I don't know.
Questions.
Get it.
Plenty of answers, and when Flatro flicks that headshot. This game is giving us exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, exactly what it was promised is being delivered in these first 5 rounds.
Just straight up hitting each other in the smoke. Just getting into the mix of rifles against Glocks. This is completely different to the series we just watched previously. Full of life, full of energy, full of excitement, full of hope.
Guns are back out for BetBoom. They've got the op on Zorte as well.
Zorte on the big green. He's gonna go for a little peek out mid. Smoke is up. Oh, they go for a boost behind it. GXX aggressive long, while Flatro's taking short control for Guild Eagles on the CT side. But it's all about this play forward for GXX. Is he going to be able to make it work here? Zorte is considering it, but he peeks into the op, and GXX walks away with the opening for Guild Eagles.
It took a long time to anyone get into position to be able to stop that push or hold him pinned down. Rigon next up in con. His head's been spotted. He knows it. Still wants to challenge for the fight, but Nafany's going to back away. And now they want to double up on Danis through the open door and down the stairs, but he disappears as well, so Guild Eagles call off the aggression and back away to rejig the defense. 5-on-4 in the favor of Guild Eagles.
Oh, GXX, quick reactions to turn away from that flashbang, and it isn't going to scare him, it isn't going to discourage him. He will stay committed to the same angle he held once before.
And he's got 2 defenders here as well.
Oh yes, he's got his blind side cover. Bison, obviously. No kill on Nafany, despite Synopsy looking like it was a sure thing. Rigon moving into position now from long bathrooms. Chiron about to walk in. Free kill for Rigon.
Yeah, that's just a lost detail. Chiron didn't even realize that this was never cleared out. Nobody actually had eyes on it, nobody watching it. Nafany did a great job solo of kind of pushing bathrooms about as far as he could on his own and forcing back the defense, but there's 15 seconds left and BetBoom's going to just have to save.
Tough round here for BetBoom to have to stomach. You don't get close enough to the bomb site. A couple of free kills go Guild Eagles' way without being traded. No chance for a trade. And 4-2 now on the CT side for Guild Eagles. They're 1 away from getting the same amount of rounds they had versus Ecstatic in that deciding game at the end of the regular stage of the EU RMR. Interesting dynamic inside of the Guild Eagles team, obviously communicating in their native tongue, but they have Devilwalk sitting behind them as a coach that will communicate with them in English. You can't keep track of exactly what they're saying, but over the times, you know, from speaking to him, he says he can understand a little bit and knows when they're not communicating enough, and that was a problem that he tried to fix early doors.
Yeah, Devilwalk, he major champion of the very first CSGO major back at the end of 2013, came in to coach this team, and he did it for no pay for quite some time within this team. He just kind of did it to try and get these guys back to the major over and over again. And yeah, that's kind of the conversation I've had with them as well. I don't know what they're saying. I know when they're not talking, I can start to pick up a few words here and there, but most of his work obviously occurs before the game begins.
Yeah, they had a little boot camp before this event too. Obviously, an organization supporting them this time around at the RMRs for the first time They find themselves here in the last chance qualifier. Last RMRs, they beat FaZe Clan on their path to Paris. And speaking to Devil Walk after he qualified in an interview, it was quite emotional because obviously he made that first CSGO major, he won it, and then he attended the last CSGO major as a coach and stood behind a team that he's become very fond of. And I think the Guild Eagles guys, you know, it is kind of like a brotherhood, this team that has stuck together, had so many sacrifices they had to make to be here originally, and obviously with the sticker money and making it to the major or prize fund, etc., they've been able to be self-sufficient for many years.
Yeah, they have a very cool story, especially with some of the upsets and chaos that they've called in these processes in the past. Trying to build upon that story here and trying to continue taking one step forward.
Another Swiss player possibly going to the major, Maniac. I'm sure his heart will be warmed at that.
This looks like this has tech issue written all over it.
Yeah, this isn't a standard setup.
No.
It's not a standard Counter-Strike. We thought it was fixed, but the problem still stands, so we'll get that resolved. Get back into the action because it's a very exciting game so far. Just absolute chaos all over the place.
There's one more game later on today for the RMR Last Chance qualifier. That's going to be Fnatic taking on GamerLegion.
The #1 seed, Fnatic, here in the Last Chance qualifier.
Big game. If Fnatic wins that, they move into the, I guess we'll call it the upper bracket. They only have to play one game tomorrow to try and qualify for the major.
Well, that's very fortunate for Fnatic, isn't it? GamerLegion versus Fnatic. That's a tough game.
Unless they lose today, in which case, I don't know who's next.
Not Astralis.
It's all, yeah, not Astralis. Way to drive that dagger a little bit deeper.
Well, you know, while it's there, while the opportunity's there.
Round 7. I can read. Flashbang is out. This time, no aggression from Guild Eagles towards middle.
Impressive, Jason. It's small text, so don't beat yourself up. Zorte's op hasn't really been able to get going just yet. But in a round like this, when you've got some weaker weapons across the board, perhaps that is the key to unlock this round. Gap in that smoke, not a pretty one for Rigon. He's going to drop away, play safely from the bomb site itself instead.
No, I imagine Chiron and BetBoom are like, what is this smoke?
Interesting. Is anybody inside of this smoke?
Yeah, they'll be like, thank you for this. We will gladly walk around it. And actually, they're not really making any secret of it.
It's not a good round yet.
caught in transition. They know there's one long, and there's actually two.
Not pretty from Guild Eagles. Kind of awkward. Now we swing out, Synopsy dies instantly, but they're not checking for Rigon. They're not expecting the second player, and that will be their mistake. That'll cost them 2 lives. GXX from Bank nails a shot right through the box, and Zorte and Siren left in a 2v3. It doesn't feel like the weapon for the job, so Zorte switches to the M4 instead.
Well, the problem is his teammate is so far away. Siren is just now coming up towards bathrooms, and the bomb still hasn't gone down. A boost is going to come in as well. So they spot 2 at headshot. They have to know 1 bank, but it just doesn't matter. Aggressive swing from Guild Eagles, and they've got Siren on the back foot.
Yeah, he's still going to be chilling back here. Good shot. GXX was on the angle, expecting the op to be better in that position, but it has offered that 1 headshot to Siren. 2 more to collect on one Flatro and Scenario, and the limited time certainly is going to force Siren into the fight, and he will lose it against one Flatro.
Yeah, that's second player at long. I give credit not even to the second player. The first player, Synopsy, who got caught on the initial cross towards long, realizes the only way to get out of that disadvantaged situation is to swing and die, is to not let them wrap and swing on long from the bomb site, because then they see both players. Then you can't turn that into a trap. So the fact that he just commits with a flashbang to a swing in an initial fight, even though he goes down, it set his teammate up to get that perfect double kill to help pull the round back in their favor. Timeout called from BetBoom. Things have started going south.
Very fast, in fact. It's free-falling. Conversations to be had inside of the BetBoom squad. Zorte very vocal at the moment. It's on Nafany, the pressure for him to figure out the calls. Devil Walk sits back in his chat. Not having to stand up just yet. There's good shots from Dennis, but there's just the mistake of not checking for Rigon, not expecting the second player at long.
Yeah, it's not even, I don't even know if I call it a mistake. It's just like you just don't expect there to be a second player, and I mean, you haven't really cleared the bomb site. Like, if they get into that bomb site, someone checks long at some point, right? But they were still in the process of taking the bomb site. This has tech issue all over it as well.
Yes, indeed it does.
Yeah, so we're going to get another pause in the action.
Big quick restarts, though. So we'll get back into that very, very shortly. sure the Counter-Strike community is still in shell shock after that last game. It's kind of hard to believe Astralis lost to 9 Pandas in the fashion that they did. Not going to be at the Copenhagen Major. Feels like the least amount of Danes in a very long time at a Danish major.
Certainly has been.
At least Ecstatic got through over the Guild Eagles.
#1 Danish team.
That's true. It is true.
It is weird, is what it is.
So this tech issue, hopefully get that resolved for you guys at home very quickly. And we'll continue this action. Today's about to be a day of heartbreak. Not so much celebration just yet. It'll come tomorrow for one. The last chance qualifier is brutal because it's like you just get given this last hurrah of hope and only one team makes it through.
Yeah, but at least they get that last chance.
Exactly.
North American teams only get 3 chances.
Well, that's too many chances, Jason.
You know, there's 1 extra chance for European teams.
True.
Compared to the other regions.
Well, we'll see how the North American RMR goes. Team Liquid dropped a map last night to Party Astronauts.
I'm not worried.
Not worried yet.
Not worried at all.
We'll see how things go down when they touch down in Monterey March 1st.
That's a super team that is going to work.
Yeah, I believe. Rigon in connector, committed, good angle. Oh, not so much good on the M4 though. Zorte gets underneath him and blows his head right off.
Yeah, no fear. Rigon might have thought there was going to be a Molotov, a flashbang, something, clear out some corners, but Zorte just slides right into it. So middle of the map is taken over by BetBoom. 3 defenders at the A bomb site right now, and Juan Flacher's like, I don't want to be stuck in the bomb site if they exact right now, because they have access to short. I'm surprised we're not seeing more movement from the Guild Eagles side, to be honest with you.
We're not seeing enough movement.
They're still considering this A bomb site until that nade explodes, and Synopsy pushing forward. However, if he goes down, they're in some trouble. So where does he park himself? Tucks into the corner. And waits for the next move from BetBoom.
I don't think he's going to like it if Cairo walks out through toilets. Sorted. Oh, that might be a different story. Synopsys pulled into both positions. Fortunate to actually get away with one that looked like the worst case scenario to lose his life without a kill was about to happen.
Guild Eagles is in trouble. That smoke could pull an extra rotation. Deep flashbang, but Scenari's already considering falling back. No, he's going to stick there.
Now he's
now they know it's coming.
Yep, so he drops down into the site. There's a flash to try and disrupt this attack through monsters. Actually held them back and slowed them down. And Scenari's now ready with Van Flatro up towards Graffiti. Oh, they paint him up. They look good so far. Van Flatro and GXX looking to close, and the in-game leader of Nafany. He couldn't get the Deagle to do its job. And it's Guild Eagles now up 6-2.
Yeah, and Juan Flacho took a dink. That was actually very dangerous. If those Deagle shots all connect and he takes down GXX, he's got a very favorable 1v1. 6-2. Guild Eagles survive a 4v5. Do a good job moving around the map and standing tall at the B bomb site. BetBoom back to the weapons. This is their map pick of Overpass, and they are down by 4.
Not a pretty start. They'll have to do a lot of the comeback on the CT side if this continues. But they also need to do enough on the T side to give themselves that chance. Scenari making no secret about his position, and Zorte trying to take him down through the smoke. It's ambitious, it's optimistic, and ooh, he pulled the trigger just a second before it was likely to be the kill on GXX.
Yeah, he's had some unfortunate timing so far in this game. That one might have been very, very nice to find. Deep utility. Yeah, this is an aggressive push. Dennis has to know it's coming and can't handle the fight.
Dude, playing Guild Eagles must be so frustrating. You're just getting pushed in connector that hard. You're just trying to chill out. You're trying to have a default here.
Yeah, you're trying to, I mean, that position is generally from the T side very, very passive. Not a whole lot of engagements in that position until you get towards stairs. You're just meant to like gather intel if anyone's pushing downstairs, if doors blown open, if anyone's pushing in towards short. And now Rigon is pushed up as well. Nafany won't believe that. And so quickly before BetBoom can do anything, they've got a 2-man disadvantage.
Last spotted in connector, repositions, deep mid.
And Chiron went towards long. This is awkward.
Oh, Synopsys ready.
He hears that. Yeah, good swing.
Yeah, Chiron making a lot of steps solo. I think BetBoom are just so confused right now. They don't actually know what to do. They're just picked apart. They don't know what part of the map they've lost. There could be a flank. In fact, there is. Zorte hears that. Can't deal with it. What? Okay, Rigon.
Damn.
What a round.
Yeah. you start feeling real awkward right now if you're BetBoom. You haven't gotten able to run anything. This is your first gun right. You just saved in the last round.
Siren finally stops the menace of Rigon. And Siren will fall to Synopsy instead. The fights that we've seen in this round, you don't often see fights go down in those areas.
No, but it's cool from Guild Eagles in the sense that, I mean, BetBoom hasn't stopped it yet. That's one problem. But also, like, look, if you're BetBoom, you can't run any tactics. they're in your face everywhere on the map.
It's very disruptive.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know what it feels like to play in a game where like 2 of your teammates are dying in the first 30 seconds, and 3 on 5, and the last 3 players are just like, okay, well, like I guess I kind of have to search for a kill somewhere, and then, you know, it's all you have to overextend to try and equalize the scoreline.
That often leads to more disappointing results.
And spreading out into a default isn't working for BetBoom, so they're sending all 5 players to the B bomb site. They want to take some control and then pull the trigger on an exec.
Yeah, stick together. Mob mentality. Maybe they can overrun this B bomb site defense, but good utility to block it early for Guild Eagles. They're going to send themselves through with a flash. Sorte puts it over the top. Synopsis playing anti-flash and a double headshot. Nafany and Danist go down. One Flatro covers off that short exposure. And Siren and Zorte once again in an impossible position.
Yeah, BetBoom has been put on the back foot. Nothing's working for him. Defaults don't work. This execute gets absolutely battered and shut down at that B bomb site. Good positioning from Guild Eagles early on. Good utility to slow down the pace and then get comfortable. Siren does win a fight, but he's brought down to 13 HP. Still recoverable. Although Siren ain't gonna get away. Maybe he will.
Oh, somehow he does, and he closes the door behind him. He's got manners, he's a gentleman, and he's going to be running up towards long to try and join his teammates. Zorte's the bomb carrier, and this fight, oh, it's so important for the round, and Rigon loses it. So now a 2v2 set up, and Steps in the connector being hurt out here by Siren. He might have made the perfect move, but One Flatro considers it. And as the steps from Siren go backwards, it's a kill for One Flasher, who will now reposition all the way through the B bomb site. He's going to go the long way around, and GXX, he goes in for the 1v1 fight and even stops the bomb plant. Oh, Guild Eagles, they bring a little craziness to the server, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that make me like holy hell.
Dude, if you lose that 1v1, your teammate is so far away.
He's back at the B bomb site, and you're coming through a smoke. That could have been a fake tap, but fair play. He does win it, so I guess none of that matters. First time out used for BetBoom.
Haven't seen the bomb go boom too many times, though.
I mean, they haven't really had access to anything since, what, the second round? It's been, the BetBoom wins the pistol the second round, and it's been all Guild Eagles from there. Quite a streak that they're on.
You're talking about the Nafany opening jewels earlier in the half. Well, it's kind of stalled out, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's the only 2 that, he only won 2, we won 2 of them early.
They are winning quite a few opening fights. Like across the board, it's pretty even on opening jewels. It's just not even on rounds. Guild Eagles able to recover some deficits.
You mentioned we hadn't seen the bomb go boom in a long time. Well, they haven't even planted the bomb in the past 7 rounds of play.
Even that last round, it was damn close to a bomb plant. Got denied by GXX. We'll watch that again. And you see Zorte hears those steps and just wonders, why? Why are you pushing me? But Mac 10s, Tech 9s, that's what BetBoom have to play with. Rigon, aggression. He needs to be careful, he can't get away. He has to stand and fight, and he knows that, and he doesn't win a single fight. He will go down to the Mac 10 of Danists, and the run is coming up. Hey, it's fast call here. GXX spotted towards long, needs to scope up, misses the shot, and now hoping that rotation is coming in time. GXX destroyed, and the Tech 9s have finally broken through, but is it going to be enough? It certainly looks like it. Bomb is going down for the first time in 7 rounds. Chiron locks it in.
I don't know if you should be going for this. It might be time to back off. He's sticking around inside the smoke. They know he's there. Easy kill. Guild Eagles just beat by timing that round. Rigon pushing up to throw a nade. Realizes he can't get away. He's got to stand and fight. GXX with the AWP. Throws a deep Molotov that all of BetBoom has already passed. He goes for a peek, and they're closer than he expects when they swing on him at long. Just defeated by the pacing, and BetBoom changed their style completely in these last couple rounds.
One round left in this half. BetBoom's best case scenario is 4 at the half, and you can work with that. You mentioned having to do the work on the CT side. You at least want to give yourself a little bit of buffer so that the game isn't over if you lose the pistol round. But 9-3, a real possibility for Guild Eagles because they have money and they get a very good buy into the last round of the first half. So all out for GXX, M4s across the rest. BetBoom finally returns to a solid purchase with rifles on every player. Interested to see what Rigon does. He did get caught by timing in the previous round, but it's more of an attack towards B from BetBoom. Eyes on short. Chiron's already up here.
But you can see they're trying to position themselves aggressively to beat any of the pushes from the CT side. Danis has taken a lot of damage over in Con, and here comes Chiron, gonna pull the trigger. Juan Flatro goes down inside the smoke, and Chiron pounces. Oh, and he gets another one. That's Siren swinging into the site. And right at the end, BetBoom found a recipe to scrape a couple rounds together.
And Snafney back to those opening jewels. He wins one in this round. They follow up into the B hit. GXX and Rigon must attempt it, despite it being a very low percentage chance of a retake. In fact, some would say impossible. I'd be inclined to agree with them. Last round of the half will take on. Time on that bomb running short, fused, thinning out. Rigon sending bullets through Monster. They know exactly where he is. BetBoom just sitting back, waiting for that fourth round to be added. And we'll focus out for the second half of this. An exciting half of Counter-Strike delivered to us by Guild Eagles on the CT side. 8-4, they will have the lead. And now they switch to the T side.
Good job, though, from BetBoom. They get the first two of the half and the last two of the half. I mean, not a great job, but a good job getting those two to give themselves some room to work with as we switch sides. See what kind of a defense they can muster up, because you thought the CT side was aggressive from Guild Eagles. The T side is going to be just as in your face,
if not more. And that is an exciting prospect.
They have this team has no doubt when a call is made to push through a smoke to attack a choke point. There is no hesitation.
Just follow each other into battle.
Last details being worked out by both teams on how this half is going to play out, how they want to address this pistol round especially. Everyone making sure they're on the same page. Every game in the LCQ is another chance for elimination, so making sure that you and your teammates are doing the same thing, know what's happening, is critical. Zorte is going to spot these lurkers on the extremity that can pounce when they have the moment. It'll be on Rigon to find kind of his timing to make a play over towards the other side of the map, whether it's cutting off rotations or whether it's challenging the A bomb site if the B hit gets stopped.
Scenario has a smoke and flash at the ready. Rigon fighting towards A, trying to draw some attention towards him. And now the B pop comes in. 6 shot from Juan Flatro. That opens up the B attack instantly. And Siren has to drop back and use a bit more cover. The Jobarut is unable to unleash. And it's just perfect from Guild Eagles. They get through the bomb site. The pistol round is executed to perfection. So now it's just hunting down the final few players.
Having a good time. Everyone having a good time. And BetBoom just could not find a way to get any kind of a decent fight. Everyone fell one by one, even at that B bomb site where there were 3 players. Instant kill on the first player coming out of Monster, so he couldn't fall back and lure them into a trap. And Anthony doesn't look super pleased.
Yeah, BetBoom did not look too happy.
It's been a rough game for them. They went a long time in that first half not winning a round. 8 rounds in a row for Guild Eagles at one point.
An attack issue, just to sit in silence and a little over, but the mouth seemed to be open again. A little bit of chat going on inside of the BetBoom camp. USP's out for BetBoom. No opportunity after getting dismantled in the pistol round. They know they want to try and pull this comeback with a buy round. Their best opportunity to get the rifles out as early as possible. Guild Eagles now looking at 10 rounds. There's a stack that many people call Astralis around that corner. Taking a moment to breathe. Takes his hand off the mouse, gets towards heaven, and resets mentally to close out this 1v2.
That smoke is painful, though.
Smoke is very painful, but he knows that Chiron's not on it. Now spamming the defuse swing. Scenery! What a recovery! Scenery steps up with a Galil. Rigon gets a triple in connector. And the USPs nearly devastate the Guild Eagles, but they've got fight in them.
What a transfer with that Galil. That's a full committed spray at long range and a transfer over. Yeah, that's a shock to Juan Flatro and GXX. Shout out to Rigon, man. He needed 3 kills here. He needed to get 3, and he does. The transfer over on Adanus is a low HP player, so that helps out a lot. But this is beautiful. Scenery thinks the defuse is being stuck, and just a perfect transfer. Not easy to handle.
Great control with a Galil. And now 10-4 Guild Eagles at double figure. Should have been an easier pathway here, but they did have to fight for it in the last round. And now BetBoom, this is what they've been waiting for. Finally getting rifles out on the CT side. Because of the damage inflicted, you can see Synopsy goes to a Mac 10, and Galil out for GXX. Scenary's allowed the upgrade into the AK. He earned it. Rigon creating space, pushing through middle. Chiron's back his turn, no steps yet to draw his attention into the toilets, but he has got Siren watching for him, and this is a heavy setup. Rigon gets out of it alive for just a second. Zorte takes him out, and so many players spotted now. So many players detected for Guild Eagles. And a 3v3, they break apart 2 of them inside the toilets, and now they can reset with just under a minute left.
That's not bad at all for Guild Eagles to go 2 for 2 in that exchange. 3 players at that point of attack, front bathroom, so they have no progress there. Smoke just goes down in Monster. Nafany feels safe for the moment, but he's going to start calling for a teammate pretty soon, and that's going to have to be Dennis. And he's missing his timing to pull over. Juan Flatro will be an easy first, but can Nafany double up?
Oh, the FAMAS not good enough. Nafany can't control it, and GXX with an effective trade. Utility goes into the bomb site, gives them cover to plant that bomb. And Danis doesn't see them overextend. Guild Eagles do not make the mistake to give BetBoom a chance into this retake yet. GXX begins his fight, confirms the position of Danis, and now Zorte making his way quickly through short, trying to gain some space here for this retake on BetBoom's side of things, but with heaven falling, Zorte has to run away. He cannot compete. Guild Eagles will push forward to 11 rounds. And it's looking like Overpass is going to be a one-way street.
Yeah, man, I felt like, I think BetBoom might have missed a rotation. They obviously felt like that push towards the A bomb site was going to keep coming, but there was still an aggressive player in bathrooms. Zorte was like halfway up. I feel like Danis could have rotated a little bit earlier, but they never got that read. They never got that moment where it clicked in that the A bomb site was quiet, that Nafany was about to be in trouble. Yeah, yell at your boy.
Watching Guild Eagles win rounds is always a really fun, wholesome experience because they hype each other up so much. Be great to be part of that team. You can see why, like when they're winning, they gain momentum in tournaments. I think throughout the early stages of the tournament, the reason why I feel like they're here is because they weren't winning enough rounds to really get that going, to get that hype, that LAN feeling going.
Also, you kind of come into this probably, and at a certain point, remember, this is their first time being represented by an organization as well. They've kind of done it on their own up to this point, but now like you've gotten to a point where you're like an upset team at these RMRs, you're an upset, a dangerous team at the early stages of the major. You want to take that next step. And again, it comes back to pressure and how much pressure they put on themselves to take the next step as a team, to move forward and be a team that you can kind of count on and rely on to be at the majors each and every time. And I think that nervousness, probably creates an environment that sometimes is tough to get the energy going. And they've always been a team, too, that sort of plays up and down to opposition. They've had some great upsets against very, very strong teams that are very surprising. And they have at times, and even in the past RMR, struggled against the lesser teams. And they've admitted they sometimes, they play better when they're going into a game. They play better with pressure. When they're going into a game that they shouldn't win, for whatever reason, it causes them to focus a little bit more, to be a little bit more confident, a little bit stronger. And they've struggled to find that in games where they don't have it already supplied.
It's about finding that level of intensity that they only get from games when their back's against the ropes. And that is every game here in the last chance qualifier.
This is disgusting.
I mean, One Flash needed that. He gets around the back. He just pushes long. Look at all the space they get from just a straight up simple call. Push long, get control, get behind them. And now it's BetBoom at panic stations. One Flash maybe goes a little too far.
That's fine. Like, you had such a jump on it. I don't even mind that. You're still in a super advantage situation. You still have players all over to make sure no flank is going to backstab you. Utility in the choke points. You've got another smoke. You've got another Molotov to chuck out as well. One just goes towards Bank right now. Molotov towards Headshot. No access for the retake for BetBoom. And Guild Eagles just make a perfect call.
Grenade blows open that smoke. The other side is Snopsy. Second kill from Chiron. Big lineup though from Scenarii once again. And time is ticking. Chiron's life is short. And 12 rounds for Guild Eagles grabbed its map. Grenade lands towards Danist. Takes a little bit of health off the top. Guild Eagles heavily committed into the B bomb site. It won't be a B finish here. But the question is, when is that moment that triggers the push? Molotov goes in, utility being dumped upon the bomb site. Guild Eagles changing up some of these CT positions, forcing them out of their spots, making it uncomfortable. BetBoom giving a moment to just readjust. Nafany and Danis double up together. They could swing this on contact. And there's the fight through Graffiti. One kill from Nafany. They clear Monster. Now the rest of the attack comes in. Nafany stepping up, keeping his team in the fight for now. Yet to get the bomb down, yet to create the space. But that headshot from Rigon, that is going to pull it back and make this a little more doable for Guild Eagles. Bomb is going to go down on default. GXX goes out to Monster, but Juan Flatro is stuck on the plant spot, and Chiron knows that, goes into the fight and wins it. So if it is to be done now, if it's to be closed in a 13-4 fashion, it must be GXX that closes the clutch. Defuse tapped. Oh, he's taken out Sorte. Now it is so comfortable for GXX. He looks cool under pressure, knows Chiron's off it, and now changes his position with a run towards Monster. It's so composed for GXX. He's toying with Chiron, and surely now he's closed it, but Chiron goes back to the headshot, but the lack of kit will cost him. Time works against him, and Guild Eagles walk away with a comfortable overpass first map.
Yeah, strong win statement. Guild Eagles up in the faces of BetBoom right out of the gate. They stayed there the whole map, and that is a emphatic victory for Guild Eagles. They take map 1.
Well, BetBoom have well and truly been put to bed by none other than the Guild Eagles. What an incredibly dominant performance we saw coming out from Guild there.
Yeah, from start to finish almost. It felt like Guild Eagles were playing some of the best Counter-Strike throughout this tournament. They lost the first 2 rounds, lost the pistol, lost the conversion. From that point onwards, they completely shut down on that CT side. Made BetBoom look like a team who has not spent the last 4 days practicing leading into this last chance qualifier. I don't want to take anything away from the Guild Eagles. There was a couple of rounds, you know, where you could question whether or not they were maybe being a little bit too aggressive, as we spoke about coming in, but it's in the DNA, and they completely shut down BetBoom from the start.
Yeah, whenever you play against the Guild Eagles and they individually come online the way it happened here, life is about to get really complicated and uncomfortable. It was so disruptive. The casters did a very good job at highlighting all of the risks that were taken by Guild Eagles, how they were in your face, from balloon to indoor to peeking out of Monster. Basically, BetBoom found themselves in a place where time was against them and they had to pick up the pace. And when they picked up the pace, Guild Eagles were absolutely ready for it. A very strong defense. And from the moment you win the second pistol, we basically know it is over.
Yeah.
Also a game where I want to give credit in regards to Guild Eagles for having their trade games in order, right? As a matter of fact, opening duels went the way of BetBoom. You're losing 13-4, and you win 10 out of the 17 opening duels in the game. But every single time they got the first kill, as you see in some of these highlights, there's an instant trade coming in from Guild Eagles. And every time it was a 4v4 or a 3v3, you had that individual powers coming through. So regardless of what you may think of this game, BetBoom had their chances. They got the opening kills more often than not, but they weren't able to convert, and they weren't able to stand the test whenever it got down to the 3v3s, the 4v4s.
Well, on the side of Guild, particularly the CT side, they managed to win 8 back-to-back CT-sided rounds for them. The real question is, Matthew, how on earth were they able to give us such a dominant performance?
Well, I think they had a little bit of both worlds, right? Like I said, they had the aggression that was successful, and whenever they were forced to being passive, they did it admirably. And they had a couple of sort of flick-flack setups they could use, the rotations, the connection from A to B was very well put together. You could see the very few rounds where BetBoom managed to execute on A, the defense already knew how to react. They had a bait-and-switch setup, they had the rotation in time as well from B to A, as I said. So basically, you check all the boxes. You can play aggressive, you can force 5v4s, and if you have to play safe, you know how to do it, and you have protocols to go through this. So very much on point for these guys and Regon, as we have on our standout player.
Well, I believe we actually have a round to perfectly display exactly what it was that you were just saying. That's round number 7, displaying the defense and the skill on the side of Guild as well.
Yes, we're talking about protocols and setup in this round 7, and even though they get caught off guard in a few of the moments, they don't really lose their cool, and something I really appreciate. We'll see here the A execute is coming in, and it's going to be a little bit of a bait and switch situation on long. Synopsy dies first, but that's to create an opportunity for Regon, who strikes with a double, and that creates enough chaos for GXX to find a kill from Bank. But at the same time, there's a cross from the smoke as well, and we're going to see the rifle that's able to clean up. This is a team that synergizes at the right time, and when people decide to fight, they decide to fight. They don't just give their teammates up, and if they do, there's always a reason behind.
I think that's a wonderful context you're providing right here. When they're fighting, they're actually willing to go in for it, right? They're going into the fight 100%. A sharp contrast to what we saw with Astralis just playing a couple of hours ago. Felt like they were hesitant, felt like they weren't believing in the fights whenever they had to take them. You never had that problem with the Guild Eagles. It's more so the other way around. Sometimes they're a little bit too eager to fight. Maybe they're committing a bit too much to the fights, but this time around, it was working in perfect synergy with each other. They had good reads as well. The only reason why GX is in here with the AWP to get the 3rd kill is because he already read the situation correctly. So a lot of praise is coming from us to Guild Eagles, but I think it's deserved after this performance.
And off the back of that, we saw some pretty futile attempts from the side of BetBoom as well. Let's focus in on round 10 this time.
Yeah, you talk about reads. That's a good example there as well. You know, after they've strafed them, you see the position here from Synopsy. He avoids the flash. He knows the contact play is coming. He turns around and they look sort of foolish. Juan Flasher is in a perfect position. And even though the round is going to prolong itself just a little bit, the decision has already been made. You have 3-for-1 trade on the B side. And we are in this position where the stress has been applied to BetBoom. They've been picked off a couple times. They've tried the A executes a couple times. It didn't work. So if you killed Eagles, you know B is about to be the target and you stop them. I will say, in all fairness, BetBoom did rush the A side the round after this, and it worked out. So maybe they had an idea, the beginning of an idea.
I also just love the fact that GXX is standing in a smoke, you know, by himself. There's no teammate next to him, and he's just like, nah, I'm going through it. You know, Deagle in there, getting the job done. They just love to play in your face a Counter-Strike.
You know what? I feel like this entire matchup has certainly delivered the chaos and the action that we've all been looking for. Now, Pimp, I know there was another round in particular that certainly took you by surprise.
Yeah, almost rounded the tournament for my money. You know, that was a wild one. We see the Astralis stack. I think that is what it was called back in the days, where they have USPs all over. For some reason, Guild Eagles are committing to this, and they're losing 3 players in the process. You think to yourself, oh no, what a way to lose it, especially at this time in game where BetBoom with a CT side, it could have been strong. Regon, though, saving the graces right here. Being able to get the 3rd kill right here is essential. He leaves a chance for Scenery to win it. You see it right here. They're coming out. They're doing all the right things, BetBoom, but hats off to Regon for getting the 3rd kill right here. Important. Bomb goes down in a 1v2. This moment, Matthew, I'm losing my goddamn mind. You have a smoke, you don't have a kit, you have to stick the bomb, but for some reason, Chiron puts the smoke on the bomb, and then he goes out and he fights Scenery in heaven. There's only one way out of a million possibilities you win that round, that is putting the smoke on the bomb, tapping the bomb, and then you better hope that he doesn't know the lineup from heaven, and you better hope that your teammate provides cover. For some reason, Chiron decided to put the smoke, go out, lose the round, and never stood a chance winning the round. Some of the most brain-dead stuff I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that's a strong word. I probably wouldn't use that much, but it was puzzling. It was puzzling to see them put down a smoke and then basically offering a way out to Scenery, because he's supposed to be in an uncomfortable spot. He's supposed to have to choose where to fire in that smoke. Instead, they just offer him the red carpet. It's like, no, actually, hey, we're here to the right. That's me. Just and then nice spray with the Galil. It was a strange round. Let's put it this way.
Memorable and certainly some iconic moments throughout that matchup. We've still got another map to go, but folks, before we get things started with that one, I want to show off this snazzy piece of artwork. This is none other than Displate. Displates are high quality metal magnet mounted posters. I'm seeing you very intrigued here. I'm going to need your help to hold this one down.
I got you.
If you hold it down, I'll pull it off. It's actually really tough to pull it.
Really tough, Jacob? There we go.
It's actually really tough to pull it off, but they are metal posters. You can hear that. There we go.
Are we doing ASMR?
Nice, yeah.
We're doing ASMR. That's what we're doing.
I've probably blown everybody's eardrums, but you know, there's lots of officially licensed artwork, especially CS artwork as well. And we've also got our display of the day. There we go. I'm so scared of knocking it over.
good, you're good.
It's all good there.
Fine.
We've got our display of the day, and that is seen right here. So if you want to go ahead and vote on the display that you want to see displayed here on the broadcast for tomorrow's broadcast, go ahead and do so. And we've also got a fantastic offer up for grabs for everybody. If you order between 1 to 2 displays, you can go ahead and get yourself 22% off. But if you go ahead and order 3 of them, which I know I definitely would do because I'm certainly indecisive beyond all meaning.
Cannot choose.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many incredible bits of artwork. You can go ahead and grab yourself 33% off some fantastic displays, and you can go ahead and visit display.com/PGL, or go ahead and click on the Twitch banner to find your very own. What do we think of this, Pimp?
I think it's cool. And
It's quite heavy as well.
It's very, very heavy, and I read on the back it's carbon neutral as well, so very much in line with everything that's going on in the world. I
That's
like
Dust
it quite
2,
a lot.
right? That's Dust 2, that hotel.
Yes, I think so.
I think that hotel is on Dust 2.
It's been a while since we played that map.
You know,
It's been a while. It's been a minute.
You know, the one thing that I love about this, though, is the fact that, I don't know about you guys, but I've got loads of stuff hung up on my walls at home, and cracks
Like Zac
have formed.
Efron, plug, or what's going on there? Justin Bieber, Zac Efron, or what kind of vibe? No?
Okay, yeah, no, never
No?
mind.
No?
Never mind, Pim. I'll show you a picture of all of the stuff I got going on there. But our next map, I'm super, super excited for it. It is going to be Ancient. That is Guild's map pick. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Got Defani here from BetBoom with me. As just before we're going into your opening games here for the qualification to the RMRs. For you guys though, results at the moment have not been so great. So where's the mentality at for the team coming into the RMR?
Actually, to be honest, it's not at the highest peak, but overall I would say that we're on our way. If you will look at the score, it was like, seems we wasn't on the server, but actually it was kind of unlucky sometimes, because like 1 or 2 rounds can be way different, and in my opinion we still can do good damage to any team. It doesn't matter which tier is that team, but all what we need is just good communication and good mentality.
And to obviously get through this RMR would be huge for you guys and to qualify for the major, but what would it mean for you and the team?
From my POV and from my experience, all what you need to qualify to the major, you just don't think about the major at all.
Okay.
And then maybe you will qualify, because RMR majors, it's always different if we will compare it with the other tournaments. It's a different vibe. Even teams like FaZe Clan
or like any other tier 1 team, everyone is playing different CS. So if you will compare it with any other tournament, it's like way different.
Interesting. You say they play different compared to an other tournament. Do you think that's down to the pressure of it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's about the pressure or about the stress, I would say.
Yeah.
So again, even when I was in Cloud9, we fucked up like our last major, and from my POV, it was more about pressure and stress. So from my experience, I think that we kind of have a good vibe right now in the team.
What do you think about your opening matchup against Fnatic? What do you make of them?
If both teams will play their game, it will be like good fight, and then it's just actually pretty hard to say like who will win if everyone will play their game. But again, it's more about pressure because again, they play for legendary tag. Yeah. It's pretty sure that Fnatic want to be in the major. Organization have to push them, and etc. etc. And we have like our team. Obviously, that everyone in the team want to qualify to the major. But again, let's be realistic. We training like half of the year, and it's not like really. It's a long time, but if we will compare it with any other good team, it's kind of like really short time actually.
And what's your personal motivation for this event? Like, do you feel like you have a point to prove as an in-game leader and a leader of the team?
Actually, I don't think that I have to prove something right now because let's be honest, like if we will compare it like with any IGL, I'm pretty young. For sure I will have a lot of moments where I can prove myself, and the thing is that for now I just want to be with a team as a team.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing, and it don't really matter how we will like play on this tournament, but in general, if we will go step by step and I will see how my team is growing, I will be happy with it.
I like it. Finally, thank you very much for your insight as always, and good luck going into the tournament, mate.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Pgl EU RMR last chance qualifier. We've got Guild Eagles one map up versus BetBoom. Now we're heading on to Ancient, and this was the map Guild Eagles looked very good on yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's another map that's going to lend itself to like just the crazy aggression. You think middle, you think people pushing down in your face, and that's going to be something that obviously BetBoom's going to have to put a stop to it because they couldn't find a way to do it on Overpass, and eventually it was their undoing. It put them into a very difficult T-side. They only managed to muster 4 rounds against the never-ending pushes, and so another map here where they're going to have to calm this Guild Eagles team down before they can really get what they want to do going.
Yeah, they couldn't earn the respect or force the side of Guild Eagles to sit back. And that's hard to do. You've seen Ecstatic struggle on Ancient against them yesterday. Guild Eagles looking to stay alive here in the last chance qualifier in their opening game. It's a long run. Tomorrow will be decided who is getting that final spot at the Major in Copenhagen. And this pistol will begin with an A play for BetBoom. Utility ready to go in. Nafany getting closer and closer to the exit of A main. And the defense is ready to pounce. Look how many players are here for Guild Eagles, all towards Donut.
Yeah, but if they fall too far back in Donut, they can all get blocked off. Although, smoke coming in for the position. Good kill from Scenary, but no one else pouncing.
Yeah, one Flatcher's turn. Good shot back. Scenary steps up once again from default boxes, and this pistol is starting to fall apart, but Zorte rebuilds with at least a couple of kills. Siren snaps into action. It's 1, but a 2v1 now left alone inside of A main, and he is brought down by Rigon. So it looked like Guild Eagles were completely ready for an A call.
Well, you got to give credit to Scenary. Those are huge shots from the bomb site. I mean, because 3 players behind that smoke in towards Donut, if he doesn't get those kills, it's impossible for them to swing out. The fact that he gets a second kill and is able to stay alive a little bit longer allows them to come through. And look at how much of a disadvantage it is. They're swinging through 1 by 1. Zorte and Siren take those kills. Eventually, it swings in their favor. But without Scenary hitting some nice headshots from the bomb site, it just wouldn't matter.
straight away. Guild Eagles into SMGs. 4 of them.
Got a Zeus.
Yeah, and a Mac-10 for Zorte.
Where are you putting a Zeus in position on T side, Ancient?
Your back pocket, probably.
Okay, just in case.
Yeah, just you might find a situation.
It's like the oh shit weapon,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not worth any. It's very cheap. You just throw it in the mix. Maybe they push you down elbow. It is Guild Eagles after all.
Oh, he spotted the barrel.
Oh no, this is exactly what Chiron wants though.
Don't do it.
No chance. I love how they're just drawn into the attack, drawn into the fight.
I know, it's like moth to a flame. You just show them the opportunity and someone's coming for you. Someone's coming. Nafany and Zorte the only ones left. Make that Nafany. See ya.
Bye-bye. 2-0. Guild Eagles, good start. He's turned down the Mac-10. Seemed like it. Guild Eagles are a team looking to make another major for the first time, being represented by an organization. And obviously, outside of BetBoom, it was interesting to hear that interview with Nafany just before this game. Banks was asking, do you feel like there's something to prove for you, or this is a time to vindicate yourself as an in-game leader? And he said, no, not really, because I'm still a very young in-game leader. There's still periods of time in my career where I'll be able to prove myself and win big trophies. I just want to be with a team and have a solid team mentality. Early fights are awkward, but Zorte will dominate them. So 2 picked up inside of B lane.
Yeah, and this was the first goal we mentioned BetBoom had to do, was shut down some of this aggression so they can get a little bit of space to work with and actually have some time to breathe in some of these rounds. Now granted, this is mostly against SMGs, and Regan is still going to push to the smoke. Zorte's just like, what the hell, man?
It's a lot of info as well. You only see one guy throwing nades, doesn't see anybody else around.
Can a brother get a break?
I can't believe he does that. Like, that push is so wild. And now GXX holding from Donut, utility starting to trickle in. He knows it's the A play, and Rigon's rotated over to help him. Missed shot from the AWP. Now the peek for Rigon. Oh, he goes around, no bomb plant yet. Oh, Danis though, he slipped into Donut. Is GXX going to be aware of this possibility? It's such a difficult angle, but he hits it. What a shot from GXX. And remember, that bomb is down in the open. It's not planted yet. And GXX has reopened an opportunity for Guild Eagles to close on this one. The tap into the peak, missed shot. Where did that one go? GXX switches to the AK-47, and Siren wins the clutch. That looks so close for GXX. That bullet must have just gone over the shoulder. It took the dandruff off.
He must have been just moving just slightly for that shot to miss, because it seemed like he had it. But in true Guild Eagles fashion, his next decision, missed shot. Well, drop the AWP, pick up the AK, and push forward a little bit more. Everything is aggression with this team.
Siren handles it. Very close to losing it. Probably should have. Rigon is the player that makes the difference there from an impossible-looking situation. To around the Guild Eagles actually ended up in a position where they should have won it. BetBoom start committed towards A. Pistols again for Guild Eagles.
Not hiding it in any way, though. That's the hard part, it's pistols. So Synopsy better get a triple kill with his M4. He's out in the open at the moment. No man's land right in front of Temple. Gonna slide over towards Big Box, you'd think. He's gonna get blind here, surely.
Flash comes in, he turns away, gets back in time. Second dink as well, that softens them up for the pistols. There's a chance here for GXX. They started the smoke to be a little crazy, a little chaotic. And stops the bomb plant. Fortunately, Siren had eyes on it. GXX is pushed back, and the bomb will go down here for BetBoom. It's all about keeping your money in the bank, though, and not losing too many members here. Mac-10 and AK clean up, they lose 2 members, and it is a 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, nice and easy for BetBoom. Keep things simple. Remember, that's kind of the recipe they learned on Overpass towards the end of the half, was spreading out on those defaults. They got picked apart on Overpass. Once they clumped together, started going a little bit faster pace, sort of beating the aggressive plays that Guild Eagles was making, that's when they grabbed 2 rounds together. So opening up this half in a similar fashion, at least knowing it was going to be a low buy in that round.
The Guild Eagles are one of the older teams in the RMRs, an average age of 26.
Old as hell.
Yeah, ancient, Jason, some will say. And Zorte boosted over that elbow smoke. Synopsy close outside of cave. Rigon's with him. Here we go. This could be aggression from Guild Eagles. Will Nafany get away with it? He absolutely will. Switches into the M4. And he wants a kill on GXX. Oh my goodness, how have they come out on top of that fight, Guild Eagles? It looked like the crunch was going to come through elbow and heaven at the same time.
Just such a fast double dink with the MP9, but now BetBoom know there's a player in Donut, and he's likely the only defender at the A bomb site, so utility's out. Here's the push. Blinded at the last second is Synopsy. They're solo. He cleans him up. GXX does the damage, but Synopsy's got the mop.
Yeah, the mess created, the mop cleans up, and 3-2. Guild Eagles very happy with that round. They head into the lead now off the back of it. And there was opportunities there in that round for BetBoom. It felt pretty good for them after this Nafany situation. Got the first one, Flatcher doesn't swing to fight him, and then I can't believe GXX gets away with it. Synopsy covering him at range with the MP9. Would have expected the weapons to be switched around, MP9 close quarters and the M4 covering from range, but it was the opposite way around for Guild Eagles, and it still panned out. Round 6 kicks off. Weapons still available for BetBoom. Not all of them, though. 2 AKs, 1 Khalil, plenty of Tech 9s, and it's quick up B. A simple call to charge up the ramp. It's worked out for the trade on Scenari, blow for blow. Well, Flatro and Synopsy not doing enough to hold this, so it has to be a situation that pans out in even numbers. But one Flatro, instead of being passive, gets aggressive. Just in the Guild Eagles fashion, but Siren's cutting them down a level now. Rigon has to clutch this. 1v2, bomb not planted, but Siren gets aggressive and catches Rigon looking the wrong way.
Man, what a brawl the whole way through again. It's just, you have to expect a fight at every single moment if you're BetBoom. Everyone is swinging and looking for an opening to slide into a fight, and just not enough. And no one from Bad News Eagles could double up. They could never put themselves in the advantage in that round to really slow things down in their favor. And once you got some space, you saw Siren able to kind of read the plays, able to take out the player at long, had a second to breathe, push towards short, wrap around. And this is just a back and forth, teams exchanging blows.
And every blow brings the economy to a breaking point. Especially on that CT side for Guild Eagles. They're down to 5-7s and a scout. T-Side can continue to purchase AKs, plenty of utility, and a MAC-10 for Danists. That'll be used as the scalpel to take pieces of information. Danis now pumps the brakes inside of Jaguar. Let Chiron and Nafany make some moves mid.
Okay.
Damn. That didn't sound too good for Nafany.
No, look at the push. Rion walking down mid at the moment. He wants to get a flank going on. Guild Eagle's going to start shifting to this B bomb site. There's a timer on when this can still work. Oh, he's been spotted. That's unfortunate. Gets a tag with the deagle, but doesn't want to press the issue from that position.
And go for a boost. Scenari sees the bomb, trying to get into the bomb site. Oh, a shot from Siren. They know the second player's there, and they clean it all up. Synopsy on the flank quickly through T-spawn.
But he's got no teammates, Stinko.
He's got none of them. Everybody's dead.
Yeah.
All his friends are dead.
This flank ain't gonna work, so going for an exit kill. Trying to grab a gun right at the end of the day. Siren doesn't clear him. He's gonna wait for one more.
Oh my god. Okay. Synopsy, nice little lineup, double kill. And that's a lot of damage into a game that's been so back and forth. I think he'll absolutely take that. An AK-47 to boot.
That bomb explosion is quite large.
He'd have to run away.
Yeah, and Chiron's already got him boxed in from T-spawn.
So no AK, but maybe a chance for another kill here on Chiron if he's predicting this. It's difficult to predict, and Chiron does box him in. Slight lead now for BetBoom. Important that they stay competitive throughout the early stages of this game. I mean, it was kind of similar to Overpass, where BetBoom were competitive for a portion of time, and then Guild Eagles just grabbed control of the game entirely and didn't let go.
Yeah, rattled off 8 in a row. We'll see if they can pull off something similar here on the CT side of Ancient. At the moment, BetBoom's doing a really, really good job. They've forced Guild Eagles into a bunch of low buys, right? Which is very nice. The first gun run was some SMGs they took care of. Now that was a force buy with 5.7s and Deagles. They simply can't invest here. So a chance for BetBoom to extend this lead to 2. Siren's having a great start. 136 ADR, 9 kills to open things up for the T side.
A very good start. Important round one from him earlier as well. Only one opening jewel picked up here for BetBoom. 4 rounds. So great work being able to convert some of these disadvantaged situations. Guild Eagles don't have anything to play with. Nothing of note in this round. So 5-3. Almost surely locked in. Decent T side so far from BetBoom. Flashes into the mid play. This is the only attempt that Guild Eagles will have in the round. They get one kill from it. Money's back.
Money's back, but Nafany's employing a much simpler calling style here on Ancient. Overpass kind of forces you to spread into some defaults at times. This one's been very convincing. B-Rush, seen some heavy plays towards the A-bomb site with numbers. And with this kind of aggression that Guild Eagles has taken out, I think Nafany's just saying, let's play the trade game. Let's just make sure we're all together. We can at least trade this aggression 1-for-1. Let's not let them get a kill pushing up and get away. And so far, it's working. Utility out in mid. More aggression. Regon jumps over inside of a smoke, inside of Cubby. They swing out. They found Nafany. Chiron's going to trade it right back.
This is the cam before the storm of this round. GXX playing at the back of Donut. Smoke is up in his face, and they're actually allowing BetBoom players to get into what's red, and GXX will fall at the back of Donut. Headshot for Chiron. Erupts in play straight through, and he's not stopping. He's confident. He knows he's got Synopsy pinned. This fight goes against Guild Eagles, and the round falls apart. BetBoom up to 6 now.
A much more convincing map so far from BetBoom, and just much more convincing from individuals. Like, look how confident Chiron is moving after he gets kills. Everyone's happy to swing into fights and know when they have the advantage in these battles. Juan Flatro in a 1v3, but surely you don't go for this.
No kit. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout soon for Guild Eagles. Just to get everybody back, recalibrated. Let Devil Walk have his say. Perhaps a few details he's noticed that are going missing because, like you said, very simple Counter-Strike from BetBoom. But pretty effective right now.
Oh, absolutely. Very effective at the moment. And while Flatro's just going to back away. So 6-3. Half is quickly getting out of control. You might be right on the timeout angle. Time to take a pause, take a breath. BetBoom is meeting your aggression with aggression of their own, and they're coming out on top at the moment.
Flatcher having to look up the line. Seems like we do have that timeout in play. Ready to return to action. Perhaps just the freeze time. And now AK for Juan Flatro. That's kind of the only weapon worth talking about at the moment for Guild Eagles defense.
Well, the question is, what can he provide? And he knows they've been pushing middle. They've been wanting to get out mid. So he's positioned it there. Molotov towards the back corner to allow Juan Flatro to activate and take this peek. Nafany being up on ledge, though, kind of stalls that idea out. So do the counter flashes. So initial plan of Juan Flatro getting involved early with the AK. They don't pan out.
Ambitious from Rigon. Remember the last time I seen a jumping Deeg land. He's down to 14 health. He's only got 1 bullet left in that Deagle. And BetBoom apply pressure middle and then climb up ledge. And they're going to attack the B-bomb site. Scenario's committed towards top ramp. GXX in the site with him. And they're ready for this because there's no mid-presence spotted. You may be ready, but dealing with it is a whole different beast. You gotta go up against rifles with a pistol. GXX musters enough strength for 1 kill. Couldn't quite get the second out towards Cave. Chiron overwhelms him. Bomb plant is coming through. The question was, what can Juan Flatcher do with the AK-47? So far, nothing until that headshot. Plenty more of those needed, though, if you want to even open up an opportunity to send that pistol in.
Dropping a smoke to his teammate. He can get back in the action. If you're going to go for this, yeah, you smoke off Cave and see what the AK can get you. But they're waiting. Dandis is not peeking whatsoever. There's the kill, now the swing, and a good shot. It's 7-3, a 4-round lead for BetBoom. They're starting to run away with Ancient.
Money's back for Guild Eagles. I'll have another bite, then I'll have another crack at things. Guild Eagles yesterday, like I said, played ecstatic on Ancient. It was a 13-3 victory for Guild Eagles. They won 9 T rounds, so the stronger half is still to come.
Three players in Cave and Jaguar. Oh, Regon lost that delayed flashbang. Good on Scenari to recover. He looked like he was looking the wrong direction. One Flatro extended fight, and everyone survives. I don't know how. It's a 4-on-4.
Oh God, Synopsy pulls his utility belt just as they peek him. He needs to get out of there. He's very fortunate to still be standing around here. This should have been a 2v4. And the fight still could go that way. Synopsy, finally his elbow is shot off. Siren takes the kill. Scenario stands at default. Utility forces him into an uncomfortable position, but he still lands the headshot on Siren and One Flatro fighting. Grenade lands on Scenario. It's absolute chaos, but it's One Flatro in the clutch. And he's on the other side of the map. The bomb is running in towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's not just going for the plant. They know where Juan Flatro's position is.
At least they did.
They know where, well, that kill was relatively recent, although as the longer they stall out and wait, they're acting like he's in CT spawn right now. So he's got some time to close this gap with BetBoom being patient.
Well, Flatro's just hoping that they come back, they outplay themselves, and they go back to be. He laughed to himself because he made a jump. He scroll wheeled or something there. It's misstep on the jump. Fortunately, no one around to hear it.
Give some love to the observers during that chaos.
They did very well to stay on board.
Never really slowed down this whole round. And Juan Flatro, it looks like he wants to go for it.
He always wants to go for it.
He's coming in very, very late.
He's got a kit. That's it. No utility. So he'll go into the donut. No one's here. He's going to take that gamble.
You got to make a lot of assumptions with the bomb timer this deep.
So you make your way in. And because he's so quick about this, oh God. Zorte didn't see him. Zorte did not see One Flatro, but now where do you go? Now what do you think about it? He's going to stick it. He's going to pull that defuse, and surely he's beat. He nearly flicked back, but Danis secures it, and One Flatro looks down the line of his teammates, frustrated because he felt like he came close.
And that's the assumption he had to make, right? Assuming that the player is going to be over towards Temple. And if he is Temple, there's a chance that defuse comes in on a swing where he can't see him.
Timeout taken for Guild Eagles.
Much behind the box as he possibly could be, and a second one used to talk things over, because this is quite the streak that BetBoom is on. They're doing to Guild Eagles exactly what Guild Eagles did to them in the first map. 7-1 run right now for BetBoom. This offense has found a rhythm, has found success, and they just keep building upon it.
Guild Eagles only needed 3 CT rounds yesterday versus Ecstatic. If they are to replicate that performance, they've already reached those 3 rounds.
It's kind of crazy. BetBoom only has 4 opening kills in this half. They're just doing such a good job of trading that opening kill probably isn't an advantage for very long.
2 MP9s for Guild Eagles. The initial sea of flames goes down through elbow, and this is buying time for that elbow push and heaven climb. Rigan able to go through a main. Good kill on Nafity. Second shot lands on Sorte, and much more like it from Guild Eagles. Whatever was discussed during that timeout has paid off dividends, and Rigan gets punished for his over-aggression, but Siren is left in a 1v4.
And they know exactly where he got the kill on Rigan. They know they have the bomb as well towards double doors. So Siren, this is a pretty impossible clutch. Plenty of nades as well if there's ever kind of a sticky situation. Smoke, Molotov, plenty of flashbangs. So Siren gonna peek elbow and see what he can get.
Double peek. 4 rounds secure for Guild Eagles. Thanks for trust, Devilwalk says, so perhaps his call out of that timeout.
They even give him like a little chuckle.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you better thank me for trusting you.
Yeah, you're lucky we trust you.
Getting
You're
off
lucky
light.
we're keeping you around.
8-4 lead for BetBoom. They're going to switch over to CT side. But now they have to bear the brunt of this aggression that Guild Eagles get to attack into bomb sites, pick and choose exactly where they want to send bodies. And as you mentioned yesterday, it was the T side for Guild Eagles that was the more effective one.
9 rounds won on the T side. Now they only need
Well, they need 9.
Yeah, to send it home.
They need 9 if they want to win it in regulation. Pistol round's going to be everything. Guild Eagles trying to make their 4th major.
Damn, it's pretty incredible. They first qualified for Antwerp here in Bucharest in the RMRs. Everyone remembers the scenes of jubilation. Siren standing up on top of the boost. Joel Berettas needs to unleash, but he's forced away. Has to drop off. When Flatcher comes in, Synopsy follows up, and these pistol rounds for Guild Eagles have so much punch in them. They need to be careful because Zorte's nipped one back, and he didn't even get another one there because he was so close to taking that planter off. A 4v3 still. Nafty needs to be careful. They're around smokes against Guild Eagles. You're never safe. Might always be a little play ready to go. And GXX ready at CT. Applies pressure to Nafty, but it's handled by the in-game leader. Unfortunately for him, when Flatcher is taking out his teammates, Dan is swinging into the bomb site. Just the Julie's left now, and he's double peaked. Rigon and Snary together bring him down, and Guild Eagles find 5.
Yeah, nice pistol round from Guild Eagles. A really good crunch onto that A bomb site. One little lurk coming in late to Donut and just sidelining Chiron. That was a big kill to get. That opened things up, allowed for the plant. Lead is cut to 3 out of that pistol, and second round, no investment from BetBoom. There's that swing. And Scenario with low HP, biding his time. Nice shot with the dualies and baiting Danis out into the open for Rigon to finish up. It is 4 Zeuses.
Zeusai. Zeusi. Zeuses. We have to see what they do. Don't see this strategy very often. In fact, I can't recall seeing this strategy, but it might work.
Just layers of tasers.
Layers of tasers. Let's see if they pay off. So far, first one, no. But here comes the second layer. You know, you peel back the first layer of an onion, you get to the good stuff. Well, sometimes they just make you cry.
Yeah. Ooh, that one's good though. Nice shot from Chiron. So many Zeuses on the map. Nafany's not going to get a chance to use his. Everyone else got to have fun. Just shoot it off into the air. It's got to recharge.
Just waiting back donut. I respect it, you know? Run all the time down. Sit in donut.
Preserve the cost of the Zeus.
Get some extra server time. It's on the Nafany cam. Up next is Mirage. If BetBoom were able to close it, that would be a fun map to finish on. But I'm going to say that based on the start from Guild Eagles, it does feel like they have given themselves every sort of scenario to get a good T-side going.
We'll see this first gunner. This next round is the one that's most important. Nafany doesn't hear that Mac 10 getting close. Couldn't pull the Zeus out. A little smile on his face, does great damage, but can't complete the kill.
And we waited all that time for that.
I know. Well, let's see what it looks like. Nafany readying himself for the battle that's to come. The real work begins now with AK-47s out in the hands of Guild Eagles. Still going to have a Mac 10 or 2, just one, in the hands of GXX.
So Guild Eagles apply pressure to middle with early utility and send GXX swinging towards Cave. Danis loses so much health in that grenade. Very unfortunate for GXX not to get away with that kill. And then the swing. He throws everything, including the kitchen sink and himself, into that fight against Danis. Now the push through A main comes in. It was all a ruse. It wasn't actually going to be a play through Cave at all. It was just one player, and the rest are in towards A.
Yep, keep it simple. Now you have GXX lurking. He should be caught by Nafany, who you would imagine is going to clear this corner. Indeed, he will. 3 smoke. The CT choke point. Basically from T-spawn, Synopsy is going to grab one more. They're taking all the guns away.
Yeah, you were waiting for the first gun round, Jason. What did you think of that?
That was pretty good. Not too shabby at all. Helps to get that kill over in Cave, obviously. But, I mean, such is the power, I guess, of this Guild Eagles, like, aggression, like, nonstop. When you feel it coming in Cave, your calls are likely so much more panicked.
Yeah,
because you always feel like there's going to be 3. And I think that's kind of... Not the fear, but I guess that's kind of the thought that Guild Eagles have like forced into their opponents' thinking.
Yeah, GXX definitely made it look like there was more than just him. Utility following up, and yeah, nice call. Worked very well. Nafany's got to come up with a few nice adaptations throughout this half. try and figure out how he's going to deal.
Yeah, but
Guild Eagles attack.
I mean, also, you know, your players have to individually play smart against this. It's like a different style of play than you will against the top team. So you almost have to be conscious of the fact, you know, you can call whatever game plan you want, but at the same time, it's individual players who are going to have to step up because you know they're going to have to win a duel. They're going to have to win fights.
That's a good call to boost up and go for that. The rifle, the one rifle, has got a kill and almost gets a second on Scenario, dinks him down to 18 health. This is a commitment through Rigon, and it's not going to pan out for him the way he would hoped, but still a 3v2.
Oh, I like this. Danny's using a taste of, I think it was Rigon's own medicine, pushes right through the smoke just as they disappear. He's going to have an early jump on this flank. They're looking for someone to come through the smoke.
Yeah, they're considering it.
Oh, they're so ready.
They're like, oh, we know the taste of our own medicine.
Oh my god.
And they force feed it to Danists. They're going to go back into the B-bomb site shortly off the back of that. Chiron sprinting through Donut. Even if he gets one kill here, surely gets traded. In fact, they decide, nah, we don't want to fight him. Throw that Molotov down. Scenario's got a hold position, and he's got the headshot instantly. So Guild Eagles tie things up. Gets a little hairy at points throughout that round, but Guild Eagles read the flank of Danists.
Yeah, way to call that pause as well. I didn't know he was going to push that second smoke, but they were very comfortable just waiting in the mid-round situation. A little bit of brains mixed into the brawn, and Guild Eagles have tied things up at 8. AWP is out in the hands of Zorte.
Ooh, Chiron gets into the cubby again. Guild Eagles don't mind finding the gaps in the flames to get B lane control. Rigon's very committed out mid. It's going to be an easy kill for Chiron, but he couldn't snap back to elbow, so he's traded out, and now it's 4v3. Guild Eagles favored here, and Zorte realizes, I got the big off. I need to get involved. Takes some fights and loses his life. He goes down in Donut, now a gaping hole in the defense. It falls apart yet again. Guild Eagles up to 9, and this is a taste of the T side we've seen yesterday against Ecstatic. The T side you just can't stop.
Dude, there's no slowing down. There's nothing. There's no slowing them down, no matter what kill you get. And you can see BetBoom just scrambling to close these gaps as fast as possible. Zorte hustling into Donut to try and grab the angle. Gets blinded, unfortunately, and then just hunted down. Nafany rotating over is trying to beat the Molotov, and he's got to stand and fight in it because they're still pressing the issue. BetBoom's defense just cannot get comfortable.
The lead now taken.
It makes me happy. This is like watching, this is like playing NA Face It. It's just like nonstop rushing in your face. Obviously, a little
bit harder,
better individuals, but yeah, it is just always every single round. It's just like, when am I not going to play against a rush?
Well, I don't think they're ever going to have that luxury, BetBoom.
No, if they can't stop it, there's no reason for Guild Eagles to stop.
Yeah, just keep going. And honestly, the solution, if they did stop it, is maybe rush harder. Buy will be here for BetBoom. One kit, keep note of that. It's on the back of Siren. Chiron, instead of playing cubby this time, looks to try and deal with the issue at elbow head on. So he goes into that fight, but no one's coming through mid this time. Guild Eagles have actually left mid entirely. They're going to be going into a B play.
And this is just calling based off your success. There's only one defender at the actual bomb site itself. It's Nafany. Oh my lord, that sensitivity. Snap back so fast. More coming through. Again, the battle's going to rage on. Danis swings out. Oh, and they can't get it done.
What is happening? It's absolute chaos again up the ramp, but it's come out with Guild Eagles ahead by one player, and Siren takes the risk, but Synopsy reads that maneuver. It's 10 rounds for Guild Eagles, and they're celebrating the fact that they're taking a step closer and closer to a series survival here in the last chance qualifier.
And this is very much, this is like a very similar vibe to like, or very similar, I should say, not vibe at all, but like a concept to like playing against VP. We always mention like VP like forces you to kind of play their game because they're always controlling the economy. They're always making it awkward and uncomfortable, and they're kind of luring you into mistakes. Guild Eagles is doing the same thing right now. They're forcing BetBoom to play their game, which is just unrelenting fights, pushing through smokes. You know, teammate goes down, you're still swinging for a fight, and BetBoom is just not equipped to play that style.
So the same result and objective as Virtus Pro, but using the opposite method.
Yeah, it's like ultra passive or ultra aggressive.
GXX down to 8 health. Aggression works out for that rifle, but they've detected the one rifle, so if they figure out they're up against pistols across the rest of the board, then this might end up being a relatively easy round. But Rigon continues to spam away, couldn't quite control the garden hose, and the spray betrays him. So we're now at a 4v4. Snelpsy makes the A play, the bomb is coming with him, and they feel comfortable about just walking into this A side, swinging and taking fights. That's the rifle down, seconds even better.
Damn.
Synopsy silences Siren and Zorte.
And you got 2 lurkers in position as well, although they got to be careful because GXX has the bomb and he's very low on HP. Danis is... I don't even know what the right play is. Like, do you almost kind of want to go for this round, but...
Yeah, it's a tough one because you know you can't win it. You don't have the kit, you have no utility, and your teammate's dead on the other side of the map, so...
Yeah, save the AK now. It gets easier.
Take that AK. Decision made for him. 11 rounds for Guild Eagles, and just feels like this has a 2-0 written all over it. BetBoom have not been able to handle the Guild Eagles T side.
Undefeated in this second half. 7 in a row, 8 in a row if you go back to the first half. CT side struggles be damned. Guild Eagles running away with the map and the series. This would eliminate BetBoom from Pgl Major Copenhagen.
Yeah, I dream of a few of the major hopefuls to make their debut. We'll have to wait for the second major of the year. Nafany's dreams of returning to the major with a new roster, they look like they're going to be put on pause. Knows what it's like to miss out on a major. Just felt it in Paris with Cloud9.
Yeah, it feels crap.
Yeah, doesn't feel good, I would imagine. And we've seen that earlier with Astralis. And we'll see it a few more times here in the last chance qualifier. But not today for Guild Eagles, it would seem. Shot for GXX. Danis goes down in cave. A 5v4 established off the back of that, and now it's just followed up. Oh god, there's nothing they can do.
They're so prepared for every peak. They had so much success, they've left the bomb outside the B site. Zorti's done.
Oh, yeah.
No chance. Scenari's ready for this jump up from Siren, who's like, oh, what am I supposed to do here?
Well, I think Siren's probably going to die. But he turns back and actually stays alive for a moment longer. It's now 1v2 for Siren.
Yeah, he's got no HP though. And like, even though like, again, you're letting them get to map point, like how do you go for this? Like,
you have no kids, you can't actually make it back in time.
Is actually saving the op and just letting them get to 12.
The rounds are basically done in the first few seconds.
Yeah. Oop, spotted.
We'll be getting to our third best of 3 relatively quickly, it would seem. That's Fnatic versus GamerLegion.
I don't expect it to be quite like this, that third best of 3.
No, I think that's going to be the most competitive game of the day. Which is kind of wild to say, considering 9 Pandas stomped Astralis earlier. 12-8, map point for Guild Eagles, series point for Guild Eagles, and for the side of BetBoom, elimination point from the RMRs.
Yeah, and you have to kind of get the sense that it's coming. And remember, they haven't had a single piece of success in this second half that they can look to and say, that worked. Let's do that again. No. Let's go back to that. Chiron's even getting more and more aggressive down middle to try and stop any kind of a swing out of the smokes, and that's not working. His teammates are dying elsewhere. At this point, Bad News Eagles is just, they're attacking everything at once. They've built so much on the success early on in the half towards middle that now, they're able to march into the A-bomb site and have the defense so passive and so deep or just wide open. They're able to just walk up the B ramp because there's only one defender there and trade those kills out. Whole map is available to Guild Eagles. BetBoom have one chance to stop them.
At the last Pgl Major in Antwerp, it was Siren who was a semi-finalist. Up against FaZe Clan in a losing effort with Team Spirit. This found himself with the failure to make the Paris Major, found himself on the chopping block and sent out to find the new team, and BetBoom was that, and would have hoped he would have been able to come back, find success again, but not to be. lineup for Synopsy. Only one. Had an opportunity to get a second kill there, but at least has information there's a second player in cave. And so when Fletcher runs in confidently to the B-bomb site, clears out long. Again, aware that there's a player in cave, but dealing with Nafany is proving to be very, very difficult. Siren stepping up, and Nafany still getting kills. This one might not be over, but Scenarii wants to keep them going. The first series of the last chance qualifier. Scenarii could close it out right now. And Chiron, oh, timing. Just betray Scenarii.
They just barely held on to that, though. Just barely were able to find a win. Finally.
They got one round on the CT side.
It took 9 rounds, and they've got their first on the board. So they closed the gap, and they're still in this fight.
Yeah, it definitely took a long time. But a lot more of those needed.
And you can see, it's like at this point, BetBoom feels like they need 2 people at the point of attack to put a stop to this aggression, right? 2 people in cave. And Guild Eagle sees that, and Juan Fletcher's like, oh, 2 people in cave. Okay, well, at worst, I have a 1v1 inside the B bomb site. And he wins that fight, and then all pressure is still on.
Obviously, you can still buy for Guild Eagles, so they're straight back to it. GXX holding for some cave aggression. Sees that smoke coming out. Will call to his teammates in mid to be careful of a ledge peek. And that's exactly what is transpiring. Chiron's climbing up ledge. He's got a good position here. BetBoom using their utility to get some map control.
Yeah, but we're going right back to the B bomb site. 4 players are here, 1 lurk in mid. They're just waiting for this smoke to expire on B ramp. Defense is now falling back, so if they apply a little bit of pressure in middle, now they are doubled up in cave once again. 1 in the corner, 1 at the hole.
Yeah, this double stack is going to pan out for them. They line up, so it's a lot of damage, and Nafany finishes them off.
Same response.
They see 2, they go in towards ramp. This time, no kill to be found at long, and they need to be very careful again towards short side. It's a free kill for Chiron. Guild Eagles not closing it yet. Not closing it yet at all. And the money ain't too pretty on a few players.
No, but this is so good for BetBoom. If they win this second round with 4 players alive, 3 players alive, then all of a sudden you can use utility to tamper this.
Oh, Rigon's got a kill here. That's Zorte down. He's created some space, and now the bomb is coming back. Rigon could absolutely devastate them here. 25 seconds. Bomb is coming out of A main. Does Siren get the peek at the right time? No, he does not. GXX gets across with the bomb, and now they're planting it for Donut. So Rigon slips back into Donut for this post plant, and GXX posts up towards CT. There's 1 or 2 items left of utility for BetBoom, with flash and a smoke to get themselves going. That flash does not connect perfectly on GXX, but he still misses the shot, and Rigon's left to clutch it out. 1 kill. He'll drop back to Donut. Limited health. And trying to turn this into a series of fights that favor him, and he couldn't quite do it. The Guild Eagles get the bomb down, but it's now 12-10. And a glimpse of an overtime reality starts to come into light.
Yeah, I think desperately Guild Eagles would have rather have had the op, in Donut and the AK planting the bomb. Missed shot from GXX made that a very difficult 1v3 to win. So we're going to extend things. And that was costly, but there's still going to be enough money for utility, for Molotovs. And the game's going to change here. The game's going to be very different than the first 8 rounds that Guild Eagles won, because now they do have to contend with more Molotovs, more HE grenades. BetBoom have more resources, so if they think you're just going to be able to barrel over BetBoom the same way you've done to start this half, I think they're going to have a tougher time of it. And we'll see what they got if they have to dig into the playbook.
Well, every time that Devil Walk is called a timeout, there seems to be a great response from Guild Eagles. So let's see if that is the case again. He's been sitting there soaking up the information in front of him, and now looks to try and get the job done for his team. Send them out there armed with the ideas.
Chiron started to do a really good job as well. Someone who's closing gaps when they are created by kills. Someone who's coming in, rotating into bomb sites, into the crazy situations.
Instead of playing passive towards the cubby, he's getting aggressive towards elbow. He's fighting fire with fire. And sometimes in the literal sense.
Similar lean as the previous round. 4 players towards the B ramp. 1 player passive in middle.
No double setup inside of cave this time, but that kill from Danis was so close to being collected. Ooh, Rigon brought down to 6th. That was so close to getting rid of Rigon early. Guild Eagle starting to be frustrated, I'm sure, at this point.
And now this is what I was just talking about, the utility. Look at how much it's held back. Oh,
Here comes the push. Oh, are they going to be ready for this? Are Guild Eagles going to be able to make this one happen? Nafny goes into it. Trade should be there, but it's not. Danis gets a double. Raygon has to trade it out. 3v3 established off the back of those initial fights. And now with plenty of time left, there's an option to go back to A if Synopsy can crack open Siren in the donut. And he perforates his head. He's into the bomb site. Zorte coming back over to spot out middle. And there's no one here. No one in mid to spot for Zorte. And that bomb is going safely through A main. Zorte could be covered off. He could be dropped in the timing. He looks away, but he comes back and he nails the shot on Synopsy. 24 seconds left. The bomb makes a beeline to the A bomb site. And unfortunately for Raygon, OneFlatro still at the B side itself. So you want him to make contact, you want him to try and draw the eyes of Zorte away, and that's exactly what has happened. Raygon's got the opening to plant the bomb, and now OneFlatro needs to come back through middle. Bomb is planted for Donut. Raygon has time to get into Temple.
A perfect fake from OneFlatro. He's opened this wide up. Even with low HP, Raygon can still help win this round.
And Zorte can't commit alone. He has to wait on his teammate Chiron to come back with him. And Zorte is going into the fight, going into the attack. Raygon is in a position of power still. Grenade's gonna take out Zorte. Surely it removes him, and it absolutely will. It's just Chiron left, trying to keep them in it, trying to keep them in the fight at the RMRs. And he's got the read, but OneFlatro doesn't buy it. Balls of steel from OneFlatro. And he'll peek, and this time it's to the kill. This time he'll close the series, and Guild Eagles survive at the EU RMR.
Oh, I can't believe he just stone cold didn't buy the defuse. Disgusting. And Guild Eagles, with that unrelenting pressure and aggression, have taken the series. BetBoom is gone, and they move on.
Good news, good vibes, and great games only here for the side of Guild Eagles. How do we feel about that matchup, Jacob?
What a streaky way to end the game for the Guild Eagles. When you're watching that first half, you're thinking to yourself, all right, BetBoom, they showed up, they're playing much better than they did on Overpass, much better on game map number 1, and then you come into the second half, and all of a sudden this pace we talked about, this fire they're playing with just took over, you know. BetBoom couldn't slow them down, BetBoom couldn't control the aggression coming in from the Guild Eagles, maybe struggling a little bit to close out the game, but who cares? They ended up winning the game by having a more or less perfect T-side.
Oh my god, you were talking about the trading game between maps, and that comes to play once again for Eagles. Whenever they decide to take a part of the map, would it be a bomb site or just mid, it's not one player, it's not two, it's sometimes three, and they are following each other, they're holding each other's pockets, and that happened once again. And honestly, the fact that BetBoom were able to have 1 or 2 rounds towards the end, and we see this last round sort of millisecond decision-making clutch, it makes that victory even better for Eagles, because it's not like they just destroyed BetBoom who rolled over. No. They had to dig deep. They had to find these late round clutch situations. The mini fake from OneFlatro with 19 seconds left. That gives the timing to Raygon to peek on the A side. That pulls Zorte away. Oh, this is all I love about Counter-Strike.
Well, following the 8-4 half for BetBoom, their CT side, though, looked incredibly weak, Matthew. Where do you think it was that they started faltering?
The issue is, whenever you play against Guild Eagles and you let them win 1 or 2 very quick round, very quick rushes, it's going to put you under so much stress early on. Guild Eagles will establish to you very quickly that if you don't use all of your util early on, we are going to walk up B ramp and we're going to fight you. If you're not using 2 mollies middle and 4 nades, we're going to swing out the smokes and we're going to fight you. Whenever they win these rounds, they almost checkmate you and they force you to use util early on, and then they slow down just a little bit. We see the aggression coming in from BetBoom towards the very end as well. It's a double peak towards ramp. But Eagles, knowing, waiting, calmly, trade the game and then play the clutch.
I want to give some credit to Chiron for keeping BetBoom in that game. Obviously, we have Synopsy playing well and we have the entirety of the Guild Eagles playing well, but without Chiron, it wouldn't have been a close game. The opening duels went 18 in favor of Guild Eagles and only 5 in favor of BetBoom. And the only reason we're not standing here talking too much about that is Chiron was constantly putting them back into the rounds, especially in the first half. He had a fantastic showing. Synopsy as well, we have his highlights coming out right here. 90 ADR and having a strong performance. For my money, it was more so GX. I'm looking towards the AWP. He went 7 for 7 in opening duels. You look towards Scenery, he went 5 for 6 in opening duels. So they had a lot of impact early on round for the Guild Eagles. So for BetBoom, it must be a little bit disappointing that you finished this way, especially when you've been waiting 5 days to get to play the last chance qualifier. For my money, I didn't see them improve too much. You know, I think it was the same caliber of BetBoom we got from the group stage, which is why they ended in the last chance qualifier in the first place. So a bit of a bittersweet way to end it, but at the very least, Chiron can be is somewhat proud of his performance.
Well, I feel like for the entire side of Guild Eagles, it's going to certainly be smiles all round as well. Would you say that this was the performance you were hoping and expecting to see from them at the very start of the day?
I would even say it is better than what I had expected. I really thought we were going to go towards 3 maps. I thought that BetBoom would be able to bring overpass, and it would be a bounce back from Eagles. But no, I think Eagles showcased, well, the fiery CS that we know and love, and that delivered, but also an ability to stay calm in some of these late round situations, make good decisions, which is usually where they falter. And I have to say, I didn't see some of these trash garbage rounds, which sometimes happen with them, right? And that's part of the charm of that team as well. Didn't really happen today, so they cleaned up the act, much better Counter-Strike. For my money, they might just be my favorite when it comes to the last chance qualifier now, after what I've seen. We've only seen 4 teams today, of course, but they might just have stolen my heart for that.
I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction and say that Guild Eagles are going to take that final spot to join us at the Copenhagen Major. But I know one player that we were certainly speaking about on the side of BetBoom was none other than Nafany. So, James, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. I've got Nafany with me, and I want to touch on the overpass to start off with here. We expected a lot more from you on it. I'm sure you did as well. What do you see as the main problem? What went wrong with your game plan?
As always, it's our mental problems. Some players seems like don't really understand how to manage your emotions, let's say.
Okay.
So that's it. I mean, we just didn't even play our game.
Yeah.
Even if you talk about like our overpass versus not win, sorry. Even if I'm calling something, players can't like even do it because they didn't hear me. They, because like, you know, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. So same was in this game. And again, all what we can do is just try to figure out it, and that's it.
But okay, so you say you know you have this mental problem, there's this pressure that comes with it. Then we see you on the second map, though, you're able to fight a bit better. Is there something where you just say to the guys in between, wake up, come and play what we're supposed to play, or why can you not do that from the start?
Actually, I was saying things which I said before Overpass, and it's just on players, how you can survive, like, in this world, let's say. Yeah, so it's same game like versus Navi. We did like bad first map. It's unfortunately our map pick. Then we playing like enemy map pick, and it's way better. But again, it's not our map pick because so we fucked up. And even on this map, it was feels like we don't understand like each other sometimes. So again, it's more about like mental things.
And when you say not understanding each other, obviously you've had a bit more time than some of the other teams to prepare for the LCQ, though. What would you do during that time?
Actually, we was... I mean, the thing is that you can like practice, and because of practice, you can't like fix your mental things. Yeah. So the only way how you can fix it is just play as much such tournaments as you can. And seems like we still have few opportunities to represent like what we can do in the future. But again, we will see, because it's kind of tough to say something right now. Obviously that we need to refocus things about like how things should work in the future, and then we'll see.
And just how disappointed are you though with not making the major? Because it's such an important thing here, but you seem quite calm considering.
I mean, shit happens, but in generally, it's obviously that every player want to be in the major. Yeah. It's kind of like a dream, but sometimes things not working. And when this lineup was building, our goal is not about like be on the every major or something like that. Obviously, we want more, and even if we make it through RMR, and if we like win this game or like previous ones, it does not mean that we like on the level which we want to be. So in general, all what I can say that we just need to like think about like how we can be better, let's say.
And for you said about thinking about how you guys can be better. For you, we're still trying to see your development right now. You've stepped away and you've come into BetBoom. You feel like you still have a lot to prove and you're still very motivated to try and make a project succeed?
Actually, I'm a pretty young player, so I have a lot of in the future for sure. I'm already better as in-game leader. I'm for sure better as a leader. And the guy is trying to help me to be better. But in general, again, it's not only about like being a game leader. It's more about like being a team. And obviously that bad news, Guild Eagles was a team on the server today, and we are not. So the thing that we have to change, it's that thing, obviously.
Well, thank you very much for the honest answers, and sadly we won't see you at the Major, but we'll hopefully see you very soon. Jasmine, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, James. There's a lot to unpack there, boys, but one thing that I really want to point out is James said that Nafny was looking incredibly calm. I don't know about you, Pimp, but it seemed to me like it was more draining for him. He just seemed a little bit drained, and then especially when he's talking about the fact that, you know what, it's more of a mental factor for the entire team. How do you start to overcome that as players moving forward?
That's a good question. I guess if he finds out, then maybe relay that information to the Astralis camp as well, because I think they're dealing with some of the same feelings. He seemed very calm and collected to me, maybe a bit drained, as you said as well, you know, out of energy. It's been a long time here in Romania for them. They played in Group A. They had to wait 5 days to go into this last chance qualifier, and then when you focus 5 days and you put all your practice into one specific goal, which is performing today, and you fail to do that, you lose 2-0, obviously that's a bit disheartening. So I understand the feelings coming in from Nafny. I think it's been slightly disappointing to follow BetBoom ever since they came together.
That's fair.
We spoke about them in the beginning, saying that we had high praises, high hopes for them, but it's just been a little bit under the weather as of late, you know, pretty much throughout the entire season so far in 24.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn as well, because on one hand, I do respect the honesty, and I can imagine as a leader, if you have players, we're going to take his word as face value, if you have players who you feel are being sort of pressured or not delivering the Counter-Strike they're supposed to, that you know they can, it is very frustrating. It's enraging. You feel like you don't have the pieces to work with. That's one part of the equation, and I respect that. The other is, sometimes you can get stuck in a vicious cycle as a team where you make the mistake of believing all we have to fix is our mental, and you stop improving your game, which makes you play better, which makes you feel better, which makes you win the 5v or the 50-50, which makes you have more confidence, right? Sometimes people get tunnel visioned a little bit with, oh, it's all in our head, we just need to fix our mental game. But actually it turns out winning also gives you the confidence to then win more, that gives you more confidence. But that comes from working on the game in itself, and they remain slightly one-dimensional. So the Counter-Strike they play puts an enormous emphasis on whether you have confidence individually, whether you take these duels. When they don't and it doesn't work out, yeah, I can imagine why he would feel like, God damn, my players didn't deliver. But, you know, have a stronger backbone to what you're doing, help ease your player into it, and that, I think, should also be something they should consider.
Well, boys, we've certainly had an explosive start to the day. That's 2 best-of-3s out of the way. 1 more remaining. That's going to be Fnatic taking on GamerLegion. We'll see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Guess the CS team by the emojis. GamerLegion Isaac is joining me. Do you use emojis?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
How was a little bit like to your girlfriend, to friends, to the team?
girlfriend and, you know, friends.
Okay, okay.
Just a casual user.
Casual user of emojis. Well, let's test your casual knowledge and see how it compares to CS2.
Let's go.
The first one is nice and easy.
Vitality.
Boom. Second one gets a little bit harder. Isaac, what is this?
This is G2. The baby goat. It's Monazy.
See, I'm with you, but we have to think deeper and smarter because it's a baby that is born. Then there's winning, and then there's a goat. Who is the goat and what team would that actually represent?
Baby born.
Think of a team's slogan.
Wait. Huh. This is actually a pretty tricky one.
They've been at every single major, ever.
Oh, is it Navi then?
There we go, I helped you with
That's
that
what
one.
I thought, a simple goat.
Next.
Star Sky.
You have a night sky. You have a star, or stars. Then a mermaid. The mermaid represents a country.
Astralis.
Yes, Astralis, you got it.
Bear potato. Bear potato. Is Virtus Pro or?
Damn it! Yes, it gives Virtus Pro. You got
Yeah.
that.
Wait. Paper eagle. Wait, what's that first emoji? Well, what does that represent?
It's like a fire that says stop or no or bad.
Oh, it's Bad News Eagles.
That's
there
the one.
you go.
This one's hard.
Dude, what could this be? Croissant?
Okay, croissant.
Yeah.
What country does that represent?
France.
So they had French players in the past. In the past, not now.
Yeah, yeah.
Demon mask. Logo has a mask on it.
Yeah.
Japan.
Japan.
Japanese samurai.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it's G2?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. So it's liquid or?
Ta-da!
Yeah. But it's a horse.
Yeah, but that'd be too obvious. You put a horse there.
Yeah.
Americans, yeah, the two American symbols, then water.
Okay, true. No, is this heroic?
Why did you guess heroic so quickly?
Because of the Superman.
Oh, okay, good. Last one.
Okay. Sun football.
And? Sun football and what?
Anger guy.
What's
Angry.
another word for anger?
Mad.
Another word?
Oh, so I said something
Stronger,
closer.
strong. Anger, but stronger.
Furious. Wait. Wait, you guys. Wait, I need to think. You guys are putting me on the spot. You guys already know this. Wait, so it's very obvious, but I'm not getting it actually.
Yeah, it's very obvious. Everyone in this room understands it, including your team. But
Oh no. Oh, this is bad then. You guys are putting me on the spot.
What did you just say?
Furious Sun football.
You keep saying it. You're just saying the words basically in your mouth.
Furious Sun football.
No, first word.
Furious?
So what team could that be?
Furia. Or what?
It is none other than the Pgl EU Rmr last chance qualifier. Boys. Fantastic matchups we've had thus far. We've got the fabulous Blair joining us once again to dissect Fnatic versus GamerLegion. Get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some interesting results already. You know, Astralis, we've spoken at length about it. And I think Bad News Eagles keep screwing it up. Guild Eagles getting it done in a two-map fashion as well. I think this one's going to be interesting. I personally felt coming into today, it was either going to be GamerLegion or Astralis going to make it through. Astralis obviously with the heavy favorites, but I have really liked what I've seen from GamerLegion throughout the RMR. I think Snacks, with the pieces has been given, he's doing a great job. So for me, they are the pick. And for Fnatic, I mean, you look at the players they have, you look at someone like Crims, and you're like, surely they stand a chance. But I don't know about you, Pimp. I feel like this is actually going to be kind of one-sided.
I think it's going to be tough for Fnatic as well. You look towards the Group A and how they played and how they fared in that group. Had a couple of decent best-of-1 games they ended up winning, but in the best-of-3 scenarios, they lost 2-0 to Movistar Koi. Take nothing away from them. They played well, but they also lost 2-0 against Saw in a game where, convincingly as well, you'd argue they were the favorites both against Movistar and against Saw Gaming. So for my money, Fnatic have shown me that in a best-of-3 scenario, they were not able to take down the likes of Saw. They were not able to take down the likes of Movistar Koi, and I think GamerLegion is a level or two above those two. So in that regard, I'm a little worried that you're right, that it's going to be slightly one-sided towards GamerLegion. I also had them as one of my favorites making from the last chance qualifiers. So if Fnatic want to stand a chance today, they have to play significantly better than we saw 5-6 days ago.
Now, I know for a lot of the backseat gamers out there, they'll certainly be wondering, Fnatic, why on earth have they been struggling, Pimp?
Well, I mean, it's a reality check as well. Obviously, Fnatic is an organization with a lot of history. It's an organization that's been around for a long, long time. But when you look towards the roster and when you look towards the roster they've assembled, it's also a budget version of Fnatic, right? This is a team that has not invested as heavily into star players or as heavily into talent as a lot of other organizations. They've tried a different route, and by all means, that's fair enough. If you have a certain cap or if you have a certain way you want to do it, that's fair enough. But it's also come at the consequence that they haven't played up to par. There's still a couple of star players within the lineup. Crims being one of them. He is obviously the most crowned player we have on the server, but even him together with Snacks, I doubt that that's going to be enough to take down the likes of GamerLegion.
I mean, yeah, Crims, I mean, won 2 majors, 16 majors played as well. You know, we know he was a part of that legendary Fnatic run, which happened between 2014 and 16, winning 2 majors as well. But now, I wouldn't say he's a pale shadow of what he was once before. I still feel he still has what it takes to at least be, you know, that rock of the team. He's always considered one of the most consistent players in any lineup he played on. And he's going to be going up against Snacks, who also is a legacied player. But the interesting thing, what I've enjoyed about Snacks is like he's completely changed his role, right? He was a player in the old VP, then he was in the Polish wilderness for a while, and chopping some wood, maybe fighting some bears, who knows what is happening there. And then they come in, they're like, hey, you want to be an IGL for a team? He's like, hell yeah, I want to do this. And here are the pieces you have. Leftovers from the Paris Major. They've lost a couple of their players. They lost their IGL. They lost a star player. Can you make it happen? And in all honesty, I've been very, very surprised and very impressed with what he's been able to pull off thus far. I know they've had a few losses and some wins as well, but they're playing good fundamental Counter-Strike. And that, for me, is all I need.
He's been a great signing. You know, when you consider what GamerLegion have lost to during this RMR, we spoke about Fnatic, they lost to Movistar Koi, they lost to Saw Gaming. GamerLegion went down to Heroic, a very prominent and a strong team, and they lost to ENCE and Vitality. Those are some of the best teams in Europe, so I'm not too worried on behalf of GamerLegion. I think they're the massive favorites, regardless of how this video is going to play out.
I feel like for Fnatic, the only option they might have here is Ancient, because Vertigo is going to be, it's a punish pick coming in here from GamerLegion. I think they have a couple of options available, but the fact that Vertigo has been absolutely abysmal for Fnatic, having lost the past 5 maps they've played, that too in a very convincing fashion. Ancient is a pick for Fnatic. It's a map where GamerLegion might have some weaknesses on, and the decider is going to be a handshake on Overpass, a map that both these two teams like. Here's my problem with Fnatic. Even though Ancient is their map pick, the individuals aren't set. The lowest rated player is their primary AWPer.
Sure. That is not bounding well. You said they have lost 5 in a row on Vertigo. I'll do you one better than that. They never won a map on Vertigo, officially speaking, together as a team. So for that to happen today, that will be a first in the history of this iteration of the Fnatic lineup. So it's going to be tough. It's a punish pick. Ancient, it's a map where GamerLegion have been struggling, at least getting the wins. They've remained competitive in a couple of their Ancient games, but they haven't been able to get the win. However, I think today may be that day, because individually speaking, as a team, synergy-wise, I see GamerLegion being a much better playing team than what I've seen Fnatic do 5-6 days ago.
Well, really quick from the two of you as we head into our very first map, do we think it's going to be a little bit of a mental boom on the side of Fnatic?
I think they lack quality. I think it's a team that lack quality in order to make it to a major. I don't want to be too harsh on them. I think they're doing their absolute best. They're fighting, they're trying. I respect Crims a lot as well. But when I look at the players, when I look at what they have to work with, I think they lack quality.
Yeah, 100%. Like Fnatic as an org decided this is what they're going to be working with. And again, taking nothing away from the players, you get offered to play for Fnatic, you go for it. But they just don't have the caliber, I feel, to take down this GamerLegion.
Well, I want to go ahead and hear from the legends. It is Anders and Henry that are going to be taking us through this one, boys. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We prefer to be called the Creamy Bears these days.
The Creamy Bears.
Yeah, we're back. And yeah, one more slot available for the Pgl Copenhagen Major. And it all starts here. Fnatic take on GamerLegion. And it's going to be quite an epic battle here. And as we've got Crims versus Snacks, Fnatic versus GamerLegion. Who have you got for this one? For me, we've casted so much GamerLegion. I feel like they're the stronger team. They've looked better in the best of threes.
Yes.
And kicking things off in Vertigo, you heard it from Pimp. Fnatic are yet to even win an outing on this particular map.
I think it's a really, really big concern, the fact that they're not able to win anything in the best of threes here, Fnatic. That's a mark against them. I've got GamerLegion as well. We'll see if they can be off to a good start. They are running right into a mid stack that's been set up nicely by the Fnatic squad. So they were absolutely ready for this one. Almost sideswiped there. Snacks sends a bullet, I think, right over this helmet of Afro, who was trying to get away, but they should be able to get the bomb plant at the very least here. So that much is accomplished. It's usually a good start. And a 2 versus 4, we'll see the retake attempt coming in rather quickly. Snacks doing the best that he can.
Oh, there it is.
They win the round. Snacks is back.
I wanted to say it, Anders. There was something about the positional control Snacks had there. Low HP players around him, Glock in hand as well. Doesn't miss a step in the 1 versus 3 interaction he had to deal with towards those generators. Massive advantage for Fnatic, and they give it up. We were about to say, if the bomb's gone down, at least they've got that. They better buy up Galils in the next round. But no, Snacks steals it all away, and we've got a slight technical issue to kick things off. It's just a sound issue, I believe. So nothing to write home about, but still a significant resurgence there from GamerLegion. It looked like they were done for. The bomb plan was great, but then Snacks goes above and beyond, absolutely mows them down.
That's wild. Presumably what happens in the retake there is by the time they realize how close Snacks is, because I think they're focused on the bomb, right? That's drawing all their attention away. They had grenades, they had some flashbangs, they could have set up, you know, more of a retake. They didn't have to run in there that quickly, but I just don't think they managed to pull it in time. You could see they're just fighting right away. There's no deep flashes set up. There's no one in the back saying, okay, I'm going to throw a flash, count of 3. They're just going for it right away.
Yeah, they really are. Not their best work. Fnatic will be reeling after that one. Does beg the question as to whether we'll see a force buy in the second. A lot of teams are opting to do it on the CT side in this current meta. Vertigo, though, might not be the map for that particular approach. Seems to be the full eco for now. Nothing invested. Pretty much a guaranteed 2-0, Anders.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some kind of a stack or some kind of a setup here for Fnatic just to try and do something.
That's what Fnatic are known for, I would say. Like, they always have quite interesting eco setups. And yes, you're right. We have got to go 5-man, 8 lean here. 4 players making their way towards short. And as I said, they're being creative. They've got some novel ideas.
I like it. Gives us something to appreciate in a round that's probably not going to be too exciting. But if it was going to be, then why not a USP boost? It is actually being watched for. You can see Snacks. You're going to have to get up a lot quicker than that to catch him off guard. And he didn't, I think, see the other boost, but his teammates are about to find out that there's really nothing happening at the B bomb site. So worst that can happen here is Snacks giving up the MAC-10. Certainly feeling the pressure, and he will. Doesn't really matter that much.
You're dead on, Anders. He's a scout. Just going to be getting the incel that they are stacked on that side of the map. The CTs are buying up next round regardless, so giving up a MAC-10 doesn't actually have any ramifications attached to it whatsoever. You would very rarely see a MAC-10 in the hands of a defense. So for now, it's just down to Afro to try and farm an extra $600. If he gets a kill with it, get a nice injection of moolah.
Assuming nothing else really exciting. Oh, they actually get a kill. That's actually sick.
$600.
Yeah, give it over to Body. See if he can make some money. They're trading it around. Don't lose the Galil. That, on the other hand, could be quite useful. They're running in here to try and see if they can get people to stay near the bomb. Oh, wow. They're actually doing so much damage. If they had a defuse, could be a really fun round, but eventually going to be burning up a core. That's 4 people down. That's unacceptable for GamerLegion, even if they win the round. I'm unhappy.
That was actually quite nice from Fnatic, all things considered, to take 4 players down, farm an extra $1,200 by virtue of the MAC-10, and keep GamerLegion very modest indeed. Problem is their money still going to be slightly compromised here, but with the extra cash, you might even be able to bring out the AWP in the hands of Afro, and I think they are going to deploy that. So a chance to get back into this one early. It's been a rough start, but that does happen. M4s otherwise, in terms of kits, I don't think we have one available. Utility's not too bad. We're going to see Mattis challenging from the crane position here. Important first round. GamerLegion give this one up. They're in force buy territory. Finances on both teams very brittle right now. We're going towards B. Bit of a contact play here. They've got the B steps control. Can see there's only one defender there right now.
QB hanging around. See him jiggling there with the Molotov in hand, presumably just if anything happens, he's going to be able to throw that down right in front of him. Oh, but they're actually real close. He should have been. If Snacks, well, he gets the shot anyway. I was going to say if he's a little bit more patient, he definitely has the kill. And they're going to get Crims. I think he was flashed. This is looking very good.
Difficult
Bomb's going to get planted.
To get excited about that particular round, isn't it? Because
yeah,
they got such a guaranteed kill. Like, he's not holding his angles correctly. Like, he's not aware of the fact they could jump and boost up. And they've spotted him. It's a guaranteed frag from Snacks there. Like, he even missed a couple of shots and he's just got no time to react or do anything about it. Pretty weak B hold from Fnatic. They are going to go down 3-0, and it's actually a pretty comprehensive victory as well, as GamerLegion will keep 4 players alive. We said this is a very important round, and they barely break a sweat. Contacting towards B, baits out that incendiary, and Snacks even survives with pretty decent HP overall. Oh, what's he got for us here? And this is actually kind of sick. Oh, I was going to say, if that bounced over...
Imagine.
And would take down body, perhaps?
It maybe could have, in the right position. That would have been fun to see.
I know you can throw lots of utility from that ladder window room. But never seen the HE over there. It's pretty cool. 3-0, GamerLegion. Start their T-side campaign in emphatic style. Tactical timeout coming in from Fnatic here. They do save some weapons here. They've got 2 M4s, the AWP. I think it's worth the investment. Like the fact you've got these 3 weapons here, you can drop a couple of SMGs or 1 M4 if required.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Again, we got to remind people, with you know, that MR12 format, you don't have the same luxury of you know, you have to take some risks at some point.
Okay, Anders, got a hard-hitting question for you. Who's your favorite out of Crimson Snacks?
Ooh.
You have to choose one. Over all the years, all the majors, all the memories, all the highlights. Who's your favorite?
I think just in terms of longevity and like time playing well at the top, it's got to be Crims for me.
That's fair enough. He's maintained his position in Tier 1 CS throughout his career. Snacks just getting back into that saddle now.
Yeah. He can make up for it, Snacks. Like, he's a very exciting player too.
Hey, he can still make it to the major at this stage. I would say now Astralis are out. GamerLegion for me are the favorites in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. But I mean, I've got to say, like, I think Crim's one of these underrated players that just like the people forget how long he's been good for. Like, truly.
Yeah.
Well, you know, back with the LGB days, with Olaf Meister and the rest of them, like, he's been playing for a very, very long time.
16 majors.
Yeah,
under
crazy.
his belt. Yeah, absolutely. Looking to make it 17, but not the greatest start here on Vertigo. 3-0 down. They did force into this one. As noted, they drop an M4 and an SMG, exchanging utility back at that B bomb site as well. Mattis, lacking information, starting to make his way down towards the A-Ram. They've still got 3 players here, including the AWP of Afro. So how do they get some real intel off this one? They come back up towards the A-Ramp, so Afro presumably gets his first kill, no problem.
Yep, and even a leg shot onto Isaac, so it's a pretty good start. Mattis going to be able to get this one for free nearly, and he swings forward for one more. Afro's down, and Mattis pretty soon to follow. So at least a conversion coming in here for GamerLegion, even if there's still a man down.
Yeah, it's still a little bit compromised. A good flash as well. Volt's not going to check the close range position. That will cost him. Body should secure the first round here for Fnatic, and there we have it. Crims keeps the round clean as well. 3-1, Fnatic with a solid A-hold. Seemed like GamerLegion were dead set on going towards B. Something changed. They wanted to go for more of a contact setup at that A-ramp, walk into the AWP. No one checking the close range proximity. And it will be Fnatic on their feet now. Afro didn't really have to break a sweat here. Nat is baited in lovely. And Body just pick up the pieces towards the end. Well, there we have it. There'll still be a buy available. AK's Galil's Mac 10 suggests there'll be something a bit faster here, Anders. Maybe just full send. Try and challenge the AWP at the start. They drop the initial smoke to battle any potential incendiaries and take vision away from the CTs as they scale up towards the scaffold position.
It's only head armor on 2 people on that CT side right now, so got to be a little bit careful. That is a deep grenade that landed on 2 people. It's pretty devastating, but your Mattis on the other side here, just up against the wall. Smoke is in front of you. You got Body on the other side. McCarty's doing a lot of damage through. Snacks is there and already chipped down low. Going to be the kill. That's a wallbang. Body and Mattis. That's a really hard defense. They did so much damage before anyone even showed themselves. Flag coming in from Crims now. Kios and Volt. I mean, you need some mistakes here for Fnatic. As long as they're not making them.
I don't think you're going to get any.
No.
There's no real reason to start probing this situation. You know, the bomb's down. You've got the locked in by virtue of Crims scaling down that ladder as well. No grenades, 4-on-2. should be 0% chance that GamerLegion will get a plan out of this one.
Yeah.
Yes. You've got everyone here, all the information you could ask for. It would take some tragically missed shots, but Afro secures the round, finds Volt, thrusting Kiosk into a pretty much impossible scenario. The Galil especially, now giving him his position as well. Best he could really hope for would be a couple of kills. Don't think even then he'd get the bomb plant out of it. 25 seconds. Doing what he can, is just a matter of time though, I'm afraid.
Even Crims is still not showing himself back there. He's making so sure. Yeah, really, really good. Just a great discipline on Fnatic. If you're going to win a bit of an upset game here, this is exactly how you want to do it. Get some money early on, force the enemy team to eco earlier than they would have wanted, and show that they can't really force you into some of these fights here. It's a 2-on-4 where there's almost zero chance for any kills to even come in there on the GamerLegion side. So really well played. That makes me a little bit excited. Good to see, I think, Afro as well hitting some of these shots early on with the AWP. It's such a significant weapon to have towards that A-ramp on the map, so keep that up. Kios is taking a break. It's fair enough, I suppose.
Taking a load off.
Why not?
Lose some weight. Let it all out. But you don't just see the bathrooms used that too often these days. No one saves a gun in there. Don't see anyone hiding out. But you can open the bathroom door. The portaloos. But this is the full eco. Not much to report, I'm afraid. It will be certainly a chance for Fnatic to tie things up at 3-3.
I like your comment, Henry, on the whole Astralis situation. What are your thoughts?
Be more specific with your question, and I'll give you an answer.
More specific. I don't know. Like, where do they go from here? What's happening?
Well, they've got the whole question mark is like the whole coach situation behind them at this event.
True.
Like, they came into this major cycle with no coach, essentially, like saving themselves for Rugger.
Yeah.
Like, no disrespect to Rugger. Like, I'm not sure he's the one that's going to save the day, bring them back to life. You look at his history with OG, it's not like that project has particularly gone well. He's had plenty of different lineups and iterations.
Yeah.
True. To think he can be the guy who's going to solve their issues, I'm not so sure. One thing I will say is the whole Stare being thrown out to do the interview. I didn't enjoy that. Thought that's a little bit of a shame.
That seemed very rough to me too.
Yeah, that kind of actually annoyed me. It's just like, come on, take some responsibility as the captain. It was one of the veterans at the very least.
Yeah, Stare was one of the players that actually played really well throughout the tournament as well.
Yeah, right? Like, that's his prize. He has to go and face the music on camera.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversation about that in the coming days.
I mean,
now,
jokes aside, it sucks. Like,
it does.
The first Danish major, Copenhagen especially, and you're not going to have Device in there. Like, that's rough. My heart disbelief the players. I can't imagine how they feel right now, but
yeah,
still,
that part's tricky, isn't it?
Not really acceptable, considering you've got every player you wanted, all the resources. This is the one, but lost to 9 Pandas.
Look at Fnatic controlling this ramp right now. This is tactically one of the most important parts of the map. If you can't control it on the T side, there's so many executes that are not going to be available to you. They're trying to get their way around the corner. It's a good flash setup. It's Volt to get the headshot. Crims trying to see if he can carry on over, and Mats is right on top. You're really slowing them down. We're at 40 seconds here.
They've done pretty well, though, to do a lot of damage and bring back a frag in their favor. They can see the little toes of Crims beneath the sandbags, though. He's on high alert. Presumably, they know he's there. With those shots coming through, they don't have the Molotov to flash him out, or flush him out, I should say. They have got the flashbang. Crims, though, excellent sequence of the AK-47, holding on to his life as well, delays him as long as possible. Pretty much single-handedly wins the round with that positional control from sandbags. Bomb to be planted from Acor. Consolation prize, perhaps, but that doesn't come through just yet. 8 seconds remain. No chance of winning the round. He's got 3 bullets left in the magazine as well. You can see there have to be 2 one-bullet headshots to even win the round at this point. He had 2 left, and it doesn't work out. Crims, absolutely fantastic. There at the A ramp after losing the first pick as well. It's Fnatic up 4-3. They are yet to win a single map of Vertigo in an official stance with this iteration of Fnatic. So far, so good. They've recovered after losing the pistol, a 1v4 against Snacks & Co.
3 HEs being brought up. I wonder if GamerLegion are cooking something in this round.
You'd normally just, nade the sandbags themselves.
Yeah.
You can do some coordinated grenades towards...
They can't even get there normally is the problem. I'm really impressed with Fnatic's hold on this A-ramp. Okay, there we go. All of them landing on top of Body, but he's still alive back here. And he's going to get some revenge. Big double kill Can't believe Mats is not getting that one through the smoke, but he can reload behind the sandbag, so I don't think he's in any real danger here. As long as he stays by.
I think you're right, Anders. Mattis is actually looking pretty sharp right now. This A ramp is going to be a huge question mark for GamerLegion. Do they want to keep forcing the issue over here? It's not really working out for them. Acorn now 3 points of health, make it 0. Crim's rock solid once again.
Just anecdotally, but I think some of the biggest collapses I've seen on T sides on Vertigo, they come from when T sides can't get A ramp control. Not because you have to attack the A bomb side all the time, but because if you want to attack the B bomb side, you still have to make it look like you have some A ramp control. Otherwise, it's so much easier for the CTs to rotate back and have 2 on A and 1 in middle, and then they're going to be able to grenade you out of there a lot of the time. So it's happened in the past where sometimes a team just cannot do it. They can't get breakthrough. They keep losing rounds. And obviously that's a little bit what we're seeing at the moment here. 5-3 scoreline, tactical timeout of GamerLegion. I'm actually really impressed. I thought Fnatic were going to get blown up a little bit at the start of this game, but it's a good turnaround.
Anyone not familiar with the last chance qualifier formats, winning this game doesn't book you a slot in the major. There's still a few to go. So tomorrow we'll have 2 more games. There'll be a grand final and then a semi, I suppose. Whoever's the highest seeded team left over after today, I think is Fnatic. If they win, they go straight to the final, as it were, and then we'll have a semi before for our other winners. But still, losing this game, obviously you won't be making it. Winning it, though, you still got quite a long way to go, especially the likes of GamerLegion. But Acorn picks up the AWP on this T side. Don't see it too often on the T side of Vertigo, but Afro will answer back. He's been very nifty and mobile.
Huge advantage to have CT side of Vertigo. But I think it's okay. They'll trade 1 for 1. Mats is going down over at the A ramp. You can actually see Fnatic already making a huge gamble in the way they're setting up. They're basically saying, we'll try and retake the A bomb side if it comes to it, but we are ready for a mid or B scenario. So if they go mid or B, we're going to be absolutely ready to crush them. If it's A lot harder scenario. Maybe they can have some Molotovs to slow it down or some HEs to stop any kind of a bomb plant. Pretty bold move from Volt, applying some pressure.
Yeah, but this is now 5 rounds in a row for Fnatic, Anders. GamerLegion looking pretty flat on their map pick. Sent packing by the Incendiary. Huge sound cues as well. You'll be doubting yourself if this rotation's even going to work out. Feels pretty telegraphed. Snax has at least got some control of the ramp, but they're taking so much damage en route. Acor down to 46 points of health. He's found the only pick of the AWP so far, but time is of the essence. Afro rotating back from the B bomb site, up close and personal towards that crane position. This will be a key duel now between the 2 snipers. Smoke's deployed. Afro just wants to get one and then peel off. Be joined by body towards short. A missed shot gives GamerLegion some space.
Yes, it does. And a flash around the corner. He just had almost no chance there. Really well handled. As soon as he misses the first shot, he is in so much trouble. Oh, that's a nice angle. The spam through.
Yeah, right?
One more bullet connecting. That might have changed everything. But I think now they're home safe on the GamerLegion side. They just took so much damage there. Who knows what happens if they don't get the bomb planted, but it's all in the past. Crimson, QB are going to be running away from the bomb site, so...
We've got a double AWP T-side setup.
All right. That's exciting.
I don't think you'll see it in the next round. I don't hate it, though. Yeah, they'll get rid of it. Kios will drop his sniper. If you're not aware, with Counter-Strike meta, the only map that's ever been viable to have 2 AWPs in the T-side would be Dust 2 back in 2014.
It's been a minute since people really
that would be like
a
French team doing it. So you don't normally see them. Double AWPs on the CT side, certainly viable, not as popular in CS2 especially. It's going out of meta in CSGO as well. That was also like a 2016, 2017 thing.
Yeah.
Can still run them, but it's normally where things are starting to go so wrong you need a complete change of tactics.
You're becoming desperate.
Yeah, that's when we normally notice it. But Fnatic, not desperate yet. They, like I said, 5 rounds in a row. Their money pretty decent, actually. They'll save AKs in the hands of QB and Crims. And they're actually having a very good half. Considering it's not their map pick, I'm actually enjoying this. They were 3-0 down.
Yeah, I'm really impressed at the moment here. QB's had a bit of a boring game. He's 0-3, so it's not like he's playing badly. He just hadn't really run into anyone. He's playing the mid portion of the map for some of the time at least, or towards the B bomb site. Hasn't really seen much action there. Mattis, though, has had to fight quite a bit through the smoke. A little bit of a jump to try and get some information. Be careful now. It is Acor on the other side. He is known for some pretty quick reactions, but Afro sneaking in behind that jump and able to get the kill on Acor. What a nice find. Snacks a pixel away from getting this kill on Matters. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in. There's Snacks getting the kill. So, traded back, 4 versus 4 now. Bomb still dropped further back.
Say Ram getting a lot of action in this first half. Snacks has been instrumental in finding some of those picks. You can see it's going to be a split towards the B bomb site. Kiosk to provide the backstab in middle. Snacks will recover Acor's fallen AWP as well. So it comes down to the timings here. If Kiosk can nail this one, catch him at construction, just as his teammates are committing, could be onto something here. Drops the initial smoke. Crim's probably going to swing on this one and catch him. Very well played. He understands exactly what's going on now, and now they know it's a B-side attack.
Yeah, up against a veteran player like Crims. Not easy to fake him out like that. And he keeps it going, takes the kill on Eyesight. We're down to 20 seconds. Crims, 3 kills in the round. And Fnatic, another round on their side, only losing 2 players. This is starting to look really great. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, Fnatic locking them out across the map there. The A ramp is too uncomfortable for GamerLegion to really commit to. They take too much damage en route. They were fended off by the Afro AWP. Once he found Acor, they just didn't feel safe making their way in towards that side of the map. But of course, he's rotated back towards B as they're committing as well. Crims, absolutely fantastic round from him. Spots the smoke, understands what he's up against there, and catches Kiosk trying to flank with a Molotov in his hand as well. Pants around his ankles, rotates back in towards the B side, hits him another hack trick. For the old veteran, looking for his 17th major here. And what a great comeback this has been. 3-0 down, now 6-4 to the good. And their money's absolutely fine. They'll have cash for the final round, whatever happens. Can't say the same thing for GamerLegion. They've looked relatively flat in this first half. After a great start, I think in the individual duels and general reads, Fnatic have had them bested every single time. Here we go then, back towards the A ramp for the Afro AWP. Locked out with the utility at the B bomb site as well. Isaac will try and probe, take some of the attention away, keep Afro away from that B bomb site if possible. Oh, wow.
That'll get the job done.
Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, Afro caught through the smoke. Matt's still sticking around. This is the plan that's given Fnatic a lot of these early fights. Kind of hard to judge them for sticking with it now. Snacks though, oh, it's a wallbang. He's so good. The veterans in this game. Crims at 11 kills, but Snacks up to 8 now. After a decade of playing this game or more for both of them. They just keep it going. Snacks going to be taking down Body. He's found 3 kills to open up this round with. There's no way GamerLegion's even get close to losing this one. Acor on the other side taking out QB.
It's Snacks and Crims like the MVPs on the server right now.
Don't know.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
The old master showing the students how it's done. Crims, though, this would have to be something miraculous. As he's in the 1v5, it will be Acor to find that final kill. He gets himself a couple as well, but well done to Snacks. I will say the first kill for the smoke, not lucky, but certainly fortunate. It was pretty much a 1-bullet headshot. And that was where the dominoes started to fall for Fnatic. Final round of this first half coming up next. As mentioned, their money should be absolutely fine. Maybe a couple of concessions, and there it is, found that opening kill. The second, quite beautiful as well. Holding towards the sandbags. And Acor to seal the deal here. Didn't need the AWP this time. So M4s across the board, and Afro AWP to join them. And we'll see Afro once again taking that crane pick. Seems to be his favored angle. Pops the smoke open. Volt leaps back to the safety of the big box.
Smoke up towards the middle set up by Snacks and T-Spawn. So trying to put some pressure on. They're going to win the fight against Crims. A huge scout to take down early on. And this time he's going to be throwing the Molotov with a little bit more safety as that smoke is down towards the A-bombs. Look at how they've burned it out. Smokes on one side, Molotovs on the other, pushing through and taking down Mattis. They've pretty much opened this up. Afro is aware that Kiosk is going to be coming through, so maybe a little bit of a misstep, but they still should be fine here. 4 versus 3. They got 3 HEs left. Actually, now down to 1 because they do double nade this position. And Body takes quite a bit of damage for it.
Have to go for this retake. Last round. Smoke's going to deploy towards short. Flashes to come shortly as well. Deep breath, last chance. Acorn should have done enough there with that single frag. Isaac, oh, nice finish as well. GamerLegion finding their form towards the end, courtesy of some absolute heroics there from Snax and Acorn, managing to find multiple kills in the last 2 rounds and giving them a pretty nice scoreline overall, considering they lost, what, 5 rounds in a row, I think?
Yeah.
Was it 6? No, it was 5 in a row, then they pulled one back. But still, it looked like they were falling very flat there, and we expect them to be the hands-down favorites on the map of Vertigo.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds, though, is nothing to scoff at for the GamerLegion side, so...
No, it's absolutely fine. But some open runway here for Fnatic. They can win a pistol, which they should have done in the first half, quite frankly.
I mean, that strategy that they pulled at the end is probably worth going back over at some point. It's pretty elaborate, like double Molotov towards CT spawn on the B bomb side, a smoke early on thrown from T spawn by Snax that lands towards the A bomb side, creating a tunnel for Kios to try and walk through into backstab the A bomb side. Even if he got shot down, like just the idea in general, that's hard to pull off. That's a lot of wheels in motion to try and get that round through, and they got pretty close. They won the round anyway, even if the backstab part of it didn't really work out.
Well, here we go then, Anders. We're getting into another technical pistol here. We've got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 2 HEs. They're going to use those HEs towards the Xbox, presumably setting themselves up. That's where Volt will reside. He needs to be very careful here.
Yeah, don't want to miss that jump. Snax. Risky to be out there, but he will fall back.
They hold on to the HEs for now, so it could save them for either headshot or sandbags, depending on where they get some intel from. Snax will be waiting with the dual lead. So the HEs deployed, no one home to receive them. The 2 players towards short. Mattis, tip of the spear for this execution on the A side. They'll double smoke, flash over, and in we go. Looking for a bomb plant at the bare minimum here.
Well, Snax gonna get 1. Volt ready. Oh, the headshots are amazing! 3 kills for Volt. Absolutely wrecking him. QB finally getting a chance to say something in this game. 2 kills for him. He's up to 3 in total. It's a very quiet first half for him, but he'll get hunted down by Snax at the end, and it'll be the round going to GamerLegion. That sets them off nicely for the second half.
It really does. Not really much found at all for Fnatic there. Nice execution, good scaling towards the bomb site to get them in a position where all 5 players are alive and you can get those smokes down. But Volt, he's been absolutely fantastic in pistols throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
He always seems to find a couple. His aim is super sharp. He always seems to swing out at the correct time. And he gets 3 massive headshots there. 7-6, and I was about to say, with no bomb planted, you can't imagine much will be invested here. Just a deagle. QB, after getting a couple of frags in the previous, can justify that. Otherwise, you've got Glocks, no util, and no real chance. It should be GamerLegion with a nice 2-round lead after this one. Should be in the operative word. There's been some wild, wacky stuff here at the RMR.
We've seen plenty of it.
Yeah.
We really have. I think we started out saying, oh, there are no real upsets happening. It's all like, that's not true any longer. We've had some upsets.
We've had some catastrophes, let alone upsets.
Look at Volt.
Yeah, Volt's getting in the zone now. That's dangerous news for Fnatic. Yeah, starting to look sharp. Snax has looked decent throughout as he continues to find frag after frag, up to 13 now. Smiles around for the Romanian.
He's on the chewing gum meta as well.
I think we should start doing our commentating, you know.
I don't see how that could possibly fail. I mean, make it a sponsorship and it's all fine.
Like apparently, like I used to believe this is what I used to do while playing. And it kind of helps provide kind of circulation of oxygen to your brain, kind of helps the blood flow, and it helps you focus. You're not so anxious, perhaps. There is something to it. What if you swallow it while you're playing, though?
You've just an absolute...
You just die. That's it.
We need a timeout. One of our players is dying.
He's choking on 3 packs of chewing gum.
I don't know. Listen, I'm going to go with the explanation. If you think it works, then it does, you know.
Yeah.
Got that placebo thing going on.
Even if it's placebo, like...
Who cares?
Placebo effect works.
As long as it works.
Yeah.
Who cares why?
Agreed. So we took a tactical timeout. GamerLegion, certainly the favorites, I would say, in this series, and especially on Vertigo. It's been a lot closer than I thought, though. Fnatic aren't going down without a hell of a fight here in the last chance qualifier. Aggression presented by Snax. Nice little Rob Snade as well to push back anyone in T-spawn, get them uncomfortable. This is a very important round. It's number 3.
Oh, it's devastating.
You've lost the pistol, you've taken an eco on the second, and Kios. Well, it all comes down to timing here. He might have absolutely owned them. Is it enough? Oh, it absolutely is. Shouldn't get the second, but he still nails the shot after it was ready for him. And they found an early 5v3. You've got no real chance to get back into the round. You have to continue with your push on this side of the map where you have some basic control. As you can see, there's two players ready and waiting. Aiko waiting for his opportunity to strike. Finds the first, doesn't quite nail the second, but Isaac will be there to join him. And it's a really nice round thus far. QB, though, in a position where he could potentially win this one, Anders. The bomb's down, but if ever there's a chance to arrive in this series, this would be it. He's had a pretty quiet showing so far. It's 1v3, although difficult, certainly possible.
If he finds the first kill and gets away without too much damage here, it is doable. GamerLegion being very disciplined, which is making his life very, very hard at the moment. It'd be a lot easier for him if they were aggressive and he could try and find some early headshots there. Back looking, where is that bomb? There we go. Stepping on it, 30 seconds still on the clock. And Volt, I think, doing a fine job, fallen very far back.
There's a smoke there to his left, whether he wants it, yet to be seen.
And now they're going to be walking up behind him, and he knows it as well. Slowly closing the box around him. 17 seconds now, and he's going to run into the problem of planting the bomb here. Fakes it once. Volt already moving a little bit forward. A swing. Seconds are drawing out of the round, and it's Volt to hit the headshot at the end. Fair play to QB, but I think GamerLegion giving us a good lesson in exactly how to play that kind of a round. Like, stay far away from him, make sure he can't get the isolated fights.
You force his hand, essentially, right? You ensure that he has to make the next move. He's not given any opportunities until he commits to the bomb. At that point, you can triangulate around his position. This was really nice from Kios, though. Understanding what he's up against. They were focusing their efforts towards B and the A ramp. He gets down the ladder, finds two in the back with the FAMAS as well. Technically a bonus round for GamerLegion, that one. Yeah. And now they've upgraded to AK-47s, AWP for A-Core as well. And we'll see this smoke from Afro. It's boosted up in T-Spawn now.
Yeah, I think this is the one that lands towards the middle. On the A-bomb site.
Does he know how to line it up? Here we go. We're good.
Yeah, we'll see if they are actually going to get through the middle. I think it's going to land right on top of A-Core, presumably. So, yeah.
That's very cool.
Nice shot, though. Still takes down Body. The pistols are drawing rather close, but A-Core's going to use that same smoke to... It's a bit of a wall, hoping that no one's going to come running through it. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Still some time and space here. They've managed to get the pistols towards the B steps themselves. Crims waits behind one of the smokes here. Matt is in an interesting position, but A-Core aware of that prospect that looks at things. Trying to get a bit of intel. Isaac will get more than that, finds a frag. Matt is the linchpin now. If he can somehow get a double kill here, Anders, then maybe onto something.
Asking a lot.
There's one.
But the first one's nearly for free, and he does get a little bit of a tag at the very least on A-Core. Leaves Afro, unfortunately, alone with the bomb in the middle.
No Kevlar.
No, nothing he could do here. Even with a kill, it's not going to change the round. Kios the one to pick it up. GamerLegion trucking along quite nicely here at the second half. Obviously tying the game at the end of the first half at a 6-6 scoreline, but coming in now, things are starting to look a little bit more difficult for Fnatic once again. Another timeout. Last one being called from the Fnatic side of things. And some smiles on the GamerLegion side, why not?
And one Panda, not 9.
Still, one Panda might have been enough to defeat Astralis.
Oh, too soon, man. Come on.
I'm so sorry.
They should be celebrated.
Oh, yes. True. Very true indeed. Oh, my God. That's, yeah. It's going to take a while to get over that. If the thing is, like, I have to make fun of it or it's going to be too sad, you know? Like, that's my approach to it. Just to make memes. Otherwise, it's going to be way too upsetting to think about.
I guess you're right there. Oh, well. 10-6, Anders. Feels like we're coming to the end of this vertigo.
If I'm playing for Astralis in the future, I'm bringing little panda toys just for the fun, like just to upset them.
Yeah, every event?
Yeah.
Okay. Quite spiteful of you.
I'm like, that's... If I'm ever coaching a team, that's what we're doing.
All right, fair enough. Let's get back into it. Fnatic will have AK-47s here. Flash is available. Pretty much feels like a must-win round. The CTs are looking quite comfy. GamerLegion now at 4-0 in the second half. Maximum loss bonus found. Crims will be flashing in towards the B side here. Hoping to find some control once again at the steps. They've done a pretty good job in that respect. Isaac, though, a similar play we saw in the first half. Incendiary in hand. Just trying to slow them down. Call for the rotations if required. Incendiary deployed.
Oh, but
both sides.
Right on top. I can't believe that nobody dies in that little trade. Molotov to force him out, but he's forced in with a flashbang, and There's no kills on either side. It's remarkable. Snacks playing the mirror position, this time on the CT side. Not quite able to get the shot. It's actually Mattis who's also mirrored up on that one. 1-for-1 trade, though. So they will get a kill on the CT side as well. Acor stepping into the flame, so they definitely know that he's here. Crim's on the other side probably saying, just got to be real careful. Falling back as the fire dissipates. 35 seconds on the clock. They're walking back. They're going to go back with 30 seconds to the B-bomb side. This is so risky.
Wait, though. Kios' steps are right. Afro.
It's not done yet. Mattis, why are they going back? 20 seconds, even in a 2-on-4. This is so scary. The bomb is at the ramp. It's still down there. Henry, what have they done?
Oh, they've thrown the round by the looks of things here. It's still okay. The round's still, it's somewhat on.
Is it okay? I don't know if it is.
Gonna have to plan here, boys. Hope for the best. Should be fine, should be fine. They've played it very well there. They understood that Acor was towards shore, a defensive plan, and now Isaac on 30 points of health. The orb lands, and Mattis will find the first round for Fnatic. It's labored. It's not pretty, Anders, but they get the job done with seconds to spare there. God, it wasn't good, but they got there over the line, kicking and screaming.
Oh, they did. Mattis, I think, at 4 kills at the end of it, even stealing the AWP to get that last one. My God, that is... Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that. I get that they don't want to. They want to go back and fight in the middle there, but I thought they'd wasted too much time. One misstep, you fail a jump somewhere in that one, and you do not have time to plan any longer. Timeout call now for GamerLegion as they're starting to sense that maybe Fnatic are warming up a little bit into the second half. That is a massive round for them to win, even if they only survive on one member there on the T side. Still, I'm impressed.
Oh, some nice shots in that round. Absolute chaos here.
23 seconds.
There's tap dancing between both bomb sites. This is the moment you think, oh, they've absolutely thrown it. But understanding Acor was there. If Acor has like 100 HP though, I think he hits that shot, but wasn't the case. And do we have an eco here for the CT side? Apparently not. We're going in a pretty strong buy overall. They are 4-0 to that point. They know it came down to a 1v1 in the previous round. So this is where the game gets decided, this map at least. GamerLegion win this one with no plan.
It's a wallbang.
There'll be no money available whatsoever.
Snacks down to 56. That was Shaffer shooting him right through. But also, Snacks with an MP9. He's one of those in-game leaders that'll do that. Happy to pick up the submachine guns and run wild with them.
That's what you want to see from an in-game leader.
It's definitely the meta right now.
Yeah. All right then. Boost towards middle. I don't think Kios will be ready for this one. Nope, down he goes.
Okay.
A real nice opportunity for Fnatic to go for this B split. Missed shot from Acor as well. That's certainly a welcomed asset here as Fnatic will continue with the split. Getting up towards the Guardian position. It's getting messy once again. That MP9. A boatload of damage from Snack. Isaac there to pick up the pieces. We said this was a crucial round for Fnatic. They fumbled it, the mid split, after an opening frag as well. It's too chaotic once more. Snacks in the perfect position to do so much damage for them. Rotations were not made. And the bomb has gone down in one of the most precarious spots on the map. So with Afro on 11 HP, there's literally no way he can win this one.
Look at how many of the X's are just in that mid position, all on top of each other.
Every kill has gone down there.
It's unbelievable.
20 seconds.
I think when you get to that position on the T side, though, one more kill in your favor at the start, and that's it. Like, you've opened it all up, you can keep pushing, but they just got slowed down right at the wrong position there. Easy enough for Afro, but we'll see. There is someone, I think, walking up kind of behind him. I don't think he'll get there in time, though. Time should be running out, so I think he's going to be safe on this one. Yeah, you can see Isaac was a little bit too far away. Still, for GamerLegion, they're not quite celebrating yet, but they're getting close to a point where they probably can here. Building up the rounds. 11-7. No bomb plan allowed for Fnatic either. This has been much more of an interesting opening map than I was expecting. I don't know if I was just underrating Fnatic a little bit, but
it hasn't been super hype or anything. But it has been close and, yeah, interesting.
They've been more competitive Fnatic than I was expecting. I really thought that this was going to be a little bit rougher on them. I mean, Matt's has been playing very well. Crim showing up, as he seems to pretty much always do. They've got some people that can maybe pull them out here. Again, it's Matt's. It's just a Galil in his hand, but he's been instrumental in getting some of these openings on both sides of the map, so credit to him.
Well, here comes Snacks. It's been a real thorn in the Fnatic side. Locks them out, potentially, at the A ramp. Very uncomfortable position now. There's deep smoke. We did say the previous round had a lot of weight behind it. 11-7, they are going to force buy on the Fnatic side. You can see it's an absolute jumble sale of a buy. Galil's, Tech9s, the Orb of Afro though. Gets his kill. Oh no. They pull one back, that's fine. Great shots from Mattis here. Acor goes one better. 2v2, advantage Fnatic potentially with the bomb going down.
Yeah, but there's a Molotov right on top, so they're going to have to delay that. It's a pretty decent grenade. It's going to buy some more time for Snacks, who's walking behind them with the MP9, seeing if they can get to map point here. They're planting in a good position, though. Grenade is going to be raining in. It'll do a little bit more damage, makes it a little bit easier for the MP9. They still don't know about it. Snacks has found both of them. No one's seen him. There's the first, and you could tell he'll be in a panic on the other side. It's Snacks and Acor to close out the round.
Experience prevails there. What a play from Snacks. Didn't want to take the first shot. He wanted to guarantee both kills. All the communication given over to Acor. And there he is. Nice couple of kills. The bomb gets planted, but it is map point for GamerLegion here. Fnatic have fallen terribly flat in the second half, only posting a single round. They're currently down 6-1 in the second half, and now I need 5 clean rounds in a row. Thankfully, with maximum loss bonus and the plant, they can get AK-47s out of here. But it's going to be a very, very difficult comeback. And it all starts here at round number 20.
Has to be perfect from here on out for Fnatic. How do you do that? Again, I'm so impressed at Mattis. He was low at the start of the last round, and he still found 2 more kills. His Galil so far in the AK, it's been an absolute laser on him. It's really sick to see. They're gonna need more of that. They need to call on Mattis, say, could you do that like 2 or 3 more times, and then we can get real fired up here.
That's fair. He has been very good. Individual form has been no problem for Fnatic. They've just been overwhelmed by the utility, the flanks. GamerLegion seem to win out every single clutch scenario they're in, and it could be a B finish here. We have got 3 players at the steps, but Acor holds strong at the A ramp. Anyone dares face him, he's going to have the advantage here. Good flash, though. Will avert his gaze for a second as he focuses his efforts towards scaffolding now. Spots one. Guaranteed frag. Afro can do nothing about it.
Yeah, he knew that was coming. A little bit of too much aggression, maybe. Although, wow, body with a headshot. I was going to say, and even Mats is taking out Kios. I was about to say Kios in a position that no one's going to expect, but absolutely wrong about that.
Snacks can save the day again, Anders.
No. Alone against 3 or 4 people, he will get a couple of good spray downs. I can't believe it. He's still here playing the game. Try to see if he can make it a third, but at least he's bought some time for Volt to set it up. They nearly line up for him. That was about to be a gutting loss for Fnatic, but they barely squeaked through on that one.
Hey, all of them are must-win rounds at this point. It comes down to 1v1, but they have broken the bank accounts here of GamerLegion. Volt had a chance to close things out. They line up for him, but he can't quite connect the dots. It's been quite a frustrating game here. The individual form looks pretty good. The shots are landing on Fnatic are fantastic. Just sticking the landing, having the coordination to close out these rounds has been the problem. Thankfully, those from Respite, from the Carnage, as we just see USPs pretty much across the board. Acor will have a 5-7. GamerLegion will have to wait to close this one out. Now need 4 rounds in a row from Fnatic. Starts here with 3 Galils. There's a Zeus in the mix.
Always puts a smile on your face.
It absolutely does.
Still haven't seen anyone reload the Zeus to get another kill. That's out there for the taking.
Yeah, maybe not at the RMR. Do that at another tournament, perhaps.
Especially not if you're going to get wall banged.
Yeah, straight up. This first bullet, insta-kill. And well, at least the CTs will have everyone here. If they get a kill, I'll be impressed. They just don't really have the firepower. They have got the read, though. So there's going to have to be some sort of swing. Now we're going to see Crimson Afro making live work of those remaining CT players. Looks to be no problem at all. So a lot of work to be done, but now 3 rounds to take us to overtime, which feels somewhat possible after the last couple, but
yeah,
I'll see what kind of buy we've got now. It's still quite a weak buy on the CT side. We've got 3,300 and then around 4.4k otherwise. So yeah, Snacks have to go into the MP9 again, which is okay. We've seen them do great things with that weapon. They don't have the luxury of the Acor AWP on the CT side. They're going to struggle to bring out a diffuse kit. And right now, there are no helmets whatsoever. You can see those Galils will be super potent in this follow-up round.
They absolutely will be. Not a single helmet in sight on the GamerLegion side.
Yeah, and we've got some fast pacing here. Molotov's going down towards sandbags will force the hand of Acor. He's burning to a crisp out there. Gets the smoke down eventually, but Body will find the opening frag once again, and he has looked great in the last few rounds here. They're trying to flush out Acor if possible, using the smoke to his advantage, but Crims with a nice trade. Fnatic in the lead once again.
I mean, fair play to Acor for even getting any kills at all. He was Molotoved and smoked and then double-naded, and eventually they found him. And now Kios trying to play a bit of a mind game, taking up a position that he's banking on the idea that this feels clear, that in the back of Fnatic's mind, they're not going to be thinking about this. They're thinking that's already a position that's been so heavily grenaded that no one is going to be there. But we'll see if they make that kind of mistake. Again, Crims is in the server. There we go. Grenade right on top. They're not making that. Think of how long he's been playing this game. You're going to have to get a lot earlier to catch him off guard. 9 seconds snacks left, and I think it's just about saving here. Nothing else they can do. So Fnatic turned it into a 10-12 scoreline. This can happen. They can get into overtime.
Yeah, they're fighting tooth and nail. All bets are off. They're looking stronger as the rounds go on here. Body not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Throwing himself into the front lines, finding those opening kills. Only one casualty en route, that was him. Isaac and Snacks, no choice but to save their weapons and T-spawn, but Crims doesn't want to let that happen. He's on the hunt here, even with 1 point of health. He's going to sneak in towards the splits and see if he can find at least one here. He'll probably throw himself in and set up his teammate for the trade, and Mattis will deliver the goods. Very well done. Keeps him very modest on the CT side. Now just 2 rounds required here, and presumably has to be an eco in the follow-up, so it's going to come right down to round number 24.
Got to keep the focus just a little bit more. And it's not you can see this happening quite easily. The money being the really big issue here on the GamerLegion side. Krim still looking focused. Could see in one of the previous rounds the coach behind the GamerLegion, Ash, looking quite concerned about what he was seeing on the server, and I can kind of see why.
Yeah, well, this felt like a done deal. We were preparing for the second map. The GamerLegion pick. Bear in mind, Fnatic have 0 official victories on Vertigo with this iteration of the squad. And right now, this comeback is looking possible. Body continues to be such a menace. That is kind of a big deal, though. Kios, I'm not sure that was the play. He was trying to hunt down the AWP. There was a real chance he could have won this round, but
nobody
throws himself into the Lion's Den. They'll drop a Molotov behind. And you're right, B is wide open. Fnatic have done enough to guarantee this round as well.
It's kind of a sick idea. I mean, I like the collapse onto the A ramp, but they needed to get at least one more kill, or they needed for the bomb to be the one to go down in somewhat of a weird position. Never really happened. So it's going to be another round here for Fnatic, no question about it. The AKs are worth way too much on the CT side, which means we're going to go into the last round of the half, and the question becomes if Fnatic can find one more round, get it into overtime. Again, the gravity of this kind of a game can't really be overstated here.
Yeah.
You lose, you get knocked out, you're not going to be qualifying
after
for the major.
Such a long route as well. This is how you go from the 2-2 bracket into the last chance, and you still have potentially like 3 more games to play. Like, definitely the hardest way into the major is 1 slot remaining, and Fnatic keeping their heads held high, fighting back into this first map of the best of 3. It's their opponent's pick, and now just 1 round away from overtime. It took 5 rounds in a row to get to this position. But they've even got the advantage here. The buy's still going to be pretty questionable. Do they bring out the Acor AWP? I think they can afford it. And they need him right now just to close this one out. Will there be a tactical timeout for round number 24? Looks like we're just getting straight into it.
Yeah, I think they spent all of them on both sides.
Yeah, do or die time then. GamerLegion, what have you got for us? Changing things up though. Real B focus at the start of this round. Good incendiary from GamerLegion to hold them at bay for now. It does allow a bit of respite. They can start to find control of this B steps, boost players up. QB actually just taking straight up duels here. I consider just execution on this side of the map, and all 5 players are here.
Wow, yeah. It's
full commitment, we're going in.
This can be very, very hard to hold on to. 1 kill here for Isaac would be huge. You can see Acor in the back, and actually Isaac, good spray, gets the headshot on the QB.
Oh, big miss though from Acor. That was a map running shot. If he nails that one, there's no way Fnatic will pull it back. He's giving them some open runway, though.
Oh, look at Crims hiding in the corner. Kia's about to have a heart attack. He's got no idea what's happening.
Yikes.
Now there's no flank coming through, and it's going to have to be done the hard way. 4 versus 4. Trying to see if they get it back. They will blow up Body to begin with. That's a pretty good grenade, actually. Snacks in charge of that one. Afro's still back here. He misses a shot. And now the flashbang's going to be raining in behind him. Crims spraying them down. And we're at overtime. Mattis, fittingly, with the last headshot, he ends regulation at 24 kills.
What a call. Very brave maneuver to make in round number 24. Chips are down. Pressure mounting. They go for the full B execution. Spectacular. Play from Crims once again. Great to see him and Snacks having so many impressive contributions throughout this first map. Crims is holding the flanks coming in from the A ramp, nails that, then part of the main fight itself, and they have tied things up. They've completed the comeback here, 5 rounds in a row. Tactical timeout for GamerLegion. This is where we thought they'd be locked in to find victory here, but they lose to Fnatic on their map pick. This would be very disheartening.
Yeah, it would be.
Like, considering they had, what, a 12-7 lead as well.
Yeah, that's the kind of... Obviously, you know you haven't won it yet, but you've got to be thinking, that's it. Like, we're almost there. They won some very convincing rounds. Again, like A-Core hitting shots with the AWPs, up to 22 kills.
Like I said, that one into the B side. If he nailed that one,
that's probably it.
That was almost certainly, yeah. Comes down to just a couple of stray bullets sometimes.
Well, here we go.
And we're off. We'll get into it. Fnatic flying high, feeling confident now. Their individuals in the second half have looked very impressive. You see Molotovs deployed from that ladder room to land towards the construction on the other side. Nice work though, opening frag here. The M4 doing work. Snacks calling for Volt to get back. Hold the advantage, maintain the crossfires. The hard work's been done. You found that 5-on-4.
Yeah, some of the fundamentals that most teams abide by. Don't keep fighting when you have the advantage. Guild Eagles still in the qualifier. They feel differently about that kind of scenario, but it's a good shot for Afro. Taking down Isaac, clearing open the B bomb side. A chance for a bomb plant to follow through here, and Snacks gets a bullet to the face. And they're actually pushing the A side as well. The bomb is at B, but they can't even really rotate. They're keeping one player here. That's Volt, and he's dead. It's just A-Core left. The 1 versus 3, and QB started to come alive. I think QB had 1 or 2 kills in the first half.
Yeah.
He did absolutely nothing, but started to wake up now.
Fnatic looking very good. This T side is impressive. They can get the job done now. Yes, they've actually taken the lead, 13-12. Tactical timeout. You get 1 extra timeout once you reach it to overtime. Body, you can see, he's fired up. He's ready for this one. He's got 17 kills. Mattis 24. Crims 19. Everyone's having decent contributions now. Kiabi's almost a double digits as well. We're going to see a chance to get some hydration in. And GamerLegion letting this one slip by the wayside. They had such a dominating position. 12-7 in their favor. Their map pick. They've given it all up. Now they're going to have to be the ones on the comeback. So a slight sound issue, Anders. So it wasn't a tactical timeout. This is more technical, I assume. It looks like we've got a slight sound issue to deal with.
Body, one of the people who kind of ended up getting lost through the long series of French revolutions that happened in Counter-Strike, where the French were just making new teams every 3 months, and there was mutinies and backstabs and guillotines. And
that's how we like it around here.
Yeah, it was wild in the French Counter-Strike for a while, yeah.
Okay, back into the action. Fnatic looking very strong as a unit right now. The shots landing, the clutches are being won. Flushing these players out and recovering. Man disadvantage. Bear in mind, that's a 5-on-4 in favor of GamerLegion once again in the previous round. They can't stick the landing. A-Core starting to drop off now as Volt. He'll be removed early on into the round. This is looking great as Mattis continues to dominate the server. 5-on-3. Snacks lying in wait though. Is anything he can do? He's behind enemy lines. A chance he can maybe deny the plan. Find a couple of kills here, Anders. He's the only player that can save the day now. First kill is his. Looking for the big spray down. Snacks delivers and thrusts them back into the round. 2 versus 1.
Oh, grenade on top. It's on Snacks to try and do it, but he cannot. QB able to find him. High fives all around on the Fnatic side. Oh, it looked like Snacks had done it.
He really couldn't have done more there.
No.
3 kills. Denies absolutely everything, and still they can't get it over the line. Too much damage was done by Mattis to kick things off. Absolutely wonderful sequence from Snax. Kios chiming in as well, but QB, we said, he's starting to wake up now, Anders. He's starting to sink his teeth into this defense. 2-0 Fnatic, and the money is busted, even in overtime. Famous, MP9s, and the opening frag. Not going in favor of Fnatic just yet. Snax in another prime position for multiple kills. Nails that first headshot, but Mattis will offer one of a kind. Isaac to hold control of the B steps for now. Finds a rifle, and they have the lead. Smokes himself off. Not ideal. Gray screen now.
I think he wanted that to go deeper, but it bounced on the middle of the box.
Yeah.
I would love to
played
replay.
himself.
That's so rough, but Acor on the other side, it's a very important kill there. Bodies out, and even more importantly, Acor sees nobody else. He's going to be able to call that into his teammates, saying they're probably almost definitely down to the ramp there. Mattis with a fiery performance on this map to try and keep his team in it. Continue on in the last chance qualifier. I mean, again, we've been talking about the experienced players of Snax and Crims and even Body, I think, to some extent, but my God, it's Mattis who is absolutely tearing it up right now. That is surprising to me. Welcome surprise. I think Afro can't do much in this position. There's no surprise. Acor, maybe if he makes a big mistake walking right into it, there's a chance he can escape to the A-bomb site still, but about 10 seconds from now, that's not going to be possible any longer.
What have you got for us, Afro? Hasn't been too many insane clutches today. This would be one of them. Perfectly played, though. GamerLegion will post at least one round here on their CT campaign. That was a labored half. They were getting absolutely rocked in the one-on-one duels. The five-man Wolfpack mentality of Fnatic as well. Overwhelming the defense time and time again. Great clutches coming through. They've got a 2-1 lead on the T side as they switch things over. One round from map points, first to 16. To close out our first map here at the best of 3 in the last chance qualifier. 1 slot left at the Copenhagen Major. It's been a long road. Bear in mind for Fnatic, they started off in the 2-0 bracket.
Yeah.
You lose 3 best of 3s after that. It's a long road into this major for them. But they're keeping their head above water for now. Acor has been rocked by Afro time and time again at the bottom of this round. Needs to be very careful.
Shots are ringing through. You see the silence then force on the other side, making it quite hard to figure out where exactly you're getting shot from. Oh, but there we go. Just enough vision to get the shot on Body, I think. It's a start. GamerLegion need 3 in a row to close this. Snax, again, doing great work. Him and Mats has really been going toe-to-toe over at the A-ramp for the whole series so far. It's Isaac sneaking up. He had the right idea. Looked like he had the crosshair right on top. It's Acor finally to get rid of the B defense and put some pressure on Crims and Afro. 2 versus 3, but Snax is still on the map. This defines his playstyle. He is such an elusive character, and Crims knows it. He's been going head-to-head against this guy for a real long time, so they don't want to be going for the bomb side yet. They want to find Snax before anything else happens, and he's there waiting for them out in the open and taking down Afro.
That's the AWP as well.
They found Snax, or if Snax found them. Yeah. Crims alone, 1 versus 3 now. 30 seconds. He knows that Snax is back there somewhere, but the question is when is going to be the time that he'll strike. Trying to plant the bomb, and Snax will find him. 3 kills, 25 overall for Snax.
We tie things up. Fantastic positioning there from Snax. Good read of the situation as well, just as his teammates were getting the bomb planted. He knew they'd be on the hunt, they'd be sniffing around. Nails a shot on the AWP as well, and then closes out the round. It will be Fnatic using their only timeout they have available to them. 14-14. Whoever wins the next round will be posting map point first. Take 30 seconds to catch their breath. Regardless of how this one goes for Fnatic, the fact they've even brought this one back from the doldrums of a 12-7 deficit, taking it to overtime, kept it very competitive. The individuals looking fantastic as the map has developed. I think they'd be okay with this scenario, knowing that they've got their map pick up next.
Yeah, they're showing a level of fight here that some teams have had a very hard time finding, right?
Yeah.
Some teams just seem to fold when the pressure is on.
Showing some guts and character here.
Yeah, I think so.
They haven't given up at all, even in the bleakest moments of this affair. But here we go. Very important round. Who will be posting? The advantage first. Afro, that is audacious to say the very least.
You love to see that, don't you? How sick is that? You're at the last chance qualifier at the Major, and you decide to jump down to fight. He got the shot on Acor. A little bit better, and it's the straight kill. But he did manage to go down at the end. Isaac dead, obviously. So it's a 4-on-4 here, with Acor being fairly tagged up.
I mean, with the exchange and the damage done, you might take it, considering Acor's down to 14 points of health.
Sure, that's right.
But
surprised Acor's here. It's a very grenadable position, even from far away.
QB will be defending alone at this B bomb site. He's got no one around with him.
He was
triggering out.
Very bored in this position for a long time, QB in regulation. Just nothing that he could do, really. This time looks like he's going to be tested. He's already been grenaded. He puts up a smoke defensively. Falling back to the backside. They have 2 Molotovs. I'd be surprised if one of them doesn't land back here. And he's just used this smoke, which means he's in a lot of trouble. Crims has started to get here, but he also can't help out with the smoke. So yeah, now they know grenades are coming in next, QB. Be good if you could take someone with you, but it's not going to be possible quite. Crims is still here. And the headshots are ringing in. Kios and Snacks, the first couple of victims before they finally get rid of the Swede. It's Body with a grenade on top, but it's not Acor that's receiving it. He's still back there, and finally the bomb gets planted. Body, what have you got for us? We've been lacking the clutches. This would be a massive one for the Fnatic squad, but he can't get the job done. Acor instead landing another triple and getting the team one step closer to picking up Vertigo.
One more round will do it, Anders. Body, you could see he had a chance to win that one. The 2 versus 1, the grenades were landing, they were doing damage, but Acor will close things out here. Can they deny double overtime here and actually find 3 in a row on their T side? The money is busted. MP9, Famous. A deagle for Afro, and this is by virtue of you have $12,500 in overtime. So if you get AWPs out and you lose 2 rounds in a row, that does go pretty quickly. You can see this is pretty ropey by. Barely got any utility to speak of, and Body leaps down towards the bottom of the A ramp here on high alert. Dangerous territory for a rifler. Who will be drawing first blood? It's Acor. He's down to 2 points of health, holds his ground for now. As they start to scale out the ramp, it's going to be Snacks leading that charge. Been so good today. Defying expectations. Can he find yet another kill? Certainly can. Looking to close out this map. They've got a man advantage, but Acor's low. Everything on a knife's edge here. CTs will at least upgrade to an AK-47 on Mattis, who's been the talisman of Fnatic. 28 kills to his name. Will it be enough? Defending the B bomb site with just the SMG here. Could be enough with that flashbang. Apparently not. Vault will hold on. And we get into a 3 versus 2. Make it 1.
Yeah, just Mats is left. It's not enough. Kios will take him down, and GamerLegion find a way through a hard-fought map, and it ends in overtime in favor of GamerLegion. Fnatic, they put their hearts and soul into that one, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Well, after a 6-6 half back and forth, and then into overtime we went. Eventually, GamerLegion able to close things out 16-14. Blair, how did you feel about the series of events that we've just witnessed?
I kind of feel a little heartbroken for Fnatic, because honestly, I felt like once GamerLegion were, what, like 11, 12 rounds, that was a done deal, but they showed incredible tenacity, which I didn't expect out of them. And you have to give a shout out, man. Matters, it was a losing effort, but this man was single-handedly keeping Fnatic in contention and almost stealing the win away from GamerLegion.
I mean, if you set up the win conditions for GamerLegion, it will be to win both the pistol rounds, convert both the pistol rounds. They were up 3-0 in the first half. They go up 4-0 in the second half. You think to yourself, against a Fnatic team, as I said, coming into this game, they haven't had a single victory on the map of Vertigo together as a unit. So everything that went against them initially in the beginning of the game went against them, right? So you would feel like, okay, this is going to be a walk in the park for GamerLegion. It's not going to be a competition, yet they fought their way back to it. I 100% agree with the sentiment you're putting out there, Blur, that the tenacity, the resilience, the way Mattis was playing throughout the game as well, the calling coming out from Fnatic as well. Buddy had a decent showing in that regard. Yep. It was a good game of Counter-Strike, and it applied way too much pressure on GamerLegion. They almost crumbled, but that's where the story changed. One more time into overtime, GamerLegion getting off to a bad start. Still you know, kept it calm, kept it collected, won 3 in a row, and ended up winning a map that should never have been this close.
100%, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the scoreline's kind of pretty evident there. A-Core having a hell of a game. Snacks had so many impactful rounds as well. You know, everyone chipping in for the side of GamerLegion. I will say this, and I'm not a big fan of pointing fingers, you know, again and again and again. But how many times did we see Afro miss shots with the AWP, especially at this level of Counter-Strike? These are shots he really should be hitting when you've been entrusted the most expensive gun in the game. And I don't want to say that's because they lost the game, but I'm just saying if you hit a couple of those shots, some of those close rounds they had, maybe this could have been Fnatic getting the opening map win.
Well, I know before we started this series, rather, we had kind of highlighted the fact that we've not necessarily been seeing the Fnatic that's been written in the history books way back when. The real question is, Pim, aside from Mattis, what was the difference maker for the entire team as a whole in this map?
I think the entire team stepped up. You know, I think it's fair to say that Fnatic made the best of the tools they have to work with. Crims had a couple of rounds as well, where he was stepping up massively. You could find a highlight package for him if we wanted to, especially playing sandbags, as we see Snacks did a lot of times as well. So I think it's one of those scenarios where Fnatic have spent the time now since they played in Group A, 4 or 5 days of practice. They're actually coming in, and at least for my money, they're looking significantly better on Vertigo than I've seen all tournament long. They played it a couple of times. They've lost the game every single time. So for my money, it was a Fnatic that, as a whole, as a team, stepped up to the occasion. Mattis, of course, the impact he had on the T side, we cannot discredit that. That was insane, and easily, I would say easily, this could have been a game that would have went, you know, 13-7, 13-6 for GamerLegion, and then maybe we wouldn't have that conversation. But it was a much better looking Fnatic, and they deserve the credit for that. However, they still lost the map.
Now, on the side of GamerLegion, Blair, I know that we had many interesting rounds, to say the least. You want to pick apart round 12?
Yeah, round 12 is basically when Fnatic had mounted a bit of a comeback, and I really liked Kios gets a lot of shit, all right? There's a lot of shit. I throw a lot of shit Kios' way, but I love this. He's getting set up by some nice, some self-flashes for himself. His team is flashing for him behind him. He gets his opening pick at mid. Selfless plays, right? Selfless plays. Molotov held up by his teammate, and he's going to sell this fake. Because the A ramp position has been a problem for GamerLegion for the past 4 or 5 rounds. He sells this fake single-handedly. Look at the rotation being pulled away from the CD side, allowing the rest of his team to creep up towards A. He eventually falls. The round is won single-handedly by Kios. So sometimes I want to point out that despite the fact that you just look at the numbers and you're like, man, this guy doesn't belong to the team, why is he here? A round like that exemplifies why certain players, they get the shit rolls, but they get it done.
They certainly do get it done, and you know what else they can get done? They can go ahead and grab their very own display. We were showing them off earlier on in the broadcast, but I just realized you can not only hang these metal posters from your walls, but you can also have it on a stand. And I gotta say, the stand itself is pretty sturdy. That ain't going nowhere. But look, no, I'm not even kidding. The magnets are super strong. They actually stay on, and I'm here for it. Do either of you have any displays of your own?
Not yet, but I'm about to buy 3 and get a discount, that's for sure.
Yeah, using the code Pgl.
I like that. I love that.
You do?
Yeah. For the folks that are watching at home, you can go ahead and grab your very own display. They've got plenty of artworks, over 1 million in fact. You can go ahead and visit display.com/PGL or click on the Twitch banner. Are you guys... Okay, yeah.
Smells great. Smells great.
Smells great. Okay, yeah. At least we know it smells great as well. And you can use code PGL at the checkout as well. If you order 3 displays, you can get yourself 33% off. You guys are modeling that beautifully, I've got to say.
Thank you.
Flawlessly done. I love that.
Well, you fucked it up, Blue.
I did it on purpose. It's beautiful. You can even turn it upside down. It's great.
Well, you can go ahead and vote for your display of the day. You can see it on your screens right now, and we will display the display of your choice. So you see what I did there?
Oh, damn! I saw what it did there.
Thanks. I'll be here all RMR. Anytime, homie. Anyways, on that note, our next map is going to be none other than Ancient. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon.
After. I can blow and you run as well.
No, we can shoot.
No. Okay, waiting.
Quad. I'm on it as well. Dude.
Flash,
I'm going in. I'm blind. Left side, Ilek. I'm on heaven.
I'm on the Ilek.
Right, 2v1 planting. He's heaven window. I'm planting.
Heaven, I'm leading Ilek. He can be out. I close him, I'm really low.
Yeah. Ilek.
Picking right side. Holding right side.
Or left. Nice! Let's go. Huge. Nice boy. Good job.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas. and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time for our CS2 fantasy draft here at the Pgl Rmrs, and I've got a man who's been in the black and orange for a very long time. It is Crims. How are you doing?
Fine. You?
I'm doing. Oh, you asked me. No one ever asked me, so that's nice. Thank you very much. I'm doing good. We're gonna now spin the wheel for you, and every time the wheel is spun, you will get given a team. You have to choose one player from that team, but think about the roles, think about position, think about how you would build your ultimate CS2 team to win a major, Crims.
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's spin it.
Whew, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be hard, man.
Who are we getting first? Oh, okay.
Team Falcons.
So you get to have one player from here. Quite a good mix of players you could choose from.
Yeah, that's a good mix, but I think I'll go for Magis for this one. That's an anchor in my team.
Okay.
He's pretty good at that position. So
See, you're gonna have him lock it down for you.
yeah, I mean, he's doing good, man.
Reliable, experienced, I like that. First one is decided, let's spin it again. And the next, ooh,
oh, okay.
Vitality, you're getting the good stuff.
Yeah, but, okay, this is gonna be boring. Everybody's gonna take Cyber here.
Yes.
But I'm gonna take Messi.
You're gonna take Messi? Because he's your boy from the team
he's
before?
my boy, man. I mean, he can do everything, so very, very good player overall, so yeah, I'll take it.
So versatile, so you don't need to worry about who you're getting later on. Messi can fill the gaps. Okay.
He's goated.
Are you sad about Messi going to Vitality in the end? Yeah?
Yeah. We had a nice relationship.
Oh, that's good to hear nice things
for
of
him.
him.
I'm happy for him. Ooh, Ends.
It's an interesting Ends.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing real good lately, actually. Oof, this is a hard one, though. But I think I'll go for... Let's keep it a bit more Danish, then. I'll go for Glaive, then, as IGL, obviously.
2 Danes and a Brit, IGL Glaive coming in there. Are you surprised with what he did at Katowice?
Yeah, I mean, they have the individual skill for sure in that team, but for the short period of time they had, I think they did really, really good.
Is impressive stuff. Who are we going for? So we've got 2 more to fill out the team. You need an AWPer and maybe a star rifler, and you are not going to get Ents again. It's going to go Astralis.
Okay, we need an AWPer.
Oh.
And it's full Danes again. We're gonna have 3 Danes in the team. What's going on?
Messi's gonna have to learn Danish at this point.
I'll go Device.
Device.
Yeah.
What do you make of Device's return though?
He's just good.
Yeah, he just comes back no problem.
I mean, he's just goated, man. Still good.
All right. So now we need a star.
Yeah. It's gonna be quite awkward if you get another Dane though. Like Messi's gonna have a rough time understanding.
I think you should just do it. Oh.
Okay, this is actually a quite nice lineup.
Okay.
I'll put Flit here.
Yes, everyone who's had VP has been picking Flit.
Yeah.
What do you make of Flit?
He's just good overall. Like he takes space for that team. Like the other guys are more like passive, I would say.
Okay.
He's more aggressive, like takes areas and stuff. So, I mean, he does a lot for that team, and in this team, he will do a lot as well.
You don't even need to communicate in English, right? Just let him off. Glaive just says, do what you got to do, and everyone else talks Danish, and Messi sits there happy.
Go kill. I win.
Go kill Flit, and that's it. Would this team, in your opinion, make it through this RMR?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah?
3-0.
3-0. Woo! Confident as ever in his fancy team. Let's see if Crims will ever have his dream lineup put together.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier here at the Pgl RMR 2024. 4 slots remain, well, 4 teams remain, I should say, fighting for 1 slot.
1 slot.
It's a shame.
Only
We
it
said goodbye to BetBoom, we said goodbye to Astralis, and now we have to say goodbye to either Fnatic or GamerLegion.
Yeah.
It's moving on to the murky swamps of Ancient here, the pick of Fnatic. And what have you got, Anders? You reckon, after what you saw, that resurgence, the fact they brought it back from a 12-7 deficit, the individuals arguably look stronger towards the end of Vertigo?
To be honest, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Fnatic. There's a certain willingness to fight for everything. Like, they don't seem like they're going to roll over at all.
No,
You're
definitely
right, they
not.
warmed up. Like, I think this is very admirable. I really like it. Maybe I just had too low expectations. I don't know, but I must say I'm impressed with them so far. Getting into the overtime of the first map, they definitely were out there. And Mattis especially, what a stunning performance from him. I mean, it felt like from his point of view, they deserved to win that first map. What, he had 27 kills at the end?
Something like that. It was very impressive. They showed great tenacity and mental fortitude overall. Wasn't quite enough to get them over the line, but I think the fact they even got it to overtime and had the lead to points as well will fill them with confidence that they can do it in the second map of Ancient. Their pick, of course, as we get ready to see if GamerLegion can 2-0 this one. They're certainly the favorites going into this series, but yeah, like I said, I think Fnatic are showing some great skill. The individuals under the shine bright. QB as well actually had to have his moments, saved him in a 2 versus 1 when he was having a very difficult showing in regulation. He looked much better in overtime, and they will be starting, I believe, on the T side for Fnatic. So it'll be a difficult game. It comes down to the pistols. We'll see if they can show some good form here, as we've got about a minute before we get into this one.
Yeah, that is usually in the MR12 business. A nice way to get started. Win a couple of pistol rounds, try and get it through that way. Fnatic do kind of look like a lineup that's been built by, you know, that James Banks content there, where they're sort of picking from different lineups. It does feel like it's thrown together in a similar fashion. Like, we got some like German, Swedish, Slovakian, French. Like, it's a little bit of everything in that particular mix. It's real interesting. I must say they're playing with a lot more cohesion than some of the other teams we've seen so far in the LCQ. There's a certain passion for all of the rounds here. That just I'm just happy to see that. That's all I need.
Has looked fantastic as well. Like, you would think, like, all jokes aside, and the fact we know he's a legend, you'd think a player that used to be a superstar in 2015, you'd think there's not many chances of him coming back to Tier 1 CS as an in-game leader as well, and still looking incredible. Like, he still finds high impact and great calls, and still seems like he can hang with the very best of them.
Yeah, it's also because we've seen him before, right? We've seen the stars that try to come back, and it's never really quite the same, and then eventually they're going to do something else instead. So it's not impossible to imagine that could happen to Snacks, but he has definitely been lighting it up in the server for quite a bit now. So his comeback, I must say, it's been really, really fun to watch. Aiko also was a demon on that opening map. He had so many kills with the AWP. Always dangerous. That's something that they're going to really have to fear on this particular map of Ancient.
Well, he said it many times himself. Aiko doesn't like Ancient. Like, it's the one map he feels like he doesn't have much to say on. It's a map that doesn't really suit his play style. He said that in a few interviews. We'll see whether he can deliver and find that 2-0. GamerLegion on the CT side. We are off to the races. Ladies and gents, welcome to the Last Chance Qualifier. Second map between Fnatic and GamerLegion. Fnatic on the T side for now. It's going to be a B play, and there's all 5 players on this side of the map. Smoke down towards long, Molotov presumably towards the pillar itself. Flashbang over, and in we go. CT's though with 3 members of the team ready and waiting. They've got smokes themselves, and here comes the final play.
Chaos actually pushing in front of the smoke. That's very dangerous, and Snaxy only got a couple of bullets off from the dualies before Body found the headshot through the smoke. Bomb's gonna get planted here. Yeah, tiny bit of damage dealt through the smoke. It's not gonna make a difference here. They have a smoke that's just been deployed on the CT side. Going to be towards the cave. They have a flashbang as well, but no diffuse kit that's picked up at the moment, so don't think there's one on the ground either. They're going to have to be lightning fast with this retake, and already it's fallen apart. Matsis back in the driver's seat, getting the last 3 kills. He is so clean. A quad in the end for Mattis to start us off on the second map.
Continuing that strong form he showed on Vertigo. It's a lovely pistol from Fnatic. They were never in any danger of losing it. As soon as they got that entry and found the trades following things up with the bomb plant, it was just looking way too clean. The only real chance they had was Snacks to find multiple frags with the Julies. He gets nothing done whatsoever. And as you said, Mattis with 4 huge kills towards the end. CT side will not be force buying into round number 2 here. Fnatic will have some open runway. Plenty find a 3-0. Have a bit of a bonus situation going forward as well. Crims with the MP7. Body finding some territory towards middle. Up against just Isaac here. USP towards the red room. He's actually done pretty good damage. Gets the dink on Body. And will retreat. Well played thus far. Getting a lot out of a little.
Yeah, it's one of those bits of damage. It could end up being all for nothing, or it could have a compounding interest later on if they manage to get into a longer fight. It doesn't look like that's what's about to happen. They're going to be walking into the A-bomb site here. Fnatic will find that it's empty. Using some quick grenades just to make absolutely sure. And Mats is kind of confirming. You can see immediately on the radio calling it into the teammates saying, yep, they are pushing out of the B-bomb site. That's why QB is aware. He's also going to get dinked at range. My God.
No
Pretty
kills,
decent shots, but I don't think it'll make a difference.
Well, now the bomb's planted, you might be onto something. CTs don't want to offer up cash for free. Don't want to just run into the MAC 10s and allow them to farm money. So they're going to be falling back, look for some exits, potentially. MAC 10 here, he's going to farm though. He's going to find multiple kills here. Afro, hat-trick in the bag. $1,800 secured. Acorn, yeah, getting that.
He'd love to make money with it, right? That's his real goal here, but they're just so far away. Bomb going up behind him. And actually will take him down. We're on Ancient after all.
Yeah, the blast radius on this map is ridiculous. Especially if you haven't got Kevlar. Down he goes. 2-0, but the buy will be coming in now for GamerLegion. Strong start for Fnatic. Couldn't ask much more from them. That was a very clean round. Bonus round up next, meaning they've got the Galils in hand still. 3 of those. An MP7. That's going to be in the hands of Crims, I believe. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Yeah, why not? Try and make it interesting.
Famous for Isaac. M4's otherwise basic utility as Crims will Molotov towards the cutout. And they're going to be focusing on cave control here. But actually, maybe towards middle. They've dropped that cave smoke from T-Spawn. Smokes towards Donut and Red as well. Just trying to find full mid control. Acorn and Snacks denying it, though. A lot of damage output there. Acorn through the smoke at the red room. Speaking of which, more and more damage being inflicted through the smokes. They have to guaranteed frag for the Danish sniper. And they've got a 4-on-2 scenario now. QB, 26 points of health. He's got the bomb towards middle as well. Almost no chance he makes it through this interaction. He knows it as well. Can't even justify a challenge.
Acorn walking in from the other side, but there's still more players in the middle. They just keep showing up. QB, double position here. One elevation and another, so peeking that one's probably going to get killed every single time. Must say, I'm a bit surprised that it's GamerLegion coming out on top of this one. You're right, they had a smoke towards the cave. They were collapsing on the middle from both sides. It's the push through the smoke at cave and it's Acorn through the middle. There's so much chaos happening in that round. GamerLegion somehow managed to find a way through, but I thought the strategy itself for Fnatic looked really solid. I'd actually love to see them attempt that one more time, but not going to be in this round. They will set up similar smokes, but this time they're not going from the B side. They're sort of pretending like maybe we'll take middle. You guys had better be ready for it, but in fact, it's going to be straight towards the A-bomb side. So, Volt is going to be the one put under some pressure now, which is always fun to see. I feel like he's one of these players that does handle himself quite nicely in stressful scenarios.
Well, this is one of them. Last chance qualifier.
Yeah, it is.
After going up 2-0 at the Rmr, Fnatic have taken the longest route possible.
Oh, here we go. Good counter grenade. Oh, the Molotov. They've used all of their equipment. Smokes are up and everything. They want to push through that Molotov right now. It's wasted so much of their time already. They're finally going to be making their way through. Only QB hanging out a little bit further behind. It's Volt and A-Core, a great crossfire. And Fnatic really falling short on this one. You can see Crims a bullet away from death. It'll be Volt to deliver it.
There wasn't really much to inspire me for Fnatic going into this round, Anders. They didn't really show any presence elsewhere on the map. Quite telegraphed as to where they were deploying their smokes, and it's not like they pounced as the utility was being deployed. They waited for all the smokes to bloom first.
Yeah.
Then just threw in a flashbang. You can see the CTs had 3 players ready and waiting, and they made such light work of them. Straight into the blender. Go Fnatic, and they don't even get close to a bomb plant there. That's a pretty underwhelming finish for them. And without the bomb plant going down, it suggests they are full eco now. Can't really justify even a deagle with $2,000 on average per player. In terms of loss bonus, they'll be getting 2,400 into the next round, so it'll be enough for like AKs across the board and very basic utility, but does mean they can't really buy anything more than a flashbang here. They're going to be flashing into B, speaking of which, and they're going to take a lot of damage from this grenade as well. Boom! Does about 150 damage and finds a frag as well. Confirms there is more presence towards outside. And they're just going to have to flash at the double doors by the looks of things now. Try and see if they can get somewhat of a kill going, but that smoke will delay proceedings somewhat. I don't think they'll be pushing through anytime soon.
Especially because it's so deep on their side. It's just not a...
It's just full gray screen.
Yeah, for a long time running through. So they're waiting it out. But the flashbang is not the most exciting scenario here, but, you know, why not give it a shot? It's all you've really got to try and do anything with. Yeah, that last round, unfortunately, the Molotov just... Maybe that strategy works out if they can power on through once they've got the smokes up, but the Molotov thrown down by Volt just absolutely stopped them in their tracks. Made it uncomfortable. It's a very nice music that we're listening to in the background there. It's been interrupted. The spa days are through.
Yeah, I think those are hand pipes maybe, but certainly relaxing. But the sound of bullets tearing through flesh will take over.
It's a different kind of ASMR, isn't it?
Yeah, some people are into it. Not my cup of tea, I'll be honest. But 3 rounds in a row for GamerLegion. They are enjoying their comeback after losing the pistol here. Fnatic, I have to say that their execution has put some doubt in my mind as to whether they can even win this map. It seems like they didn't really have much to suggest they were going elsewhere on the map. It was pretty much out of spawn. If they keep that up, I think GamerLegion are going to run away with this one. Mid control is going to be a huge question mark. As we have the bomb outside elbow, that same smoke down towards the cave on the T side suggests they'll be focusing towards that mid control once again. Mattis trying to push through. CTs will be more than willing to give them mid, which is absolutely fine. They're going to be focusing their efforts today. Main, what a flash that is, Anders. Good lord, that's good. A-Core providing the alley-oop for Volt to get a double kill. Absolutely pants them on the other side. And that's a 5-on-3. Didn't have to work too hard for it whatsoever. Well read, GamerLegion firing on all cylinders now as they completely rupture the offense.
It's such a devastating grenade to begin the round with. Even though the spray, especially in the first player, just took a little bit too long. The flashbang
there was so much time.
Good, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and they didn't even take any damage. That's how strong it was. It wasn't even like a scrappy second kill. Jory missed some shots, but there was no way he wasn't going to deliver the goods here. Trying to thread the needle, though, is Afro, working with Crims. Round not necessarily done. If this is an interesting position, Isaac aware of it, though. They jump over, but still you can see the shadow is available to them. Lovely shot, though, from Crims. No real damage taken, so they'll continue with their pincer maneuver, it looks at things here, focusing towards Red and indeed Donut, but time is of the essence, 30 seconds remaining, and I don't think they have any grenades at all. This will be pure DM. And the A side, to be fair, is pretty much open. CT's exploring their options, trying to make sure that Red is clear. A-Core realizes there's a massive gap on the map right now. They've given them maybe a little bit too much space on this side. Crim's back in the round now, 3-on-3.
Crim's landing some really stellar shots here. The bomb's going to be planted with about 8 seconds left on the clock, and yeah, 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. If Fnatic can win this round back, they're going to get really fired up. This is looking like a very hard round for them to win at all. Afro, spray, and he's going to try and continue. Kios is back there with just the MP9. He can't get the job done. It's all on A-Core. The spray is good, and he can't transfer it on. It's Crims with 3 kills at the end, winning it back for Fnatic.
Nightmare scenario for GamerLegion. You get a 5-on-3. that easily, and for some reason you completely sacrifice the A site. You don't even get any intel as to when they're coming in. You've got no one. You had 3 people focusing on that one battle towards red.
Yeah.
No one was there in the end, so that was all for naught. You sacrifice the bomb site, start taking one-on-one duels, and you lose pretty much every single one of them. Great job from Crims, don't get me wrong, but that is an absolute nightmare for GamerLegion. They should not be giving out that sort of advantage. Fnatic do very well to fight their way back into it, but it's still a tight round. The money's still quite compromised. Having to work with Galil's pretty much across the board here. Very important round on either side. Finance is on the line. So Aiko will have the AWP. A lot of damage towards Mattis through the wooden boards here.
Yeah, he's not enjoying that part at all. Some shots ringing through. Mattis doesn't want to go through the smoke. I can understand why, being this low already. Aiko blowing open the smoke in front. He does miss the flick. It's a rare miss. And Isaac, I think, was lured into that one. Mattis still hits the headshot, even if he's low. 3 versus 4 here. And walking onto the site, Aiko on the other side of it. I thought Afro had made its way past. That would have been, I think, round winning if he could have got a little bit deeper. I don't think Aiko is going to be quite ready for it. And now Volt taking a moment here. This is going to be really interesting, actually.
Dicey, yeah. He's going to get the sound cues, I believe, from T-Spawn. So it's all about his position. Where does he decide to place himself? They'll run right by him, but there's a player towards elbow as well. Oh, I think he's fumbled him. Doesn't play it well, and down he goes, and that's the round.
How did they decide to stop there?
I guess they were aware of the prospect of it.
Yeah, but
a little bit of a sound cue.
I can't believe it. I'd love to see the replay from that point of view. I feel like maybe it's just like an instinct that kicks in at a random point in time, but they couldn't have done any better there. Aiko gets one, trying to get the round back online. A little bit of a flick, it looked like it, but it actually was QB getting the shot there. Nice triple from him. They steal the AWD back, and GamerLegion started to become a little bit of a troublesome first half for them here.
Yeah, this is not pretty. They can't hold on to these advantages. They're finding the opening kills. They have a solid control of the situation, then it all collapses due to one misplay. Fnatic will take it all day long, though. They are in a great position now in the driving seat, financially speaking. There'll be a scout for Aiko. He's had some notable misses in this series. Same for Afro as well. Isaac currently on 1 and 6. 2 fumbled rounds back-to-back, a 5-on-3. Disaster. Round number 6 says, we'll move on. This is the eco, technically. Not much invested here. No players with Kevlar, just the Aiko scout to work with. So we get to the mid-stages here of this first half of the second map. This is picked by Fnatic. It looked like they were down and out on Vertigo. They were down 12-7. Didn't seem like there was a world they were going to run it all the way back, but they took us to overtime. They showed that these players are still fired up, willing to go toe-to-toe, take us the full distance. And so far, so good here on Ancient. After going down a few, they've managed to pull back some key rounds here, and this one should be absolutely locked in.
Nice.
QB will open things up.
Yeah, keeps it going.
Nice.
4 kills just like that. Put under pressure, but handled it better than I was expecting. I don't know, it's very hard to quantify. Like, obviously, I don't know if there's a real measure for it. But if you watch Counter-Strike for long enough, you can tell which teams are, like, even when they're down and behind and under a lot of pressure, they're still fighting and believing in every round. And you can tell which teams at some point, there's something that just snaps and they're no longer feeling it. Fnatic have been under pressure in this game, but I haven't seen them yet showing any signs of giving up. I think that makes it a really exciting game, because again, they are the underdog in this one, but they're not playing like it. They're absolutely, and even on this map especially, they're disrespecting GamerLegion right now. About to get 5 rounds. The money is not looking good on that CT side. Fnatic, they've shown up today. This could actually be a really big issue. GamerLegion, they're going to have to dig deep.
5 players survive on the Fnatic side. You're dead on. This will be tactical timeout territory. Ash needs to get stuck in here. They need to start converting some of these advantages. They're playing the initial stages of the round perfectly. They're finding these advantages. They're finding great control on the map, but then they seem to sacrifice key areas and positions and even bomb sites, allowing Fnatic to plant and win out in clutch scenarios. We'll have the A-Core up again, but definitely had some up and down results with it here on Ancient. Bear in mind, it's a map he even admits himself he's not very good at, but his movement has always been stellar, considered to be one of the best movement players in CS2.
Yes.
And nails the jump. and unfortunately smoked off. Won't be able to do much with it.
Gotta be careful here. Mac 10 chewing up the smoke a little bit. Crims on the other side towards T-spawn here. Nice, blowing open the smoke, but it doesn't even matter. Matt is still able to open it up, and the Mac 10 jumping around the corner, able to get the headshot on Snacks. 3 versus 4 here. And it's going to be a free kill for Chaos, though. It's a quick return into a tied 3v3 scenario. Bomb on the B ramp starting to make its way there. It's only Chaos that's here defending.
He's got 9 bullets in his M4, Anders. This does not look good whatsoever, but he's actually done very well to find QB there. Afro's AWP on high alert right now. Incendiary. Oh, we'll have to burn out his smoke. He'll have to fall back off this one. They still have 50 seconds. He's aware of the potential of Chaos. It will upgrade through the AK-47. Afro's in a lot of trouble right now. Crims will be the linchpin of this operation. If he can somehow win out the duel against Isaac with the AWP, which he will, they're back into the round.
Isaac thought that was going to be a peek from CT spawn, and not one coming in from the middle like that. Afro, he's looked the wrong way at the wrong time. That's devastating. He's waiting for Crims for such a long time, but they know where he's coming from now. The spray is good. The grenade, it's not going to kill him. It just can't quite do enough damage. It'll tag him up a little bit. I think even if it landed right on top, it wasn't ever going to be enough. 15 seconds left on the clock here. It's run down low, and Volt's able to step it up. It's Chaos, obviously, the man of this round. 3 kills for him, even running out of bullets at one point and having to go scavenge an AK from elsewhere on the map. It's really close, but they make that round possible.
Change of approach here from Fnatic. Instead of going for that mid control, they're trying to force their way in towards this cave position. Didn't really work out, but they did get the initial frags, but coming back into the choke point, Chaos managed to get 3 massive frags. Volt will close things out in the 1v1 with Crims. He did a really nice job actually just running the clock down. They had the bomb down towards the cave, so he knows he doesn't really have to take that duel. There's 15 seconds left. Eventually, Crims has got to walk in towards that position, take him down. And we Fnatic with their first tactical timeout here. Their money should be absolutely fine after posting 3 rounds in a row. They were 3-2 down and now we've taken the lead as we enter round number 10. Snacks will opt for the MP9. Which should be absolutely adequate for this sort of round they have coming up next. There's plenty of close range encounters you can take on Ancient, especially towards Cave.
Yeah, and again, he is a player that thrives in that kind of madness. Put up a smoke in front of him, he's going to think of it as a great tool to play around, sneak through if you can.
So a different smoke. It's not the cave smoke this time. They actually use the ledge smoke itself to stop the CTs jumping up and having that sort of aggression available to them. Locking them out with the Molotov as well to deny B ramp control, but they've been smoked off themselves. This is all about the utility right here. CTs will expend a lot of their own smokes here to try and get B lane control with Snacks with the MP9. As we said, looking to get up close and personal. Tucks himself in.
I think they filled that smoke on the T side. They might not know there's a gap. I wonder if that's going to be a problem for them. Might have waited long enough now that it's not going to be a big issue. Yeah, it's gone now. Snacks jumping his way back. Kios, though, he's still here. No one's going to be able to flash him in. They don't have any grenades left in the B-bomb site. So I don't know if Kios overstaying his welcome a little bit. Certainly is now. QB shooting him right in the face, and they're running to try and they can catch Snacks running away.
So Snacks is going to need something absolutely unbelievable here. MP9, he does quite well, to be honest with you. Aiko will chime in as well. It's a 3-on-3, but massive advantage for Fnatic. As you mentioned, they don't really have much utility for this retake. The bomb will go down, certainly. Popping open the smoke, though, doesn't give them too much vision. Fnatic now need to try and get Crims out of the bomb site. Smoke's still there as he retreats. This is looking way too good for Fnatic. There is no kit available. Oh, there is a kit, a Telelize on Isaac.
And the smoke as well on him, but they're going to throw it towards the tunnel instead. Oh, nice there smoke. We go. Afro started the push in front. Mattis only alive for a second. He's dead. Afro hunted down. That is a great retake. GamerLegion in a lot of trouble. They made that look way easier than it was supposed to be. They'll tie up the game. And I think Fnatic are going to be a little bit gutted that they don't win that round.
Yeah, I think you may be onto something there. Considering they had the 5-on-4, they find Kios essentially for free. It was Snacks had to deal with at the MP9, but he actually did quite well with Acor. Called the rotations through, had the crossfire set up, and it's a fantastic retake, especially that smoke going down towards the B ramp to force the hand of the AWP. He's got nowhere to retreat to, can't deny the the defuse at that point. And it might have to be partial buy at the very least here. So yeah, keeping the money around $2,000. They'll bring out Galil and some Deagles, Tech-9s as well. Getting to the dying stages of this first half as GamerLegion hunt for a 7-5 scoreline. exchange of utility comes through once again. T's not smoking off the cave.
Oh, wait a minute. He's right on the other side.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Gets one through the smoke. He's just wildly flinging the MP9 across the screen. And he gets a double.
He should not be getting away with that. The fact he even gets one.
Yeah.
Pretty unreal. He gets a double, though, through the smoke. That's so gutting for Fnatic. They love this flash. QB trying to give them that B-lane control. See how effective it is at pushing CTs back from the ledge, and indeed the cave itself. 1 minute remaining, Anders. We've got a single smoke on body. QB has one as well with the Molotov. Deagle for Crims, and bear in mind, they couldn't invest too much into this one. It was the Galil purchase, sure, but they don't actually have any Kevlar to go with it. Smoke down toward long. And indeed short, but what does this really mean? Gonna go for it.
5 seconds. Crims in there with Deagle still. He's made his way into an interesting corner. They have so much utility for the retake here on the GamerLegion side. They just did it before in a 3-on-3 with way worse weapons and utility. They should be able to get this one home. See the grenades ringing in towards the cave. A lot of pressure is being put on here. Body, he's good for the 1 kill. But Crims is in trouble on the other side. The Deagle not really great when you're in there. Trying to get some wall bangs coming through to deny the bomb defuse, but that's happening on the other side. They're not connecting with it right now. 1 more second in GamerLegion. Bodyguarding each other for the defuse. It's going to be a really good round for them, and now they're in the lead.
Can you imagine if that's how they win it? Just finding Deagle headshots from the cave and the wooden boards and denying that defuse.
It's probably the only chance they had, to be honest. So
the smoke's coming down. Options were extremely limited. Didn't have Kevlar themselves. They do survive, I suppose, but it's a final round. It's GamerLegion course correct some of their previous blunders, giving up huge advantages. They have got the lead for now, 6-5, but with the bomb going down, it's a pretty strong overall investment from Fnatic. AKs across the board here, smoke down towards Red Room. Which smoke do they use at the B lane? Is it going in the cave? Yes, indeed. Suggests they'll be working towards middle and looking to take these challenges towards Red Room once again. That's where Acor usually is. They'll have to get past Snacks first, though. He does a boatload of damage. Continues to spam here. Doesn't take any himself. Up until now, that grenade will tickle him. Oh, he's so aware. He knows what's up, and he finds the kill. You can feel it coming, Anders.
After all these years, he still just has...
Still on his bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know how do you explain that? Why are some players so good around these smokes?
It's gonna have a kill here, I reckon, yep.
Give me a break.
That's so sick. And what can you even do? You haven't even seen him yet, and he's got 2 kills. But this has been a problem for GamerLegion. They seem to lose this duel more often than not. They should just stop holding Red Rooms. They don't seem to come out on top. Let him have it. Playing CT spawn, Kiosk will have to smoke that off. It's actually really uncomfortable. 45 seconds remaining. There's still a chance here.
Oh no, what a flashbang. Pushing him, and there was absolutely nothing they could do. Acor ruined them with that one. They finally find Snacks, but it is way too late. GamerLegion, 1 kill away from getting 7 in the first half here. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good recovery. It's Acor with the Deagle to do it at the end. And I think GamerLegion well on their way now. It's not a perfect first half. They haven't won the map by doing this, but it's a nice little setup for them.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Bear in mind, they lost the pistol as well. They were down 0-2.
Yes.
Couple of awkward rounds in the mix, but it's going to happen. This is a high-pressure scenario. Last chance qualifier here at the Pgl Major RMR 2024, live from Bucharest. Both these teams trying to book our final slots over in Copenhagen. After today, we'll have 3 teams remaining. Highest-seeded team will go into the final, as it were. There'll be a semi before. I believe Fnatic, if they were to win, would be the highest-seeded team. It doesn't look like it'll be happening just yet. They still have to win a 3rd map and get through Ancient first.
Yeah.
At their moments, for sure. They showed us they can compete in the 1v1 duels and have some decent executions, especially towards A, but overall, GamerLegion feeling confident here as they send 5 players over towards B. I think we'll see more of the same. Double smoke, short and long. Going for a cave setup. There's the initial utility here. That's using the Molotov towards on to give some vision. Kiosk to be tested, and he's having a bit of a rough one out there.
Oh, they don't... Oh, did they spot it? Snacks? God. They don't know. Now they do.
What a weird round.
Bomb is still up there getting planted. You're right, this is a weird round. QB, though, is unable to miss any shots at the moment. He's hit 3 kills so far, and they've been lightning fast. Finally put in a little bit of pressure here. Having to reload that dually weapon, but not going to be making a big difference here. Sony Mattis gone down in the afterplant, and Isaac here, I don't know if he can stop the bomb from where he is. He's certainly trying a little bit. There's a team kill? What is going on?
They haven't got a kid either, Anders. How did they just dink each other? What?
I don't know. Now they're defusing, but he's had a chance to reload. Defuse still happening on the other side, and he's picking up more pistols. They're trying to bodyguard it. 1 more second left. Can he find the shot? He can't. Oh my God. What a way to win the round.
It's one of the ugliest rounds of the tournament so far. A hollow victory for Fnatic. They know they almost gave that one up. Need to see the replay, but how are the team kills coming in? Like the Ts were in the back lines. 3 CTs were on the bomb, and then they just shot each other in the head, and they could have lost it all there, with the bomb being exposed in the open as well. Wonder if we're going to see that frag, but that's how it happened. That's so rough. And look at this, 1 more bullet. To be fair, he still had 56 HP. I thought he had less than that, so it was probably fine, but the bomb does get planted. And you're feeling far from comfortable with your Fnatic right now. That round does not inspire hope within their ranks. It's pretty messy, pretty ugly. See if they can have a clean one here. Bodies on high alert. Gonna need a few kills. Gets 1, but that's about it. B bomb side wide open, Anders.
And it's
might be better off saving here.
Yeah, but they very likely will be soon. Unless they get a very, very fast kill. Yeah, there's an attempted wallbang. Again, if you get one there, maybe it's back on, but their time to get back into this round is really quickly fading. They've got 1 smoke, no kit. Might be one on one of the 2 bodies there towards the B-bomb side. There probably will be, but still, it's a long road ahead to try and get back into this one. You can see them already drawing away from the round. Classic problem really at the B-bomb sites. Isaac doing a good job here, just making it very uncomfortable. And Aiko with the knife out. Is he going to be able to hear it? Yes, he will. Footsteps.
Oh,
they
these are big frags.
Single player.
Very nice call. After losing the pistol, yeah, I didn't think Fnatic could hold on to it either. That B-bomb site gets completely ravaged. As we see it go 8-6, full eco territory now. Crims can feel the Major slipping away. He's played at 16 Majors in total. He wants to be one of those players to appear at the first ever Counter-Strike 2 Major, but hopes and dreams starting to fade away. Simmering down as they will opt for the Force by Anders. Desert Eagles, 5-7s, and a Scout. If they try and answer back here, the Scout doesn't hit the mark in the first interaction.
They look quite comfortable, GamerLegion. After that victory, you could see they're not hyped up. They're just in the office.
Going through the motions, right?
Putting in the work, they're clocked in.
There's been a few pretty awkward rounds where Fnatic have arguably presented even more of them. And we'll see now, like, lose this, you're 9-6 down, and then you have to full eco. That'll be double digits, but they can still win this round. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like GamerLegion are playing a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination.
No. That would be pushing it too far.
Yeah. 4
Scout
players.
Here. We got some Deagles, or 1 Deagle in play. I'm missing a really good Deagle headshots. I feel like it's been too long.
Since we've had a Deagle kill, yeah, he might be onto something. We'll see whether they can deliver it here. Snacks will just be investigating the K position. Needs to be careful. Probably want to grenade the entrance before you commit to it. There's the grenade, but not there. Oh, Snacks, no! I meant before you fire bullets, not after.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Nicely done, QB. It's very well played. Gets 2 kills, finally gets traded.
I'm pretty sure they've got 3 CTs here. They don't really have much in terms of control. They have no B ramp, 25 seconds.
Oh. Trading wall banks here. Grenade to set it up. It actually blows up mid-air, but it doesn't even matter. Volt is still there to open it up.
Well done, Volt.
Gets the Glock out and takes down body. Well done.
Electrifying.
Kill.
That's real nice. 4 kills in total.
Yeah, living up to his name, Henry. More resistance, more voltage.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
It's Ohm's law, I believe. For the nerds in the audience.
There's a few nerds watching, I'm sure.
There might be some. Mats is on his own. Not much you could do here. Doesn't even have a skin for his 5-7. What a tragedy. What do you do?
Yeah, that's a good
Time
point.
to retire.
Yeah, you haven't got a skin yet. What are you doing?
Somebody help this man out. Get him a skin.
9 rounds. As mentioned, we've got a pretty Desperate scenario for Fnatic in the follow-up round here. They cannot justify any investment whatsoever. You only killed 4, yeah. It's not quite good enough. We want the ace next time. Oh, actually saved the day there. Like I said, there was a moment that he wants to throw that away. Snacks caught with his pants around his ankle in towards that cave room. But Volt, I think he's been impressive at GamerLegion this tournament. I think he's had very consistent performances. He always comes so close to these like crazy clutches as well. Comes down to 1v1, he doesn't quite make it. But you can see the skill is there. And that is still a difficult round to win against those Deagles tucked away in the B bomb site. He catches a good timing.
So, couple of different ways to judge a player like Volt, but I think one of the great keys or one of the great features they has is if you throw a bunch of people at him, I feel like he's always good for like 1 kill. Like he never just goes down for nothing. That's super important. Sometimes if you just get run over and you die and you don't get anything done, it's such a detriment to the team. Speaking of Volt, so we're hyping him up a little bit here. He does make the first test here, or pass the first test. Double push coming in from Body, and Matt is on the other side. See if he's able to see it. Yeah, he reads it so well. Afro, Body was being clever, playing at the edge of the little plateau there. It should be the round. It's USPs on the other side, so not going to get a lot of hype for getting these kills, but they are important nonetheless. Bolt with another triple, up to 14 in total. It's Crim's the last man standing. Like you said, the Major slipping out of his grasp at the moment is what it feels like.
It's another one of those rosters. If this Major doesn't work out for them, you can't imagine this unit of 5 players will stick together.
No.
If it feels like this is not quite enough here to suggest they would do much more than qualify for said tournament.
It's also, I mean, the truth is, because the post-Major roster shuffle, it puts so much pressure on everybody, right? It's like if once there are free agents out there, it's everyone starts to question and say, okay, hold on. Now that this guy's available or this other team has broken up, we're gonna, like, it's just how it is.
And the organization of Fnatic, they're playing for trophies, not just to turn up.
Yeah, that's also true. Another timeout called here, this time by Fnatic. If they want to pull the emergency break, then it is kind of now that they have to do it.
Has to be nothing but success from here on out. And it all starts with a pretty decent buy, I suppose, but you won't have absolutely everything you need. We'll be missing a few bells and indeed whistles. Don't think they can justify an AWP, let alone actually afford one. So we see 5 M4s here. In terms of diffuse kits, I'm not seeing one, Anders. And there's, on helmet watch, we've got 3 players going without, which means those Galils are extra powerful going forward. Do or die time for Fnatic. Just won't have the resources to continue if they give this round up.
Yeah, that is a really big issue, no question about it. Especially, think of how many shots we've already seen through the smoke. It happens left and right.
Contact play in towards B. They have no idea. It's like a retake setup as well.
It's devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Snacks, what's going on? They've got full control of B. Body can do nothing about it. Oh, this is such a cool, brilliant scenes here. Volt firing down range.
What do? You almost have to save?
You literally have to save. Oof, okay, that might tempt them into it. You might still reconsider it. That's one of those dangerous frags. You're just like, okay, let's give it a go. But if everyone goes down here, Anders, again,
well,
it's all over. And you've got no kid and 4 kills to find. With the bomb planted, it's already at the halfway mark.
Yeah, like you said at the very start of the round, the lack of a diffuse kit here is... That's devastating to this kind of a setup. Sure, they're getting the kills right now, but they're running out of time so much quicker. Acor, quick double is still a 2 versus 1. Snacks on the one side, Acor on the other. The crossfire, you cannot beat it. Crims is down, and GamerLegion at 11 rounds.
That's exactly what I meant, Anders. You get that 1 kill, Mattis finds you like, oh, we might as well go for it. We've got the man advantage, but still, even with a couple of trades coming through, which is the best you can really hope for in that sort of scenario, there was less than 10 seconds. Even if you found all the frags, they couldn't have defused the bomb. That was the frag responsible for almost every player going down. Unless it was going to take you to series point, I think saving there was the best possible outcome for them. And now they've got to take an eco. I guess a partial buy, you can call it with Deagle and Kevlar, but GamerLegion 1 round away from series point.
I think you're exactly right, though. Mantis getting the kill in the middle, it's such a classic
We've seen it
scenario.
So many times.
You're like, ooh,
yeah, actually,
let's go for it.
Oh, we kind of need the round, but like, yeah, it wasn't from that point, and you would have had a really strong buy to follow things up, take the tactical timeout, work things out, and now the worst of both worlds. You lost everyone en route. I don't think, even if you found all those kills, I still don't think you could have defused the bomb.
Yeah, that's what I like to call the Inverse Hannah Montana. And
I don't even know what that means. What is that? I've never even seen an episode. I don't know any Hannah Montana references.
well, the best of both. Never mind. Listen, you know what? Can't believe you're making me explain this live on broadcast.
I'm sorry. I should do my research.
Yeah. Stay up to date, man. Crims has gone down. Zaycor boosted up, able to find a shot there. So 4 versus 5 at about 50 seconds on the clock. Volt, he's ready. He's already seen the gun barrel. QB dead every single time on that one. I don't know what they could do to fight this one. Yeah. It's one of those rounds where, yes, if somebody goes nuclear with 3 Deagle headshots, it's different. Without it, this is pretty much the expected result. Afro pre-fired even by Isaac. It's 12 on the side of GamerLegion. They're 1 round away from sending Fnatic out of the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, to reiterate one final time, Fnatic opened things up with 2 best-of-1 victories here in the 2-0 stage of the RMR, which is a fantastic place to be. It means you just need 1 series victory after that. They go on to lose 3 series in a row, maybe 4 now. Last chance qualifier. And we're 1 round away from saying goodbye to Fnatic here. They do have at least a bye here. It'll take 6 in a row just to get to overtime. It was 12-7 on Vertigo. They managed to bring that back. Have to go 1 step further now.
For somebody who doesn't like playing the map in A-Core, he's playing a terrific game. 21 kills on him right now, so he's really enjoying life. With the AWP, he has had games where he's gone missing throughout the RMR so far, but this has not been one of them. On both the opening maps here, it's just been terrific for the Danish sniper. Isaac with a headshot on QB. That's all the way outside of the B bomb site, and they're occupying it. The bomb is not here. This is all a distraction right now. Now they know, as Mattis runs into an army, Chaos in the back. They have no idea what's going on.
I don't think they do either. It's absolute pandemonium out there. Body has to confirm that A is actually clear, as the CTs are segregated right now. Afro, the AWP, holds toward the B bomb site. It could all come crashing down. The hopes and dreams of the Copenhagen Major for Fnatic. And the next few seconds, it's a bad peek though from A-Core. Just walks in to the crosshair of Body. And that was their moment. It felt like it was done. Isaac will have time to work with the bomb on his back. Does he catch Body off guard? He's currently sat behind Big Box. Not going to happen. And here we go. 12-7 once again. The comeback begins right here, right now. They've done enough.
Yeah.
With that control they had in CT spawn, though, it would felt like that was a done deal.
I'll be honest, I lost track of what was going on in that round too.
Yeah.
Like, they pushed 2 people into fake the A bomb side, but the fake was so successful that they ran back from the B bomb side. They gave up on the actual B attack. I think that was the main point there, because they had so much control. Like, okay, actually, let's turn it. Fine, we'll turn it into an A attack. But then they lost the A control, and then they just got stuck in the middle. It was all over the place.
Yeah, chaos to say the very least. Fnatic time out to catch their breath and work out how they can win 5 rounds in a row now.
It could be done.
They definitely could. We saw it done on the last map.
Yeah, they need to do that one more time. They don't have quite, like, on that map, they had Mattis going nuclear on Vertigo. It was sick to see. Not that he's been playing badly on this map, but it's obviously not the same superstar performance. And they need something like that right now. They need somebody who's leading from that front position. Likely candidate again. I mean, I've got to say it, but Crims, the experience, the years of playing at a top level, this is where you need somebody like him to really find the last rounds here. It's going to be hard no matter what.
Well, not out of the woods just yet. GamerLegion still have a very healthy buy, but Snacks, they'll take a lot of damage to kick things off. A strong grenade and a boost for Afro here. 10 kills right now. He's in a prime position to get another one here. Be a bit of a flick considering how they're going to challenge him. I think they'd even walk into his crosshair. Yep. Snacks, not a great round for him.
The kind of boost you probably can only use once or twice in a half. You find a kill with it, that's all you need. See if Isaac's going to be peeking this one. Volt did it earlier, and Isaac, well, again, it's Crims, the victim on the other side, and they want to push right through. In fact, they want to boost up themselves on the plateau.
Do you just leave a player here and rotate back? Certainly an option. The bomb's considering that play.
Yeah, they're not sure. They really want another bit of information. Throwing some grenades in and putting pressure on the defense at the A-bomb side. Oh my God, Chaos. What a play this is. Is he going to make his way past? I don't think anyone's turning around for it. If they just stay alive over at the A side, Chaos is going to be there to shoot them with the back in about 10 seconds, and they have time to wait. There we go, setting it up. He has to jump in quick, but a double kill, and that might send Fnatic right out of the LCQ. 30 seconds left here. It's going to be a bomb plant. Body and Mattis, how do you retake this one?
You can see they don't want to plant the bomb. They're not sure if it's clear. Deep breath, the C4 is planted. Mattis, his shadow's given away, and Kios fumbles the shot. He does manage to find the kill eventually. It's all to play for now. Body has to deliver in the 2 versus 1. He has no further grenades. The defuse kit available, and both teams just focus on that elbow position. Will Volt be able to close things out right here, right now? It's going to be a 1 versus 1. Acor misses the shot. Bear in mind, there is a kit available. I think Body's done enough here. 6 bullets remain, and no! It's the Glock that gets them over the line. 2-0 for GamerLegion. Still a lot more work to be done before they make it to the Major, but they do knock Fnatic out of the tournament.
GamerLegion on top. Fnatic, unfortunately, are now out of the running for the Pgl Major. Boys, talk to me. How do you think things are going to be feeling?
Well, it's going to feel rough for Fnatic. Obviously, they've been waiting 5-6 days for this matchup to happen. They were part of the Group A, where they didn't really perform. They had their chances, they had their opportunities. They went up against Movistar Koi, couldn't win that game, lost 2-0. They went up against Saw, couldn't win that game, they lost 2-0. And now they lose 2-0 to GamerLegion as well. In all honesty, I don't want to beat on someone who's already laying down. I'm sure it's a tough moment right now for Fnatic, but when you lose 6 maps in a row at an RMR, you're not going to make the Major. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's simple as that. And look, you look at a name like Fnatic, the organization that is, the black and orange. And you might question yourself, why aren't we being more critical of them as we would to a team or an org like Astralis or NIP, and how we've been kind of shitting all over them, basically. The thing with Fnatic, this is a budget roster. This is a roster where, we had Dexter and all these guys earlier on. That didn't quite pan out. Then they picked up some of the remaining pieces. We got Body coming in. We had Afro coming in as well as the Oppa. But we look at we mentioned this in the pregame as well. We're looking at the caliber of the overall players in this lineup. It's not something where you have full faith in them making it to the Major, in all honesty. They can get a few wins here and there. They've been on the grind online and whatnot. But so for me, this loss, it's not a big shocker. That's why we can't be too critical of this team. This is what we kind of expected.
I would agree with that sentiment. I think what makes it a bit rough for them to swallow is that they had a fairly easy path in Group A. They had the easiest group. They had opponents that on paper they should beat, or at least have a chance to beat. And as I said, they've lost 6 maps in a row now. They weren't able to get anything done against any of those opponents. So in that regard, I think Fnatic are looking at this as a wasted opportunity. But I agree with you. You're not looking at a team who's posted as much money into the lineups as NIP or as Astralis. So in that regard, we can have them excused for now. However, big disappointment for Fnatic.
Well, how about for the boys on the side of GamerLegion? I know Acor in particular was certainly rising to the occasion and shining for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like, once there was a close win on Vertigo, you headed to Ancient, which has been historically a pretty solid map for Fnatic. And initially, yeah, it was pretty even Steven, so to speak. But the second half, GamerLegion, they looked almost unstoppable. There's a T side, just brazen plays coming in, confidence plays. This is something we've mentioned again and again, and it's kind of a cliche. But you look at the way Volt was playing, you look at the way Acor was playing, even Kios with those very brazen. When you have someone as a lurk, there's some lurkers who's just going to play it based purely on information. They're going to be, okay, I'm going to play it as safe as possible, stay alive, come in for the lurk. This guy is like, screw it, YOLO, I'm going to catch a timing. And the amount of timings it caught them, and even in the final round, winning them the game.
Pretty telling that when the standout player and the player of the match, without a doubt, with 22 kills, is also the guy with the lowest AD on your team, then the entire team is doing well. So I agree with you. It was every single player for GamerLegion dealing damage, doing a good job on the server. And it never really got close, unfortunately, on Ancient for the boys of Fnatic. I think GamerLegion deserved the win. It makes me happy to see they're living up to the favorite role I guess most of us gave them. Obviously, Astralis being out of contention now after playing some rather lackluster Counter-Strike earlier today. It does feel like GamerLegion is the team to beat now. They have been playing well so far. They had a pretty rough opposition. They rode into LCQ for them, as well as been against some of the best European teams in the world. So at that moment, it does feel like right now the GamerLegion, for me at the very least, is the team to beat. And today's result and the way they played today confirms that.
I will point at just like a couple of criticisms I might have for GamerLegion. One would be, if you go back to the first half of this Ancient, I think they threw 2 5v3 scenarios back to back, right? Just like over-aggressing, and even that final round, overextending unnecessarily, and even that final round where Kios had basically single-handedly won the round for them, getting 3 kills. It's a 1v2, you know the bomb's planted, you know where the final CT is. They could have they had enough time to position maybe towards Donut, towards Big Box, towards Temple, and make sure it is an unlosable round. Instead, they opted to face, coming down to, I think, 3 HP remaining Acor with the Glock to get the kill. So, like, why are you manufacturing moments like that and sort of just guaranteeing yourselves the win? I feel like if they're able to kind of fix that particular state, so to speak, mentally, I think they definitely are the favorites.
Listen, the very last round in the game was a great example. It's a 2v1. They know where Buddy is in CT spawn. The bomb is planted for Donut if they want to go in there. It's unlosable at that point. They can literally just remove themselves from the situation, but they decide to fight. They decide to make it significantly harder than it should have been. I agree. Are you playing against the likes of Vitality, the likes of FaZe? That will be punished every single time. Luckily for GamerLegion, they're playing against teams on their own level, so some of those mistakes go unpunished when you look at the course of a best of 3. Yeah.
Why do we think the reason for doing that is, though? Do you think it's more of like a confidence play, thinking, you know what, we're playing incredibly well right now, why not try a little?
It's a fine line between, you know, having great confidence and being a little overconfident. In Counter-Strike, that fine line can be, you can put your toe over it and you will be punished, right? Like if you look at the rounds which Kios won, for example, single-handedly, we had flanks in Vertigo, we had flanks in the last round as well. That's a confidence play. We had Volt running in with the gun with his teammate, just getting those skills, knowing I'm better. That's a confidence play.
Yeah.
And then when you have the game in your hand, just slow it down a bit, give a little bit of respect, and just make it easy for yourself.
Well, fantastic stuff. But of course, this wouldn't be the broadcast itself without us tuning in with James, Banks and Body.
Yeah, that's right. I've got Body here with me after Fnatic will fall out here in the last chance qualifier. But I want to touch on just this veto and going through the process of this game because, okay, Vertigo hasn't looked great for you guys, but it was certainly a chance in this one. Did you feel like that was a kind of crushing loss to let it go that way, even though you clawed your way back into overtime?
Yeah, we definitely had our chance in this one. Our preparation in the game has been fine, I think. Like we definitely needed to find new tricks in the book on Vertigo because it doesn't look really great at the moment. Like try to change new positions in the preparation from RMR to now didn't work out well. We came back to do our things and stuff. So I think it's just momentum stuff. Like we felt that we could win it, so like we fought our way back, but definitely not our greatest map for sure. Then Ancient is kind of a comfort pick since we created this team for now. And yeah, kind of not win enough the rounds, to be honest. And they had a good game plan to counter us. And yeah, we didn't see the last map, so I'm not going to talk about it.
And in terms of just looking at you, when you got to the best of 3s, you guys weren't able to win a map right now. What does that tell you about just the level you feel you're at? Because you can kind of challenge, we can get a good enough amount of rounds, but it's going the extra distance for you guys at the moment that isn't there.
Yeah, pretty much feel that we're lacking officials a lot. Like, could feel the pressure in the games. Doesn't feel as what we used to do, what we used to propose online, pretty much. Like, it feels different for now, and we lack officials definitely, mostly on LAN. So it's something that is really hard to work on, except from experience. So we're getting there, but yeah, definitely not winning a map is rough for us, like really rough. And we could feel like the pressure was really high, and like we kind of tried both ways when we like play as calm as we are online and stuff. Not like I wouldn't say not cheer up, but you know, like stay like cold. Yeah, try to be as cold-blooded as possible. Today was a different phase, and I think that's why the comeback became real. Like we tried something else, and in the end we lost. But still proud that we fought our way back on this one.
And since you've taken over the leadership in Fnatic, it's only been a few months, right? Obviously the goal is the major for sure, but do you still think that, okay, there's something to work with here?
Yeah, sure. I'm not really like scared for the future. I just know that experience is something we like lack a lot when it comes to this kind of matches. Like we were 2-1 up and like kind of crumbled our way towards the last chance qualifier. So I think we definitely need some more experience, as I told you before, and I'm confident in the players. Like youth is the future for us for sure, and like we have a great mix between experience and youth, and the youngsters are really promising.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Well, thank you very much for your time, Body. It's sad to see you go. Jasmine, back to you.
Thank you very, very much for that, Banks. Fellas, I think one thing definitely rings true here on the broadcast. Every single interview we have had, you can see how much it means to the players. You can see that this is no cozy, comfortable environment for them to be playing in. Yes, it was a last chance qualifier, but the pressure is well and truly mounting for a lot of them. Any words or thoughts on what Body has?
I mean, obviously, when you're playing at an Rmr with the chance of qualifying for a major, the pressure is on. You know, that is probably where the most pressure is on. We've seen some of the pro players on Twitter, you know, speaking vocally about the fact that the Rmrs are almost, you know, in a way more tough on you pressure-wise than it is playing at the major, because not being at the major in itself is a massive disappointment. Another take on that, some context to the situation for a team like Fnatic, is that they don't have something else to play, right? They're not part of the partner teams, you know, with ESL or with Blast for that matter as well. They don't really get to play the tier 1 events, so for them they have to go through all these online qualifiers, the last chance qualifiers, the close qualifiers, etc., and they haven't shown the level in order to qualify for those tournaments. So if you're Fnatic right now, are you even sure you're gonna be on LAN before the summer break? That's the issue, right? So this was a massive opportunity for them to at least secure some playing time on LAN at the major, secure the back for that matter as well, get the sticker in the game. So for them it feels a little hard done by.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, for us, you know, as the pundit sitting on a desk and whatnot, it's easy for us to say they're obviously the favorites. These guys are the underdogs. They shouldn't be winning. But if you're a team playing that, you're coming to win. You're coming to not just show up in the office and just put on a show. You're coming there to get the win right there. So obviously, disappointment writ large on all their faces. But I do like how, you know, Body is trying to stay positive as well. And I agree with him when he said, like, we don't have enough reps on land, which is why our... Listen, you might have someone like Crims who's won majors, who's been in some of the most stressful situations a Counter-Strike player can be on, and you have someone like Body who's been around the block as well, but as a unit they haven't been together like that. It's a whole different ball game. And I could see someone like Afro, before he joined his Fnatic lineup, he was looking sharp, dude. He was looking sharp online. He joins Fnatic, we could see him perform a little bit online. On LAN he was just missing shots, which usually he would be hitting, so the pressure definitely came into play, Jazz, but end of the day, he's still got to get the win. Pressure or no pressure, unfortunately, Fnatic fall.
What a day, huh? Day 1 of the LCQs. Let's go ahead and recap everything that you folks might have missed. If you've not been here all day, we had the 2-0 from 9 Pandas and Astralis. I don't think many people saw that one coming. Anybody at all have that on their bingo card?
Not him for sure. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I didn't see Astralis being in the last chance qualifying in the first place. And no, I did not see them lose 2-0 to Pandas. I will, however, say with the way they played today, with the way they've conducted themselves throughout this Rmr, Astralis simply didn't deserve to qualify for the major in Copenhagen. So I guess you get what you deserve in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreak for all the fans. And of course, for the fact that it's someone like Device not making it to the first major in Copenhagen. You can keep on talking about it. But yeah, I think it's been enough said about that. I feel for Guild Eagles, you know, this is a team who just never say die. They never refuse to give up. Going 0-2, winning 2, they're finally going 2-3. They go up against, who was it they played against? BetBoom. Make easy work of them. The classic style, now they still have one more chance to make it. And of course, right now we saw Snacks and his men make easy work of Fnatic.
Well, I'm super excited for day 2 here at the Last Chance Qualifier. So let's go ahead and show all the folks at home who is going to be facing off against who. A little bit of a drum roll, a fake drum roll. that was pretty good. You know what? Well, we're going to have Guild Eagles taking on GamerLegion. I see you giggling over there. What are your thoughts?
No, it's just funny to see 9 Pandas in the finals, but then they did 2-0 Astralis, and that's how the Pgl system works. Basically, it factors in the level of opposition that you have faced and you beat in order to get here, and 9 Pandas deservedly right there. But that opening matchup tomorrow, man, Snacks, GamerLegion versus Guild Eagles refuse to die. Spicy.
That is a spicy game. You know, Guild Eagles are a team you don't really want to face in a pressured scenario like this. GamerLegion, a team that I think, at least of the 3 we got left, have played the best Counter-Strike so far, but you got to deliver on the day. And worth saying as well, you know, you play that first game, Guild Eagles, GamerLegion, whoever's winning that one have to play a best of 3 straight after against the 9 Pandas. So if you're the 9 Pandas, obviously you don't have to play game number 1, but you also go in against a team that perhaps is a little bit exhausted after a lot of days in Romania already. So if you're a 9 Pandas fan right now, you have a pretty decent shot at making it.
How do we think that Guild matchup is going to pan out?
It's going to be feisty. Like every Guild Eagles matchup might sometimes have me pulling my hair out in frustration with some of the rounds, but you can't deny the entertainment factor, right? And also, I'm just trying to remember, and just try to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the RMR for the Paris Major, it was Fnatic who had to play two best of 3s back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right,
yeah. They had to play it back-to-back. They won the first one, and then going into the final one, they managed to pull it off as well. So it's not like, you know, you can look at it 2 ways. Either you're tired to your first best of 3, or you're warmed up and you're ready to get that ticket.
Well, who do we think the best players of the tournament have been so far.
There's been a lot of great players. Saivu, obviously, on top
Yeah,
of my
he
mind.
found a bit.
He's been playing pretty well. We got some other ones here as well for the last chance qualifier. Of course, Aiko is standing out. He had a fantastic showing today. Chiron all of a sudden stepping up for BetBoom today. That made the game slightly more close than it was supposed to be. Synopsis next and Rigon as well playing well. It's good to see Aiko. I'm not gonna lie. He's a player that within the Danish scene has been taunted as a talent, you know, a forever talent. We've never seen the best of Aiko. It's been shown in small moments. When he was in mouse sports, he had certain moments where he was playing well. Seems like he's found a home in GamerLegion. He's playing well, and he's much needed if they want to make it to the major tomorrow.
Well, boys, I want to say thank you so much for joining me here on the broadcast. I've had an absolute blast being here. It's been so much fun, but the fun is not over yet. We've still got a day 2 here at the Pgl Cs2 EU Rmr and last chance qualifier. I'm super looking forward to it, and I guess we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Calling. It might fail. I'm flashing both sides yet.
Maybe long one.
Nice.
I'm taking long.
That's how I'm saying.
Sebastian. I get insta and then they have monk game on Seb. What do you mean? I insta headshotted all of them. Give me days. Where the fuck's days? Two with back turn and one round is finished because I get ace.
The chase is better than the ace.
I agree. The chase is better than the ace. You need to keep on chasing it.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.